4, 3, 2, 1, and we are live! Hi, everybody! Chrissy, good to see you, glad to have you. Asteria, good to see you, glad to have you. Kiko, good to see you, glad to have you. Demins, good to see you, glad to have you. Ryan, good to see you, glad to have you. V, good to see you, glad to have you. Yes, Happy New Year's and a Happy Heavens turn to you all. I actually just realized that the quest is up today. I don't think I haven't done it yet. I gotta make sure to do that. Hi, everybody. Today we're going to be reading through Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3, because guess what? It's out, baby! Yes! I'm just a little bit excited. And I've only read this maybe once or twice at this point. But I also know that some people have not gotten their copy yet, and more than that, I thought that there might be a lot of interest and zest in going over it. So I don't know how much the entirety of the book we're going to get through today, but I have the better part of the next 7 hours set aside for us. So I think we're going to make sure to read quite a bit. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to answer them. Now, I'm not sure the legality is necessarily in and of itself questionable, but I don't think that Square Enix would be particularly happy if we streamed the entirety of each page in visual format. So I will be showing them when the art or other things is important, but beyond that, I think I'll take Elio and maybe go to different maps when we're reading passages that are relevant to certain sections. But yeah, hi guys. How many of you guys have ordered EE3, and how many of you guys have gotten your copies for Snot? Because I know it's pretty all over the place. And I also have a fun anecdote to tell about my copy. Well, I should say copies. Because I ordered one, and then I had to travel for the holidays. And mine arrived shortly after my leaving. So, being the channel that we are, it was very important that I got a copy early. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? So I landed, and I went to the airport bookstore. And for whatever reason, the airport bookstore had one copy of Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3. So I'm not going to question it. Cool. Lady, good to see, glad to have ya. Howdy, howdy. Decoy, good to see, glad to have ya. Light, good to see, glad to have ya. A Merry New Year's. A Merry New Year's to you, too. I've got the better part of 11 hours until my New Year's begins. I know some of you are further ahead in the timeline. Damn Europeans. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Did you take a breath at all during that greeting? I don't know. Did I? Do I ever breathe? Can any of you actually prove that I breathe on stream? Elio doesn't breathe. Yeah, see. My copy is sitting at a post office very close to my home until Tuesday. Oh, Brian, you poor bastard. My empathy to you. We have one of our community members, cool fact. So, Encyclopedia Eorzea is always released in English and Japanese. Turns out one of our community members is trying to translate the English into a French version for people to be able to use too, and power to them on that. I just found out about this, like, not 15 minutes ago. Open the stream to wait for stream. Got jump scared by Elio screaming. I mean, you know. That's what we do. Infinite, good to see, glad to have you. Happy New Year, Elio. To you too is Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm suffering from Jujutsu Kaisen withdrawal. Okay, set your watches, guys. We got technically officially 1 minute into the stream before Yu-Gi-Oh! Mentions Jujutsu Kaisen. Cataclysm, good to see, glad to have you. Got my copy right before Christmas. Nice. I'll be getting mine on the 4th. Can't afford it yet. Oh, well, luckily we'll be reading it. My copy's sitting like 6 feet away from me. I got my copy. I'll be getting in January. Good morning. Good morning to you, Brian. E3 is a bookstore near my house, and I'm just waiting for my holiday money. I believe in you, Yukio. AC, good to see, glad to have you. Thaliak must have favored you that day. Truly, that the scholar would favor me getting another copy. So Mimi, good to see, glad to have you, and happy heavens turn to you as well. I found a copy sitting around my local post office. Is that real, Decoy? Because if so, that's amazing. Okay, so I have been so focused on leveling Diadem and other things on Elio that I didn't even realize that I had not actually finished some Aether Currents. So there will be some maps that flying around will be a bit of a not happening, or maybe one of you guys will pop up and show me around. But most of the Endwalker ones are completed. I think only Shadowbringers I'm missing a couple. But what we will be talking about to start with is going, well, we got the preface, but then it's going to be a lot about the ancient world. So we'll probably be swapping around from Academia Niter and places like that. But I think we've got a good enough intro. Shall we go ahead and begin? Neveg, good to see, glad to have you. Anyone else glad Grumpy Dad released his wind-up? Yeah, so for those who don't know, the wind-up, the reward that you get for E3 is a Fortunal Minion wind-up. I actually haven't wind-up Minion. I actually haven't used my code yet. Elio hoarding E3 copies like a Charlian scholar. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and go to Academia because... Or Amnesis, because that is going to be where... Oh, right. I have to be a battle class. We'll go to... Yeah, Amnesis, not Academia. The lore bit on it's funny. Oh, I actually haven't read. Let's read the Fortunal. Oh, I have display capture up. Let me turn that off. Let's read the Fortunal Minion real quick. Summon your wind-up Fortunal Minion. Don't even think about dragging it into conflict, or it shall give you a look of stern disapproval. A veritable congress of these automata was produced as part of a public relations drive for the Forum. However, a complaint from the unwitting model led to the units being consigned to the storehouse, and it was only later at the Scholar's orders that they now see the light of day as promotional items for academic publication. Gods know Fortunal is a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough, says Theopaldin. Whose idea was it to create a public relations drive using Fortunal minions? That does not seem like wisdom of Charlian. Okay, let's move on. Oh, actually, while I'm doing this, I'm going to remind people, Ray has been working diligently over on Final Fantasy XIV Archives, and has been doing a lot of 1.0 videos recently. So, and I think one just dropped not a couple minutes ago. So if you want to go watch some of the cutscenes from 1.0, I highly recommend you go check out her work. And plenty of other cutscenes, like for instance the tribal group quests cutscenes that you can't really revisit. Oh, I forgot I reset my keybinds. I need to fix that. No, imagine a storm filled with Fortunal automata, alive but locked away. Okay, that's a little terrifying now that you mention it. Oh boy, 1.0 cutscenes. Yes, Oblivion, good to see, glad to have you. And much thanks to Oblivion for help with many other 1.0 related projects we're currently working on. Okay. Also, how's my audio and how's the music? Before I start reading, I want to adjust those, make sure they're good. How does it interact with the Louis Swan Minion? I don't know. I haven't checked. Hi, Femk. Good to see. Glad to have you. Finally able to catch a stream. Glad you're able to. Don't forget, we usually stream over on T Live. However, I thought this was relevant to the main channel. Audio levels are solid. Okay, what is the mount? This was the collector's edition mount for Endwalker. I'm actually forgetting its name off the top of my head. It is the Aryan. Legends speak of a majestic and unwavering loyal horse who would never fail to deliver its master from peril. Such myths were founded, in fact, as the divine steed has descended from the heavens to seek one possessed of a true and virtuous heart, with whom it may right the wrongs of the world. Stream on what? Yeah, T-Live. We have a second channel for streaming, just because if you stream on a channel that isn't just for streaming, it tends to mess with your YouTube numbers. Okay. Let's start, and let's start with the preface. So this is the art for it. Let me pull up. It's all the scions. This encyclopedia is a labor of love. A love for our star and the mysteries that bind it to the worlds beyond. It is a compilation based upon the testimony of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, whose momentous revelations have left academia in a state of upheaval. It tells the story of the ancients' world sundering, and of calamities wrought in the name of rejoining its shards. It tells of the first, our neighboring reflection, the struggle to halt its flood of light and prevent the Eighth Emerald calamity. It further serves as a record of the Telafroy's bid to recreate the final days, and of man's triumph over the Endsinger, despair incarnate. Indeed, it is a collection of tales that strain credibility, inviting skepticism as to whether the scions were motivated by generosity of spirit or simply desire for fame in the telling. Yet although they are nigh impossible to verify, these reports provide newfound opportunities for education, reflection, and discussion all the same. It is a work dedicated to you, the reader, and to all those who would ponder the great questions of our time. That's actually a good way to set up one of the important things about Encyclopedia Eorzeas. They are all within the confines of they are in-universe books. They are not out-of-universe tomes. So the information of them is susceptible to anything that is the fallibility of the characters in-game as well. So an example of that would be when EE1 mentions that they think Galecats might be Void Sense, even though it's unclear. And then later on in the Firmament quest, we for sure figure out that they aren't. Fly free, good to see, glad to have you. Can you stream the book you were reading? I cannot. The music's loud? Okay. I can lower that. I cannot, no, because, so technically speaking, I don't think there's really much that Square could do if I were to, like, literally show each page that we're reading from. However, I think it is not, partly in disrespect, partly in also it's very of ambiguous acceptability to stream each and every page of EE3 when I mean effectively that's just taking a premium thing that I think that a lot of effort and hard work that they put into and just making it I mean it's basically pirating for everyone, yeah. And I think other content creators might feel differently, and you might see it. Other people put it up, but that's my just personal feeling on it. Especially because we've gotten PDFs of E1 and E2 at this point. Since we'll get one of E3 eventually, I'm sure like that'll happen anyways. But yeah, I will definitely be showing anywhere where the art is relevant. I wonder if anyone has all the incidental NPC captured from Starlight. I think I missed some since I haven't done all the things. I'm pretty sure Ray's video on FFXIV archived has all of them. Another Greek mythology reference among a myriad of Greek mythology references. Arion is a divine horse and is said to save the life of Adrastus, king of Argos, during the War of the Seven against the Thieves. Oh, okay. That makes sense, especially because Poseidon made horses from sea foam. Okay. Now, since we're in the reason we're over in Amnesis and Niter is because of the first page, which is a lot about the Ancients' world and about creation magic. Also, if anyone has any questions about the things I'm reading or things about Shadowbringers or Endwalkers, feel free to put them in the chat and I'll try to get to them as we go through the reading. The ancient world. Untold ages ago, the star we live upon was sundered, 13 reflections cast from the source to begin their own unique histories. The following is an account of the singular people that predate the sundering, and subsequent attempts to unify the 14 worlds once more. The Ancients. In a forgotten age when the world was yet whole, the star was known not as Hydaelyn, but as Ethereal. Those who dwelt upon it were our oldest ancestors, a people we now call the Ancients. Compared to modern man, they were possessed of far superior physical and etherical attributes, and were so long-lived as to be practically immortal. They assumed the role of the star's custodians, and thriving on its bounty, their arcane arts advanced to an almost miraculous degree. Devising godlike creation magics, they devoted their lives to the betterment of the world. The dress of the Ancients. Oh, I should have put on my ancient wardrobe. That would have been fun for this. The Ancients were towering beings, easily 2 to 3 times the height of the average Hur, and their reserves of corporeal aether were comparatively endless. Combined with their creation magics, this well of energy enabled them to spin items out of thin air. Yet the preferred mode of dress was extremely understated. Most citizens opted for the same simple robe and face mask, and thus attired possessed little in the way of distinguishing visual characteristics. Blessed with the heightened ethereal perception, however, they rarely needed to rely upon physical sight to identify other individuals. Okay, this is a bit about talking about the structures that are found in and around places like the Tempest after the world was sundered. In the world of the First, remnants of the ancient settlement can still be found in the murky depths of the Tempest. These buildings have endured for more than 10,000 years, suffering not a single blemish from accumulated sediment or encroaching marine life. Perhaps a testament to the greatness of the civilization which built them. Okay, and this is limits of creation. So this is talking about academia. So these all items in here are concepts. That is what these are storage. These little storage things are, which is why if you've fought through Amnesis and Eater, you'll notice that when some of the Ondo try to break them open, that's what creatures get summoned out of them. Where are you? I'm in Amnesis and Eater currently. Yes, this is a dungeon. This is the dungeon you get for doing 5.2. It's the one where you get to the end and you unlock the recording of Vana talking to her convocation. The limits of creation. True to their name, creation magics enabled the wielders to manifest Aether as almost any reality they could imagine. From simple clothing to cloud-scraping edifices, from mundane species of flora and fauna to fantastical creatures. The ancients wove all manner of concepts into being. It might be said that the people of this age were more alike to deities than men. Yet even this wondrous art had its limits. Though one could create life, none could conjure a soul. A life brought forth in accordance with the laws of the physical world would spontaneously form a soul, but merely mimicking a corporeal shape was not always sufficient for this process to occur. Such soulless creations were merely constructs, animated by Aether, and were classified as arcane entities rather than living beings. You need to be a DM master for Final Fantasy 14. Man, the floor of this is gonna look wild in the update. Yeah, oh dude, look, the graphics update is gonna be crazy. Thanks, Fly. I'm still wondering what some of them are from, if the kids were in some of the... Yeah, Ray definitely can help you with that. There's at least a couple of researchers in-game who are said to have worked on the EE books in-game. Yeah, definitely. Des, thank you for Archon. Enjoy your emotes. And also good to see you, glad to have you. But yes, yeah, there are multiple people quoted in Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3 that are specifically characters in the world, and I'll point them out if they happen to name drop any of them. Okay, concepts. So, I should also explain something at the top about Encyclopedia Eorzeas in general, and this is true for EE3. The vast majority of Encyclopedia Eorzeas, it's about 80% information that all exists in the game, and 10 to 20% new information that doesn't exist in the game. The stuff that doesn't exist in the game is often just slight clarifications or a bit of extra lore around maybe names or something. The vast majority of information found in Encyclopedia Eorzeas is actually things that are in-game, but are either said by a random NPC, or are said in a specific part of the MSQ, or in a side quest, or like, they're just all over the place. So the big benefit of Encyclopedia Eorzeas is the collation of that information into one tome and one text. More so than it is that, oh, we read E3 and all of a sudden we learn wholly new things that we never knew. When you get to an entry on Dynamis that talks about it in a more specific terms, it can be helpful to clarify all the information that has been granted throughout Endwalker. Dobby Burns! Let's enjoy your Dobby Burns. These concept crystals are very simple to unpack just by pouring Aether inside even sundered if spawner creatures. Yes, so that's what we're gonna read. We'll go ahead and read that. Concepts are a defining element of creation magic. They are essentially building instructions. Designs which lay out the core aspects of the thing to be created. In the case of a horse, for instance, its concept would include all those factors which make a horse a horse. It is a terrestrial animal, it has 4 legs, it is herbivorous, it has 2 eyes and a mane, and so on. By sharing this archetype with others, anyone could create the perfect horse by following the definitive horse concept. They're basically Lego manuals. Concepts are like basically just the Lego instructions for creation. The ancients also devised a method whereby a concept could be reliably stored within a crystal. Furthermore, by infusing this medium with Aether, it became possible to manifest the recorded concept without the excessive expenditure of one's own reserves. So, like Infinite was getting at, if you infuse these concepts with Aether, even in the Sundered world, you can still create the concepts that lie within. That's why some of these, I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen, if some of the crystals on the ground, when infused with Aether by the Ondo, burst into creatures. A horse? What's a horse? We only have a Choco. There are horses. I mean, think about the horses you get as mounts from doing a Realm Reborn, and Chocobos aren't common to Oathard. So the only ones we ever really see that end up in Oathard whatsoever are the ones in Dalmasca. the red chocobos, but for the most part, they're like Doma didn't use chocobos, and so horses were much more common there. Odin has a horse, yeah, good example. Grip, good to see you, glad to have you. I forget how this place, the dungeon you have, is so well intact. So yeah, so they talked about this a little bit in here, but they also talk about it in the lore. Effectively, the buildings of the Unsundered world were incredibly well made by like really dense aether and creation magics, and when the world was sundered, the buildings themselves do not seem to have been sundered in and of themselves. Like some of them ended up in different places. That seems to be the impression. And what happened is on the source, we don't have them anymore because the calamities seem to wipe out any remnant of them. Whereas in the reflections, because there have been no calamities, they still linger. So the reason that this is so well kept is because there's been nothing to erase Amnesis and Eater. Darth, good to see you, glad to have you. Does Zayla have horses all over? Yep, Zayla, yeah, the step is another good. Made a joke about the four-legged chocobo to my friend. Yeah, that's very good. But yeah, I mean, there's even oh, what's the group called? I'm forgetting the cultural horse marriage between the Zayla women and their horses. No. This is gonna kill me if I don't. It should be in the steppe area. That's faces from the past. Dude, it's so crazy how much lighter EE2 is than EE3. That's really funny. I haven't like Dalmasca, the steppe. I'm sure one of you guys have. Here we go. Bayan and Goro. Goro's the horse something. Bayan of the Goro, and then Gerbesu. That's a whole story. Goro, yep, you got it, Des. This make me wonder though, in the Sundering, did all surviving buildings, etc. go to all 7 of the shards, or did some buildings only go to 1 shard? Yeah, Oblivion, it makes me wonder that too. For instance, if we went to the Tempest on the, well, 13th maybe a bad example because of how, but on the 11th, would, or the 4th, right? Would there be a remainder of Amnesis and Eater, or was the Amnesis and Eater of this just taken and put on the first? I would argue, based on the ethereal density of the structure and the existence of the concepts, that this building was not sundered across all the reflections and only exists on the first. But shall we continue? Let us continue. Ancient society. Mortal history is a history of war, yet such conflicts are conspicuously absent in the annals of the ancients. This unbroken harmony can be attributed to the physical and spiritual plenty provided by creation magics. The need to wrest resources from others through violent means simply did not exist. Confrontations took the form of lively debates, and peaceful days were spent fine-tuning creation techniques. Sharing concepts with colleagues in pursuit of the greater good of the star served as a passion and purpose both. Unfettered creation, however, carried with it the potential for unforeseen destruction. In answer to this concern, the Convocation of 14, the governing body elected to safeguard the star, instituted a stringent process to regulate the distribution of concepts. Individuals wishing to share a new concept were required to submit it to the Bureau of the Architect, then surrender said prototype to a trial period, during which appointed observation would determine the concept's utility, as well as its capacity for unintended harm. Thus did the ancients impose precise restrictions upon the immense power of creation magics. A natural progression, perhaps, for a society that embraced asceticism and abhorred wanton acts of greed and selfishness. Okay, since we're going to be moving on to Elpis in that soon. Also, since oh right, I have to leave the instance. Since Des went ahead and if you want to become a member, you can pay $1, become a member, get access to fun emotes like the Gabi Broom emote. Okay, now okay. What if I just did the like rest of this in Gabi voice? I'm pretty sure that would be like 5 of you would be like hell yeah, and then the rest of you would be like, oh Jesus God, please stop. As previously stated, the convocation. Okay. Let's fly up and get it good. You know what? Why don't we just do iCam? The King James Bible is read by Tomefix. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. Legal note, those emotes are available only in main channel streams currently. Yes, thank you, Infinite. Do it in Gabi voice and it'll be more videos for a week as you recover. People keep saying that, but Gabi voice honestly is more relaxed, is quite relaxing on my voice. It's not very taxing. Okay. The Convocation of 14. This is the image. So if you'll notice, it mimics in some ways the 12 image from Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1. But it's all the different Convocation stones. Convocation of 14. As previously stated, the Convocation was a ruling committee of 14 elected representatives. The committee's purpose lay in improving the star, whilst maintaining the balance of nature. Its members entrusted with sweeping authority over matters of legislation, judicature, and administrative policy. Chosen for exceptional talent and virtue from amidst an already extraordinary populace, the 14 never abused their position for personal gain. They governed sagely from the central capital of Amarant, guiding their people through a golden age of peaceful prosperity. A particular note is that of the sea occupied by members A particular note is that the seat occupied by each member not only dictated their role and duties, but also their form of address. It is being common practice to replace personal names with one's official title during the period of employment. So the first seat is the seat of Logriff, the pastor, cataloger, and caretaker of terrestrial creations. Logriff, that we have met in, they meet in game would be, we're talking about E3, so spoilers. Logriff, Gaia is the reincarnation of Logriff. Hers was the soul that was her soul. So that's when we see her in game. I'm gonna mention where we see each in game, although for some of them I don't believe we do. But also one of the interesting things is that their seat is also tied to their star sign. So if we look up, if you pull up, or let's just do horoscopes. Order. Or actually, let's do star sign order. That's better. So the order of the star signs is Aries first, right? And I'm pretty sure if these match up like I think they do, you have Logriff, which is she is the first seat, I believe, is Aries, because the third seat's Gemini. I'll double check that. Aries star sign. Oh, Google, you're so useless. Yes. Okay, yes, that is correct. If I happen to get any of these correct, feel free to correct me. Okay, the second seat is the seat of Mitron, the mariner, magister of nautical affairs and surveyor of aquatic creations. There's the second seat and the seat of Taurus. They don't mention these in specific, but this is, you can figure out what each number of seat is by what star sign they're associated with. And the easiest, and there's a couple of places where we've seen that in game. For instance, Emmet Selk being the third seat, which is important next. You see Mitron in Eden as well, as he was the he became Eden effectively, and him and Logriff were partners and very close. There's also an interesting comment in here about, or no, actually it's in the short story about their forms and genders, but that is for a different discussion because we're not talking about short stories right now. Emmet Selk, the Redeemer, keeper of the underworld and overseer of death. There's the third seat, the seat of Gemini. I also want to point out that there's the third seat, the seat of Gemini. I am adding that none of that is in this. It only says the Redeemer, keeper of the underworld and overseer of death. Y'all know where you see Emmet Selk. You don't need me to explain that to you guys. Do we know what the constellation is in game? They don't have any. No, they don't say the constellations in game. And seeing as the star signs on these are literally one-to-one the same star signs as the real world, there's really not much else that could be stated other than implying that it is the same star sign. Emmet who? God damn it. Remember the game in the trust lists Emmet Selk as the third seat? Yes. So he lists him as the third seat. There's another person who mentions their seat. I don't remember. I don't have my note on when and where, but there's a couple. I think 3 of the Ascians or Convocation members get their seat named. Zozo, good to see you. Glad to have you. The Convocation crystals are in order of the seat. Did you notice? Yes. So if to what AC is saying, these are in order from first to the 14th seat, which is his M. Okay, The fourth seat, Pastorat, the Arbiter, conservative order, and the collective will. We don't, theirs is the star sign of, I should really probably memorize these, Cancer, and they are the fourth seat. We don't see Pastorat in game. The only time I can think of, I think there might be a reference to Gaius. The only time I can think of there being a reference is the idea, is it Pastorat? Give that ease. I can't find the information on it, but someone has done some work. So if you see two red masks on Gaius's belt in 3. Or 4.4? 4. I think 4.4. And of those masks, one is Fandaniel's, and one I think is believed to be Pastorat based on what their animal and symbol is supposed to be. However, obviously Gaius didn't actually kill them. He only would have destroyed their corporeal form and slowed them down. What about the Zodiac Braves? Lily, good to see you, glad to have you. What about them exactly? The original Metron was a woman, you mean? Yeah, well... It depends on... Yes, to an extent. It kind of depends on whether or not how we're supposed to take that passage, but yes, that the original Metron was female. And based on the timeline, that should be the same Metron as the one we see in... or their body was that of... Yeah, I don't know. It gets confusing based on how it's framed. Pastorat appeared in the Ascian Convocation close to the end of AR, also in Gaius' belt. Well, okay, so yes. If we're counting all the times that people show up in game that they're in weird cutscenes, almost all the Ascians have shown up to some extent or another. So yes, you're right. Pastorat technically does show up. I mean more like we don't experience them in any kind of way as we do something like Logriff, Metron, Emet-Selch, Fandaniel, Nabrialis, Igiorm, La Habrea, those guys. Pastorat's masked on Gaius' belt, yeah. That's a widely assumed thing. Okay. The fifth seat. Fandaniel, Observer, Assayer of Extent Phenomena, and Overseer of Life. Theirs is the symbol of Leo, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Leo. And if you look at the red masks, their masks tend to match whatever their symbol is. So an example would be that Fandaniel is Leo, his is a lion mask. I don't know what Emet-Selch's mask necessarily has to do with Gemini. Oh, because it's 2. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. But yeah, so that's how people have guessed what Pastorat's probably... It's Pastorat's mask possibly being the one on Gaius' belt. Okay. Ultima, the composer, advocate of aesthetics and the myriad arts. We know very, very little about Ultima and what they got up to. But also, for those of you who are unaware, the members of the Convocation are named after the Scions of Darkness, of Light, in Final Fantasy XII, in the Evil East universe. Except for Ultima, who's Ultima instead of Ultima. Well, and also Elidibus, and Elidibus kind of still works because Zodiarch is the 13th, so Elidibus matching with Zodiarch actually works well. But so... There's actually a method to the madness of where all their names come from. Can't wait to meet him drunk in some bar in the New World, yeah. And discuss how rejoining failed. Yeah. Pastorat should have been a bigger character, purely so I could hear the word Pastorat said out loud more, because it's cool. Well, speaking of cool names, we've got, so we said Ultima. Ultima is the 6th seat, and is the symbol of Virgo, which is my star sign. Then, for the 7th seat, we have Halmarat, the Sower, cultivator of botanical and mythological creations. Obviously, so Halmarat comes up in Academia and Niter, for instance, but really hasn't come up much in the story whatsoever. There's the 7th seat, and theirs is the symbol of Libra. So again, so far we've done the first half of these guys. Next up is Nabrialis, the Contender, martial champion and refiner of technique, whatever that means. And also just a big dick. Nabrialis, I'm gonna guess is Scorpio because of his mask. Yes, okay. His is the 8th seat and the star sign of Scorpio. Yeah. Next up is Igiorm, who you may remember from fighting in Heavensward. Well, also you may remember Nabrialis from being a dick in 2.x when he, you fought him in the Chrysalis when he tried to steal away Minfilia. And then Mumbrita sacrificed herself in order to be able to slay him. He was the first, not Unsetter, but first Ascian Overlord that we actually managed to kill. Though slaying him, unlike the Unsundered, was less of a challenge. So the 9th seat, Igiorm, the Rhetorician, Auditor of Debate and Collator of Knowledge. Theirs is the star sign of Capricorn. And you may remember finding them in Heavensward at the end. They are also responsible for the failure of the 13th's rejoining. And so they, there's been a long-standing, that's been like one of the long-standing facts about them, is that basically they mess up everything they do, kind of. Poor Guillaume, other than all the genocide. Okay, that was 8th, 9th, 10th. Okay, the 10th seat, Dudelephon, the Innovator, Appraiser of Architecture and Patron of Innovation. Dudelephon also doesn't get a lot of mentions, and they are the 10th seat, and their symbol is... he's Capricorn. I don't know what I said for the last one, but Igiorm should have been Sagittarius, I believe. In case I think I got that wrong. Yeah, Igiorm should be Sagittarius, and Dudelephon is Capricorn. Okay, Emerloth, the 11th seat, the Mender, Curator of Medicinal and Therapeutic Practices. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be getting this wrong. Emerloth is the one that was lost in Eureka. So when one of the Ascians tried to break into Eureka, and oh my god, Baldessian, what's his name? Galef. What Galef did was he threw Val into the life stream in order to, because the Ascian was going to get a hold of Eureka, and if the Ascians got a hold of Eureka, we were screwed. If you haven't done Eureka, you definitely should. Also, we are currently doing a whole bunch of Eureka over in the Final Fantasy T Discord. We do 1 to 2 days every week. We go in during the evening. So if you've never done Eureka and you want help doing it, or you're halfway through it or what have you, feel free to join in on that. And theirs was the 11th seat, and their star sign was Aquarius. The 12th seat, Laha Brea, the Creator, authority on creation principles and phantomology. Is phantomology an actual word? I remember thinking that when I first got to here in the E3. Nope. Yeah, there's the 12th seat, and theirs is the star sign of... I literally just had it. Pisces, the fish. Which now I'm trying to think about this Laha Brea mask. Okay, I guess that's kind of fish-like. Oh, also, the each of the symbols of the Ascians, that when the symbols that go over their mask also come from the Final Fantasy 12 symbols of each of the scions. So you can, if you look those up, there's a really cool image. I actually maybe have it. Yeah, so this is a decent one. Let me pull it up so you guys can see. I will say, so this was not my revelation, but figuring out that the seats match up with the star sign and what all the seats were, I had not seen anybody else figure that out. I mean, I'm sure people know now, but I a couple, like a year or so ago, we figured that out on stream, and I'm proud of that one. This I definitely did not figure out myself. But if you look, these are just some of them. There's some other places. The symbols are actually taken out of sections and then flipped. So you may notice Hades. Elidibus's comes from Zodiarch, the Keeper of Precepts. Chemizé, the Betrayer. Yeah. And on and it goes. I'm upset because I missed one field talking to of Cryle in the 4th area. Well, Nev, I'm gonna put out either an archived or a synopses for all the conversations. Actually, I might put out a synopses and then give Ray the footage to put out an archived on it, so you should be able to catch up on that. We also, oh hey, this is a great time to pitch this. Why don't I show you guys T tools? So, our wonderful one of our mods, V, is a coder and has been putting together a project that we call T tools. Oop. Oh, she might be working on it right now, so I might not be able to actually pull it up. Give me a second. Yeah, I think she's in the middle of actually adding some stuff to it. But, so it is basically a search engine where you can type in any piece of dialogue in the game. Like you could type in Grahatia, and it will pull up every single item, conversation, quest text in the entire game that has the word Grahatia in it. You could put in, so if you wanted to look up something like every use of Pasturat, you could type their name in. So that should be around soon. We've actually had it up and been usable, but I think currently just getting some work on it. Elio, you forgot they are opposed to the Espers and 12s. They do have the tight connection to Zodiarch. Yeah. The Zodiac. Okay. Oh, right, because someone asked about the Zodiac Braves. Yes. Sideburns McAscian. Yeah, Nabrialis. Still hate Nabrialis. And it's very easy to, because he's a dick. 9th should be Sagittarius. Yes, CJ, you were correct. Good to see, glad to have you, by the way. Pattern behind the soul crystals is the same pattern that appears in a Zem's summoning spell. Yes! Yeah, that too. I hadn't even thought about that. Good catch, Lily. I thought Dudelephon was Capricorn. Yeah, I think we fixed that. Funnily enough, out of all the Aspens opposing Espers of their namesakes, we haven't fought only Exodus and Zalera. Dude, Zalera is such a cool summon from 12. Red. Yeah, I think that means like familiars and arcane creations instead of living life. What was that in reference to, Lily? Red. Oh, you say phantomology. Yes, I agree. I'm pretty sure they even explained that during Pandemonium. It's more, I was just wondering, is that a word that in any way exists in the real world? Gracie, good to see you, glad to have you. A realm, good to see you, glad to have you. I don't know how to feel about sharing a star sign with La Habrea. I can have mixed feelings, for sure. Yeah, what star sign does everybody share their with their Ascian mate, as it were? Random question. Yeah. Is it ever explained why the ancient teleportation magic changed color? In the old world, it's white with an almost blue outline, but after the sundering, it's purple. That's a fantastic question, lady. I would have to look at the animations in detail to see the difference, but no, I think that's a really fascinating concept. I wonder if the ancients even need a beacon in the same way that we do. Presumably, otherwise they wouldn't have Aetherites. Yeah, so they must need a beacon. Huh, that's fascinating. Yeah, I'll keep on mind on that. Purple because Zodiarch. Yeah, but Zodiarch wouldn't affect... Oh, you mean the Ascian teleportation versus the ancient teleportation? Yeah. That there's affiliation with darkness makes a lot of sense. I thought you meant the teleportation magics of even when we're using it, but they're not purple when we're using it. Yeah, you're specific to that with them teleportating it. I definitely think that's an extension of probably Zodiarch, but also in part it's worth remembering that they're using magics to traverse the interdimensional rift, and specifically using things like the Crystal of Darkness to do it with their soul. So it may be quite possible that it's specific to their function of being able to travel between rifts and reflections that they're using now, compared to the teleportation magics that are used during the time of the Unsundered World, where they aren't using them like that. Yeah. And we're also got a dip in the live stream for the trouble. Yeah. I had a bullshit answer. It's because after the Sundering, the Ascians are all tempered with Zodiac's darkness stay there. I think that's an interesting one, but I think it's worth, and I think it's even mentioned later in EE3, but it's an EE1 to start with. That it is, I think, remember that they use the Crystals of Darkness in that function. Yeah. The Ascians shed their bodies while the Ancients might do something to do with it too. Yeah, definitely. I get what you're getting at, Chrissy. So to finish off, though, we've got Elidibus, the Emissary, Adjudicator of the Convocation of 14, the 13th seat, and the symbol of Ophanius. I think, is it that? No, not Ophanius. What is it? Ophanium. This is different. What is it? Is it? What is it? Ophiuchus. Oh yeah, Ophiuchus. I was close. The emissary, the adjudicator, the conversation, and then y'all know with Litibus. Stay strong, keep the faith, and at journey's end, may we meet again. We are blessed with another beautiful day, but you are not here to see it. Anyways, moving on. Azem, the traveler, pilgrim of the star and counselor to the people, the 14th seat, and theirs is the symbol of the sun. Well, you don't know that for a fact, but if you look at what their star is, I think it's pretty clear that Azem's star sign is supposed to be the sun, the thing around which everything orbits, which I think is very appropriate. We killed him several times after all. Yeah, he's gone down the snake bearer. Yep, exactly, Fem. And then the final quote in here is, of special design, the masks of the Convocation. Of a special design not seen amongst the general populace, these red masks proclaim an individual holder of a seat in the Convocation of 14. Members otherwise donned unremarkable black robes, favored by the citizenry, all except for Litibus, whose garb was pure white. The color signified the emissary's impartiality as the adjudicator of the 14, and was permitted only to Litibus, and those who forsook the authority of public office for advisory roles, which is also why Vanah has white robes. Okay. Next up, we've got a dungeon. Technically, it's not literally a dungeon, but they talk about the final days, so it's probably appropriate that we head to Amarot. It's the alchemical symbol for the sun. Yeah, exactly, Lily. There's a lot of alchemical symbol usage throughout Final Fantasy 14. So I'm going to draw your attention to this. So if you see this lattice structure here, and you'll see it throughout as an architectural design, if you're wondering where you might have seen that before, if you look at Gaia's hammer, it uses the same lattice-like decoration. That's one of the ways they hint at Gaia's true identity early on in Eden. I know that symbol because I played Zero Escape. What do you mean, good glad to have you. Yeah, I would have liked to get the mask and glyph for the rest of the Convocation, but I understand why they didn't give that out. Yeah, what I would say is that I'm a little surprised on the masks, but what I would say is I think there's still a chance that we could see Pastorat, Altima, Halmarot, Dudelaphon. I think of those four, there's still a chance that they could pop up in the story in some way, and that might be why they haven't defined them. Because they already did define the crystals in 5.x. Yeah, I do hope someday we get some kind of like, even if it was in a, let's say in Echoes of Vana'diel, in the next Alliance raid. If we see the past and we see Dudelaphon was responsible for a lot of the things that happened in the Echoes of Vana'diel or whatever, right? That would be, good enough, just something. Elidibus wears white while on duty because his duty will never end, because he is the emissary, and I am the emissary, and I shall never die. Exactly. Even Morngear has the same aesthetic as her hammer. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly, Infinite. Okay. For those who also haven't realized, this music is the same as To the Edge, which is also the same as the Amaranthine theme. But this is the page we're looking at, and it describes much of the final days. The final days. The ancients thrived for years untold in their ever more perfect paradise, and it seemed that they might do so forever, until the end was, at once, upon them. It began as a keening sound from the land itself, in a place across the sea from Amarot. The anomalous noise sent creatures into a frenzy, and even men was not spared the rising madness. Important note there is that it came from across the sea. We know that it's on the source, the thinnest place where the final days began was over the Bounty. If Amarot's space is in physical relationship the same as where it would have been on the Unsundered world as it was on the Sundered world, which seems reasonable based off the fact that all the reflections match each other, it may be possible that the final days also began in what would have been the Bounty of the Unsundered world. But just a thought. Creation magics went awry, forging ephemeral fears into very real beasts. Twisted abominations which attacked all within reach. The ancients were swift to mount a defense. They had other, less volatile arcane arts at their disposal, and mages well versed in their use stood ready to smite the monsters into oblivion. Yet when it came time to do battle, the terror which gripped their hearts proved the more daunting foe. Uncontrollable fear birthed new monstrosities, and so horror begat horror in a growing crescendo, until the star was engulfed in a shrieking violence. This grim phenomenon came to be known as the Final Days. The first beastly manifestation was a nightmare made flesh. Its hideous appearance inspired terror in those who beheld it, igniting further bursts of fear-born creations. This chain reaction would eventually overwhelm even the Ancients' grand civilization. And that the creature that they showed there is the Terminus Beast that is the first boss that you fight in the Amarant. That's why it's called the First Doom, because it was the first Terminus Beast that got summoned. The Crystarium is indeed more donut. Yeah, well, and I have an entire short on this, but literally not just the locations, like in general, but the literal topography of the world is 1-to-1. Or not topography, I should say, sorry, the geography. The topography actually has been altered some because of the difference of calamities and whatnot, and just different histories. But if you look at it, literally, Norvrandt is 1-to-1, the exact same shape as Eorzea. And we also know that there's a relative spatial relationship between one location on a reflection and the same location on the source. Academia a Niter. So technically we could go there, but instead I'm going to just keep reading for now. Although many Amaranteans were astonished by news of the phenomenon occurring across the sea, they did not immediately recognize it as a dire threat to their existence. On the contrary, their mood was widely optimistic, with some even rejoicing at the emergence of substantive puzzle upon which to exercise their talents. In contrast to the general populace, however, authorities in the field of creation magics regarded this development with wary concern. The words of La Habrea, a department within the Research Institute of Academia a Niter, dispatched high-ranking phantomologists to the afflicted area to capture and return with a single beast. An in-depth study of the Archaeotania, as the captured abomination was named, determined it to be greater threat than any hitherto known phantom creation of the star. Horrified researchers rushed to develop viable countermeasures, focused upon creating ever stronger familiars to fight in their stead. If the beasts were spawned by man's fear, they reasoned, then it seemed best to avoid direct confrontation. Their experiments culminated in the revolutionary technique, wherein a practitioner could expand the vast aether contained in their own soul to summon forth a powerful entity, an art which became the precursor to modern primal summoning. So that is something that is kind of new. The revelation that primal summoning, while a branch of creation magic, it exists as a byproduct of their attempt to fight the Final Days, which is basically how we get a lead up into their creation of Zodiarch. As the calamity's effects approached Amarant, the Convocation of 14 decided upon a ruling. Though unable to ascertain the underlying catalyst, investigations revealed that the phenomenon was first observed in places where the celestial currents, mighty streams of aether enveloping the star's atmosphere, were weakest. It appeared as if the star itself had begun to decay, the rot spreading outwards from areas of sluggish or thinning aetheric flow. Thus did the Convocation devise a ritual to make manifest the will of the star, a summoning of monumental scale, which would not only reinforce the currents, but also eradicate the beastly infestation. It was a grand undertaking that they sought to rewrite the very laws of nature. Yet despite the ancients' prodigious reserves of aether, their ambitious task would not be so easily accomplished. According to La Habrea's estimates, half the remaining population would need to offer up their souls to provide the staggering amount of energy required for the summoning. Even in the face of impending oblivion, it is unlikely that modern society would ever condone such a heavy sacrifice. The records state, in fact, that at least one among the 14 opposed this plan. The Traveler, Azem, took a public stance against any method which demanded the loss of so many, but Elidibus judged in favor of their 12 colleagues and their unified resolve. One can infer that it was this difference of opinion that led to Azem ultimately stepping down from the Convocation. In any case, thus did the ancients proceed with the will of the star's creation, be it a testament to their trust in the Convocation, or simply the actions of a bewildered populace. Not one citizen sought to evade his duty when the call to sacrifice was made. Elidibus himself stood amongst those chosen, insistent that he should bear the burden of serving as the heart of the one true god. His soul took its place in the nexus of the rest, and Zodiarch, eldest and mightiest of primals, was brought into being. There's the theory of Azem's glyph between the Silent Traveler's mask and summoning spell, but it's not certain. Yeah, I've seen that. Ascian involvement in the Echoes of Vana'diel makes me think of Ascians being obliterated by Shitoda. Yeah, definitely a possibility. Maybe one of the remaining Ascians, yeah. I love how great he is, being the emissary only for him to be the smallest of all of them in person so far. And the youth, the youngest, right? Like a brother to many of them. Oh, right, that's right. Keybind is... I don't have the first-person keybind anymore. Let's get a little bit of a zoom out. There we go. Let's just say Lakeland is not random at all. Yeah. Do we have a surefire confirmation that shards are just layers of reality? Actually, we do. So I'm gonna, seeing as I was expecting to make much better time than this, but we're already almost an hour in, and I'm on page 10, which for those of you who have spent time with me, know this is nothing new. Oh, actually, you know what? That's literally in like 2 pages from now, so we'll wait to get to that. But yes, we have more confirmation about the exact nature between the reflections. Actually, did I? Oh, I even wrote a short on this already that I got put together. Well, this place has changed, and not at all for the better. Yeah, exactly the thank Grim. I'm no longer trusting words of La Brea. Man was ready to fire his employees, and I'm not talking about removing them from the job. Imagine Litibus is like an adjudicator from John Wick. Yeah, to an extent, yeah. A little bit more kind, but yeah. And what will you do instead, Azem? Find the unfindable source of the calamity? And what next? Punch it in the face like you always do? Yes. Went and did. Yeah. Hey, it took a bit longer than expected, but by gods, Azem went and did it. Layers like onions, yeah. Not layers like onions. I think more overlapping, but shifted. Never noticed the background monster in the Emerald dungeon. Yeah, and if you notice, that is the final boss that you fight in the dungeon as well. It's the third doom. The Schism. A newly summoned Zodiarch answered the Convocation's prayer, with potent efficacy scouring the world of abominations and stabilizing the chaotic surge of creation energies. The final days ebbed and faded as the wheel of the star wove laws to bind and restore. Yet although oblivion was averted, much still lay in ruin. The survivors turned their efforts to repairing the ravaged land, through the rendering of additional sacrifices. Once the star was duly returned to vitality, they would offer a portion of its living energy to Zodiarch in turn, thus allowing them to resurrect their sacrificed brethren, whose souls slumbered within the deity. This undertaking, however, was not without its opponents. There were those who contended that the volatile failure of creation magics was a clear sign that mankind could not continue as it always had. Whether the calamity had eroded faith in the Convocation, or the grim glimpse of despair had simply woken people up to a new perspective, the fact remained, anti-Zodiarch sentiment was growing, and had found a champion in a woman by the name of Vana. Her followers were too numerous to ignore, but the 14 would not be dissuaded from their plans. A schism formed in the ancient society, and conflict between the two factions erupted in earnest. Here's the art of Zodiarch that we have. In a sublevel of Amnesis Anider, the facility which served as Vana's faction's headquarters was stored a massive quantity of data and concepts. Certain records are said to contain discussions between Vana and her followers as they debated their misgivings over the Convocation's judgment. Here's the next page. We got a picture of Hydaelyn. And the art that we see on the walls in the first. The birth of Hydaelyn. The faction led by Vana feared the world would not survive a second coming of the final days. To prevent this calamity from ever happening again, they arrived at a disconcertingly familiar solution. They would summon a counterpart to Zodiarch, a second god to enchain the first. This divine entity was then to sunder all life upon the star into lesser existences, removing from men the power necessary to wield creation magics, and imposing upon them the inevitability of death. To this end, Vana and her cohort set about liberating the deity concept from the words of La Brea, and adjusted the design to manifest a being of light and stasis. Dude, that would be a great, like Echo quest or, like, dungeon, them fighting in order to get the deity concept. Or even just a short story, that'd be great. They themselves served as sacrifices for the ritual, and through their selfless act was born the legendary Hydaelyn, with Vana as her heart. The battle which ensued was the equal of any myths of creation, the literal fate of the star hanging upon every thunderous exchange. In terms of raw etheric power, Zodiarch dwarfed his nascent opponent. but he had expended much energy in the quelling of the final days, and Hydaelyn, created to sunder and shackle, countered his strength in a desperate contest. In the end, victory fell to Hydaelyn. Focusing all her might into a single blow, she shattered the world entire, breaking Zodiarch himself into weaker shards and sealing them away. One theory holds that the moon was split apart from Ethereus at this moment to serve as a prison for Zodiarch. Zodiarch's now divided power. At the same time, Hydaelyn withdrew into the world's core to assume her role as the new Will of the Star. So if those you don't know, the moon did not exist in the Unsundered world, and each of the moons of the reflections exist as the places where Zodiarch was bound. In the first, Ratika's Great Wood are murals depicting the final days and Zodiarch's summoning, as well as the confrontation between two gods and the star's ultimate sundering. Fragmented visions of the past, painted by those who were graced with glimpses of its memory. Sphinx Church organ-looking monster. Yeah, that's not a bad way to describe it, for sure. Never noticed because I always rush through. It's crazy what you can notice in the dungeons, in the background details, if you like take a time to walk through them on Explore mode. I highly recommend it. The Chthonic Riddles Beast, yeah. It even makes a loud noise of Ultima's laser when it appears to wreak havoc in the background, yeah. As it uses the same skeleton as Ultima. Does he use the same skeleton as Ultima? Oh, I guess its back half does look like the same skeleton. Oh yeah, I guess the front half, the head's different, but yeah. Make another Echo dungeon, but please do not give any companions the "for king and country" still brings them in. Oh right, I forgot. They already just did an Echo dungeon with the Lunar Subterrane. I have a question for you, always. Please feel free to share. Also, Twin, good to see you, glad to have you if I didn't say it so already. Is there any way a soul could have survived sundering outside of selective consideration from Hydaelyn? As far as we know, no. But it also depends on what you mean by survive. Because souls were sundered, but you could have a soul that was a sundered part of... So, like, for instance, you could have a fragment of a Zem soul if you were on the source, right? So, souls that were sundered at that time didn't die. And they still can exist, and that's what we call the echo, is when people have a sundered soul and awake to that. But if you mean specifically, could there be any souls that are unsundered other than Hydaelyn taking action? No. As far as we know, the only way for anyone to have survived that is Hydaelyn's intervention. However, I will say that if someone was off of the star, for one, because we know the sundering was localized, or if someone was able to travel into the interdimensional rift, they could have been saved. However, as far as we know, travel in the interdimensional rift was something that was discovered by the Ascians only after the sundering, and therefore the ancients were not fully aware of it as a concept or a thing that they could do, although they were somewhat aware of the interdimensional rift or something like it existing to an extent. It had postulated so. But the idea of its travel was not a thing. So technically I can envision a way in which it could have happened, but as far as we know, there's no way that it should have happened or would have been done. I hope that answers your question, Twin. Being outside of Ethereus at the time, like the dragons. Yeah, so any of the stars outside of Ethereus were saved from the sundering. For instance, like Deco was saying, the dragon star was not sundered. And this next part, I think we'll touch on this. Question regarding the dragons. Do dragons born in the modern day have sundered souls? They do not have sundered souls, but they have souls that are weaker. The reason that the First Brood, for instance, and Midgard Summer are stronger is in part their antiquity, but also having drawn Aether from... Because you remember that the First Brood was born on the Dragon Star and then brought to Ethereus. The dragons that are absorbing Aether on the source are doing... It's a much weaker amount of Aether than it would have been on the Unsundered world. So the dragons of the source, in theory, should be relatively weaker, though the dragons that we see in Ostrakhan... I'm forgetting the numbers already. But there is the implication that dragons were also started out relatively weaker also in the Dragon Star and grew in strength over time. But there may be a lower ceiling or at least a slower growth for dragons on Ethereus because of its sundered nature. What's sad is you can't see the NPCs if you do explore like everyone in Gimlet or Alamigo. Yeah. You could always unsync it and walk through. The interdimensional Sunderland ever exists before the Sundering? Yeah, the interdimensional rift exists well before the Sundering. So one way you can know that for sure is the fact that you can travel onto the Unsundered world via the interdimensional rift. The interdimensional rift is effectively the space between... It is the space between space and time. And is, as far as we know, a place that contains the ability to connect to all fragments of possible futures, possibly all possible futures as it's used to connect from the Aether Calamity timeline to ours. At the very least, it is a way to connect in between things spatially and things temporally. Whether or not it can interact truly with every possibility and point in time is less clear. Damn, good to see, glad to have you. No worries about the phone. Long time no see. Fascinating. Try to shape an RP thing around something like this, so thank you for the detailed response. Anytime. It is my favorite thing to do is to help people who have questions like that. So again, if anyone has questions, feel free. They have the Sundered Aether Planet Soul. Yeah. Sundered Aether. Oh, I see what you're getting at, because do their souls come from the Ethereal Sea? So yeah, actually, no, to answer, sorry, I was thinking more about the physical form because of that aspect, but you're right. The dragon should have well, okay. It depends. You need to define Sundered Soul, because typically a Sundered Soul is defined as a soul that was from the Unsundered world sundered and brought into this world. What dragons have is not Sundered Souls. As far as we know, technically speaking, there's nothing that prevents them from having a soul that could have been a soul from the final days. So technically, a dragon could have a Sundered Soul. But to get more specific, a dragon would have Let me explain souls real quick. Souls form in the Ethereal Sea. When there were people alive during the Sundering, when the world was sundered, their souls were sundered and brought into our world and brought into the source and the reflections everywhere else. Those are souls that can have the echo, memories of the final day, what have you. But also when the world was sundered, the Ethereal Sea started creating new souls as well. Souls that were not sundered, that are basically hot off the presses. However, they are weaker because they come from a world that is sundered, right? There's the ethereal density of the source is different than the unsundered star. So a dragon acquiring their soul from our Ethereal Sea could, in theory, have a sundered soul. Now, the reason we know that can be is, one, there's nothing that stops pretty much anything that's a spoken from having a sundered soul. A good example is one of the Sahagin has a sundered soul that we see in 2.2, and that's why they can have access to the echo. So in theory, a dragon could have that. But what's also interesting is dragons work differently because of the function of their eyes. So the nature of how their souls and physiology function and their ethereal density is kind of weirder. So while it's probably fair to say that a dragon's soul on the source would be weaker than it would have been if they had claimed it from the Ethereal Sea of the Dragon Star, they're weirder examples, if that makes sense. It also is interesting because it implies that dragons are alive when born into their eggs, because presuming that the first brood gained their souls from the Dragon Star rather than the Atheros. Yeah. Which, except for one dragon, was huge. Oh yeah, the dragon in the, I'm forgetting his name, but yeah, but actually they have a thing on him in EE1 that explains him. So his size is not a byproduct of being of having a soul or physiology. He's just specifically special for, like, he just was bred that way, and like it's the same way some humans are taller and bigger than others, right? Like technically speaking, even if we all had access to the exact same starting point of resources, we would still potentially, it's not like we would all grow up identically, right? Where is it? I know it's in here. I know you're in here. Yuyuhase. Omae wa mou shinderu. Dragons. Here we go. Okay. Reda Tusker, Drakescale, Altier, Gunburst, Twintania, Tiomon, Vidofnir, Bahamut. No, that's... Vishap. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, Vishap is a colossal dragon who, due to selective breeding, is of a size far greater than that of his sire. The worm's movements are sluggish, yet its strength is without limit, and it was with seemingly little effort that Vishap shattered Ishgard's magical wards along the steps of faith, coming within yalms of the breaching of the gate of Vauthry, and vanquishing the Holy Sea. Ooh, that was a loud one. Yeah. Amid Selk reincarnating as a dragon when I need Tangriam and flapping around angrily and perching on my shoulder. Let me explain souls real quick. The level of diversion that would have to have happened sometimes with the game loses. I mean, like, I swear to God. I mean, to be fair, like, would it be a T stream or T if we didn't have wonderful diversions? Basically, new souls on sundered worlds are less dense. Yeah, sundered is just a label we place on souls based on what happened to the original souls, but it becomes less accurate a term as time goes on. Yes, although it is worth pointing out that sundered souls are different in that they are the ones that can have access to the echo. They can be awoken to the echo, so that is relevant. Technically speaking, the blessing of light can be given to anyone, but has historically, as far as I can think of, only been given to champions with the echo. Does Alpha have a sundered soul? Well, so Alpha's interesting. We don't know for sure that Alpha does have a soul, at least, and you may need to replay the recent Omer Conquest to make sure that they don't happen to mention. But the implication at the end of Omega, because we are able to hear his words, is that he does have a soul because we can use the echo to hear him. The implication is that he gained a soul, and that it became as a byproduct of its genesis was the same way that souls are normally created. If you read the Phoenix short story, might be an example of the way that their souls can be brought into creations later on in their existence. Or, well, technically at the same time as their existence. So I think it would be more accurate to say that Alpha gained a soul. I don't know. Whether it's sundered or not is any guess, because technically it could be either. I would assume not, but you could technically be either. So the dragons did eugenics. Correct. Selective breeding implies dragons have genetics. Correct. To be fair, it is worth pointing out that all dragons breed asexually. So, like, it's not like Nidhogg... Actually, wait, what does selective breeding mean if Nidhogg reproduces asexually? I have questions. It's also possible, like we were talking at the top of this is an in-universe text, so it's possible that information was created by a scholar who didn't know shit about dragons. Dragon breeding is weird. I reckon we should go sunder another world to see what happens so we can get more evidence. Let's not genocide and pretend we didn't. Just a thought. Maybe he has a soul the same way anima weapons get a soul. Yeah, Tim, I would suggest that that is very possible. I think the only thing that prohibits that is the level to which the ethereal container required to create an anima soul, as shown in that quest, is more complicated than what we see with Alpha. But as a creation of Omega, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Aetherology is weird. Mango, good to see glad to have you. Hey, Leo, not sure if I mentioned this is Barley. Yeah, good to see glad to have you. Dragon development is heavily influenced by environment. Yes, it is. There's a section in Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1, I think, or it might be 2, that talks all about the ways in which the elemental aspecting of a dragon's environment heavily affects the way that they grow up. Yeah. But data. Spoken like a true Ascian. Do we also know if the eggs were Midgard Summers, or did he just grab eggs and ran? The eggs are Midgard Summers. The first brood are Midgard Summers' children. They are his children. Eltol. Yeah, Elto is a good example. The space between stars is said to be a region where aether is thin. In this space is also a vacuum, or could we breathe in this space? I would suggest that the space in between stars, based off of all the descriptions given to us throughout Stormblood and particularly Endwalker, is that it is not a viable living space. A dragon like Midgard Summer, by nature of how they're able to continue their existence, could travel between that space, aetherologically. I think anyone who's human who would rely on something like oxygen would not be able to. I think the aether is too thin. I don't think there is enough air aether or any aether particularly. I think you would... I think it's fair to assume that space in general in this game is not so different from space in our world. It's basically a vacuum. Okay, moving on, because we're talking about reflections, let's talk about this, which is this lovely little infographic, which you may have, this is literally in the Crystarium, in the ocular, this is the floor, which you may have seen it before, but we're just going to talk about all the different reflections. And one of the things I really love is that this little document here also, or image here, has which reflections were destroyed by what, which you technically can find out in-game. This is another example of something that exists in-game, and we've actually noted them. Tethys actually noted all of them a long time ago, and I have them pinned in the lore discussion tab in T. Speaking of which, you want to join discussions like this and our book clubs and all of our events, you can join us at discord.gg/Eorzea Archives via Rare. If you want to pop in a link, feel free to. But yes, this is I think some helpful confirmation for people, and it will confirm the theory that I have posited for years. Or, well, not confirm, but heavily suggest that I'm right about my theory I've posited for years. The source and its reflections. In claiming victory over Zodiarch, Hydaelyn split the star asunder. Her shattering blow broke the world into 14 shards, the source upon which we reside, and the 13 reflections that spun off to exist alongside it. All living things shared this sundered fate, and every soul diminished to a fraction of its former potency. Men lost the ability to wield creation magics, and now burdened with a mortal lifespan, their energies joined nature's constant flow, to and from the Ethereal Sea. This accomplished what Vanah's people had sought to achieve, even as it left the Convocation's plans in shambles. Yet the 14 refused to accept their new lot. By means unknown, Lahabrea, Emitselk, and Elidibus, but recently extracted from Zodiarch's core, escaped Hydaelyn's sundering, and once they had recovered from the shock of what had come to pass, joined hands in a campaign to snatch victories from the jaws of defeat. I want to point out that there's possibly a tautology? Bootstrap paradox? Well, there is a situation here where the reason that those three were allowed through the Sundering spell is because we told Hydaelyn they existed in our time, and she knows that she wants things to play out as they did for us. So there's definitely a chicken or egg thing going on here, but the reason those three were let through may have been because the reason for them being let through is because they were let through, is possibly the explanation. These unsundered ancients proceeded to seek out those mortals who bore the fractured souls of their erstwhile colleagues. Using crystals committed with what they recalled of each convocation member, they endeavored to return their brethren, the defector Azem aside, to their original seats. The 14 were reborn as the shadow-cloaked Ascians, paragons of darkness, and thus resumed their efforts to reclaim the paradise they had lost. So, to go over this, I think because also some people have been confused about this. The memories in the Convocation Stone are those that the Unsundered put there. So their memories of Mitron, Logryph, like all of those guys, it is not necessarily all the memories of the people who had those Convocation Stones as well. Who held those seats in the Convocation, which is why people like Fandaniel remember that Hermes had only been in the seat of his Convocation for a very short period of time. So his Convocation crystal, when Amon was risen to the seat of Fandaniel as an Ascian, had very few memories of Hermes as well. So it was even easier for the Amon personality to win out. So effectively they went to the different reflections and found people who had part of the sundered soul of their Convocation members, use the Convocation stones to awaken the memories of that Convocation member, and when they did so, that personality won out and effectively became the dominant personality. You can see how this sort of thing plays out with what happened to Gaia and Logryph, right? Thank you, V. The Dawn Father, Azem, yeah. Oh, so there's actually a whole interesting, I'll make a video short about that later, but there's an interesting thing going on with Azem and Nama. But we do also know if the eggs were Midgard summers, if we just grabbed it. Yeah, we got that. Omega would have an unsundered soul if the soul in the first place, but alas, soul was a machine. Well, it's interesting, right? That becomes the whole quandary in question in Ultima Thule around the Omicron as well. What it means, do the Omicron still have their souls after they've replaced their body? And if you have not done the most recent, might have been 6.3, 6.4, or might have been even earlier. They made an Omega quest that is a epilogue to the Omega quest, and I cannot recommend enough that you play it. It's beautiful because it's simultaneously going back through all the places you went in Endwalker, so it's kind of a reminder of the events of Endwalker, kind of like what they did for the Heavensward one, but also a payoff to Omega, and it's very beautiful. If the space is the creator have air, it will. Yeah. Prime Pterodox. I'm pretty sure that Katis's highest points have a bubble of breathable air for researchers. Yes, so yes, Katis, you're still technically almost in atmosphere. You're not, well, you might even be out of atmosphere. But Katis's Hyperborea is weird, right? Because Katis's, already occupies a hyperbolic point in space. Maybe created by Hermes himself, as with the proficiency with the wind spells. Yeah, possible. Side quest has you grab the core of an air elemental creature to be able to manufacture breathable air. Oh, hey, there you go. Yeah, if I recall, it was 6.2. Yeah, it felt like the Endwalker version of the Paths We Walk. Which side quest is it that you have where you grab an elemental creature core? Is that in the MSQ? No, that must be a side quest, is what you're saying. Okay. Also, quickly, does anyone have any questions for anything we've covered so far? Feel free to pop them in the chat. Don't be a stranger. Continuing on. The Ardour. The Ascian's ultimate purpose was to restore the sundered world to its original state, thereby awakening the imprisoned Zodiarch. They would see Hydaelyn cast down, reinstate Zodiarch as the will of the star, and then offer up the mended souls of the Source's populace to resurrect their sacrificed brethren. Long years did they spend in planning their methodology. Once they had established the means to travel the rift in spiritual form, so Crystal of Darkness, only then did they attempt the first rejoining. So they spent the first... Oh, let me also explain the timeline of history. So the Sundering happened... There's 12,000 years between the Sundering and on the present day. The 13th, the first failed rejoining happens 10,000 years ago. So there's 2,000 years in between the first failed rejoining and the Sundering, in which, and that's known as prehistory. Everything before the first calamity is known as prehistory. And the Ascians were figuring stuff out for that first 2,000 years. Then they do the 13th, and that fails. But then they figure out how to do to actually do rejoinings, and they cause the first Summer Calamity. Now we don't know how the first and second astral area and their timeline from whence they start is a little ambiguous. 10,000 years roughly when the first 10,000 years ago may be a roughly decent estimate for when the first astral era begins, but it's hard to say. The first timeline we do know is at the end of the third astral era is about 5,000 years ago. So, just to give some context for the timeline. We don't really exactly know the fourth astral era. The fifth astral era ended about 1500, about 1600 years ago, ish, because more calamity timelines, the calamity time, like how long calamities last, is ambiguous. But yeah. Before I forget, don't forget to lick the like button. Yes, lick the like button, if you could be so kind. Long years did they spend in planning their methodology. Once they had established the means to travel the rift in spiritual form, only then did they attempt the first rejoining. It was an unmitigated disaster. In attempting to force the neighboring reflections to merge with the source, they upset the elemental balance. Darkness swelled and swallowed the world of the 13th, leaving an aether-starred void in the place. To explain the metaphysics of the 13th, effectively it was swallowed in darkness and astrality, which means that the aether there is so astral that it constantly rends itself apart and can't even really like maintain its form. The same way that the first is the other way around, right? Like everything's just a barren, unmoving, unchanging waste. But that's why there's no Ethereal Sea in the 13th, because literally the aether's too astrally charged to even stay together long enough to make an Ethereal Sea, which is why nothing can die. The souls can't go anywhere. The failure did, however, demonstrate how the flow of energies between the reflections and the source would seek equilibrium. By introducing a gradual elemental imbalance to a reflection, then weakening the barrier separating worlds with a well-timed calamity in the source, the Ascians discovered that the rejoining would progress of its own accord, a phenomenon they named the Ardour. Patient and cunning, they insinuated themselves into mortal societies, influencing events and fomenting discord, that their beloved star might one day be whole again. History tells us that 7 times did they succeed, the source racked by 7 umbral calamities. 1,000 years relative to us and the source. No idea how long it is compared to the other reflections. No, disagree. So, actually, I disagree with that. If you look at the timeline of the other reflections as we understand them, and specifically with the first and the 13th, if on a long enough time scale, they seem to all equal out. So, for instance, it has been 10,000 years since the failed 13th event on the 13th, as well as on the source. My argument there is that while the reflections can phase in and out of synchronicity, they, on a long enough time scale, all co-equal about, it seems to be the same amount of time. So, so I would argue that that while we technically don't know, in a certain sense, their evidence suggests rather strongly that it's not like only 3,000 years have passed on the first. That probably roughly 12,000 years have passed since the Sundering on the first as well. Yeah. What's the name of the Omicron follow-up quest? Making sure I didn't miss it. I'm sure if someone didn't mention it, it's what is it called? It's the Omega quest. Endwalker Omega quest. Omega Beyond the Rifts. Yeah, it's Beyond the Rift quests. Also, you get to see Alpha again. In his game, TT card says Fandaniel became a strange individual with Amon mixed with the memories of Fandaniel. We learned from Monteshane that an individual is made of body, soul, and memory. Yeah, tempering with memory could easily make a different persona. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so good, Lily. I'm glad I was able to answer your question. So, to not just say shit, but actually to give evidence to my point. There's multiple times, and most specifically with Golbez's statement, that it has been 10,000 years since the failed rejoining of the 13th, which squares with what the information that we get in the source. The other thing is that the timeline of the first, certain events match up in such a way that it's clear the dilation has altered over a period of time, and we know that the history of the first match is much longer, up to over 10,000 years. In the totality of its history. We don't know exactly how long. Yeah. So I was just making shit up when he said 1,000 lives. Yes. So there is no way to square away what Emmett when Emmett says 1,000 of your lives. There's no way to square really, literally, mathematically what he's saying. I've always been curious to look at the Japanese and see if he's being. Look, we all know Emmett tends to be melodramatic and a drama queen. He literally made the Prima Vista. For those of you who don't know, you know that giant airship. In the Return to Evil East quest line, yeah, that giant airship that was literally just a giant roaming theater, that was created by Emmett Selk. Technically, it was created by Solus, but so we all know he's a drama queen. Yeah. Amon's last name is Gus. You can't change my mind. Moving on. Yeah. Oh, so distortions where it goes faster, slow, and other reflections just adds up to 12,000 years in the right end, right? So we cannot say 1,000% for sure that that is correct, but I would suggest that all the evidence in game thus far is that yes, on a long enough timeline, all the reflections match up in relative amounts of time. It is only that they phase in and out of synchronicity to some extent during periods of time. Hard to prove for sure, but it seems to be the case. We went from don't lick the like button to lick the like button. We really had a journey. Basically, souls become so astrally charged that they refuse to glue to other souls and break down to form the sea. Yeah, basically, so imagine if the Ethereal Sea is a condensed aether at the heart of a star, right? It naturally wants to create that core and like coalesce and flow in and flow out, right? Imagine that with the first, the aether stills so much that the Ethereal Sea itself just solidifies and can't do anything, change, move, life can't come. Now in the 13th, imagine that all the aether of the world wants to flow into the Ethereal Sea, but it's so astrally charged and it can't stop moving, it breaks apart, and like it can't stay into a sea. Effectively, an Ethereal Sea wants to be like water. But when you charge it too umbrally, like the first, it becomes ice. And when you charge it too astrally, like in the 13th, it becomes like steam, right? So you can't have a lake of water if it's all evaporated into steam, and you can't have a moving, churning sea of like water and life if it's all frozen into a block of solidified ice. Wait, so it's not Charlot by the harbor? In Charlot by the harbor? Well, it's in Kugane. It usually hangs out in Kugane, but it does show up in the Charlian Harbor during the MSQ, if you're talking about the Prima Vista. It was commissioned by Solars, yeah. Not disagreeing, but it's weird that a Voidsent would have a concept of time to know how long it's been based on there being no visual passage of time there, and how they're all immortal anyways. So think about the fact that, so Golbez is a weird example, right, that he's not a Voidsent like most of his others. Like, he embraced the power of darkness, like Durante embraced the power of darkness as we see him, but he's not like the other Voidsent. Also, he has some awareness about time outside, about what's going on in the reflections to a certain extent due to his plans. He also is able to map time based on, for instance, grander events, like when Ascian arrived, right? So but I get what you're saying. Over that course of time, you think he'd lose track. But also, what else does he have to do? You know? What is Tama? Tama? I'm not sure what you're referencing with that, Nivik, but I'd be glad to answer. I wonder how big the window of opportunity is for calamities. Like, do the Ascians have time to time it perfectly, or can they keep a world on the brink until they can eventually get to the source? Well, I would point out that the first is kept on the brink for the better part of 100 years from its perspective. So, like, I think they can keep worlds on the brink for a pretty relatively long time, just so long as it's not completely devoured, right? I think that's the key, is that it cannot be completely devoured by its associated element. Which is fitting since ice is the closest element to light. Yeah, good point. I think Golbez was just privy to secrets that no one else was. That's also quite possible. It's interesting because based off of the elemental chart, lightning is the closest element associated with astrality, which I actually think makes a lot of sense too. He killed the 13th Watcher and was given information by Eorm. Yeah, that too. Is there some real life truth to that? Life is not possible at all at cold temperature. Well, I mean, there's extremophiles. I mean, it depends on what the thing is, metaphysics of aetherology is so different to the real world that it's hard to apply it one-to-one. But it is in general, think about it like the Goldilocks zone, right? If we all were on Venus or Mercury, life can't form very well, right? Because liquid water can't exist, it's too hot. But if we were all on Neptune, well, I mean, Neptune's also a problem for if we were on Pluto, it's too cold, you know? The first was becoming like Pluto, and the 13th was becoming like Mercury. There you go. Tamline was what was in the harbor. Oh, I see. Yeah, Tam. Yeah, okay. There wouldn't be much for Golbez to do aside from watching Rubicante's little fire burn. Probably get boring after a few thousand years. Yeah. Oh, the Heartless Hypothesis quest for the Omega thing in the heart is in the harbor. Oh! Okay, yes. Yes, the Omega quest line, yes. the Beyond the Rift quest line. Okay, so here is the important thing that I wanted to get to. That is a statement that I have had a theory for years that all based off of a lot of what we understand. I won't usually take credit, but I'm going to take credit this time just because I'm excited. Based off of what we understood as far back as Stormblood, my hypothesis was, not theory, but hypothesis was that all the reflections existed in the same physical space overlapping each other on different separated dimensional planes. The reason for that is, well, a couple. Like, one, if they exist all out within the Sea of Stars, they don't exist separated dimensionally, only spatially, which is not how they're described to exist. Then it also doesn't make sense necessarily. Like, the question is how can you see... Are they seeing different stars? And there's no evidence necessarily that they're seeing different stars in the night sky. But so my assumption was that they all exist basically within bubble pockets of themselves that are overlapping layers of reality. And we have this line in EE3, which again, remember, EE3 is an in-universe book, so therefore it's not necessarily indicative of what is the actual factual truth, but it is usually indicative of what we should assume to be the case. I do take breaths, I promise. A conceptual diagram of the source and its reflections, it is theorized that the worlds actually overlap each other in position, each occupying a separate displaced layer of reality. The magnitude of this displacement varies, however, and this circular layout best illustrates the relative distance between them. So for instance, the furthest reflection away from the source would be the 7th. The closest to would be the 13th and the 1st. That's what this is getting at. Which means that it is much easier to get to the 13th and the 1st from the source, in theory, based off the hypothesis of what it takes to travel. We also know that you can go from the 1st to the 13th, as there are, what are they called? Void gates, though we call them in the source. They're called something really cool in the 1st. It's in the role quests, but you can still travel to the 13th from the 1st as well. Ah, I see you're a diehard fan of Pluto's planet. Well, Pluto's not a planet; it's a planetoid, and blah blah blah. But it's a good example, right? Because if I was gonna say like Neptune or like if I was gonna use like Jupiter, like most of them are gas giants of some kind, so it's hard to hollows. Thank you guys. Yes, hollows. Josuke, good to see you. Glad to have you, by the way. And yes, agreed with that with your comment on the fire. But so the remaining reflections are, I believe, the source. Well, it's not a reflection, but the source, the 1st, technically the 13th, the 4th. Yes, okay, the 4th, the 9th, and the 11th? Yes! Got them. Sweet. So yeah, the remaining ones are the source, the 4th, the 4th, the 9th, and the 8th. I missed the 8th, okay. And the 11th. The ones that have been swallowed by calamities are the 2nd, which was rejoined in the third umbral calamity, the calamity of fire. The 3rd, which was rejoined in the 4th umbral calamity, the calamity of earth. The 5th, which was rejoined in the 1st umbral calamity, the umbral calamity of wind. The 6th, which was rejoined in the 5th umbral calamity, the calamity of ice. The 7th, which was rejoined in the 7th umbral calamity, that of astral. Which also this confirms that the 7th umbral calamity was a calamity of astral, which I've been saying for years, but technically also has been slightly ambiguous. There was ARR dialogue that pretty much stated it as such, but it was a little still ambiguous. Also, calling it a calamity of darkness wouldn't technically be wrong, but astrality would be more appropriate. 8th and 9th are free. The 10th was rejoined in the 6th calamity, the calamity of water. The 12th was rejoined in the 2nd calamity, the calamity of lightning. And the 13th and the 1st are still in existence. We do know that we traveled to the 1st and 13th based on where we left the source. Yes, so there's a relative positional... one of the things we've known for a while, but it was really hardcore confirmed in 6.x, is that there is a relative relationship between the space in the... there's an intrinsic relationship between the space in a reflection in the source and to each other. So for instance, when we teleported to the 1st from beneath the Crystal Tower, we ended up in Lakeland, right? When we travel from the moon of the source from Mare Lamentorum, we arrive on the red moon in the 13th. So in general, what can be assumed is that the space of one place on the source is probably relatively the same. Because it's worth pointing out that they're intrinsically linked, but that doesn't mean that you start from point X and end up in point X on the 13th. It's that you start on Moon, you end up on Moon. You start in Mordona, you end up in Lakeland. That kind of thing. On Twitch, we had reward to make Elio hydrate. Can we get the same, but for some air instead? Take a breath as a point. Yeah, every time you donate $1, I take a breath. Speaking of, I should get some water. I thought the other scions were grabbed and taken, so their landing locations might not match as closely. Yeah, that is possible. There is a comment, I think later on in EE3. If not, it's in Shadowbringers that they talk a little bit about it. But yes, in theory... Well, I guess technically in theory, like Thancred would have been pulled to the other side of the Katana Ravel. Actually, it's a little different because their souls were pulled rather than their physical bodies, and also the spell went a little wonky because of our Yeah, so I would suspect that they actually were pulled relatively quickly to the ocular. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. That would mean Troya would be the same as Alice Thavner. Yeah, presumably, Fem. I was just thinking the same thing. It would be somewhere it should be somewhere that would have been like the Bounty, because of where Elzadal's legacy would be. Okay. Breaking. Chat spends hundreds of dollars for streamers' air support. Also, we're never trusting Raha on the grabby crane. Shall we continue? The beginning of the final days. 12,000 years after the star-spanning catastrophe devastated the ancient world, it was the Scions of the Seventh Dawn who identified and eliminated its fundamental cause. What is the true nature of this phenomenon? What was the catalyst which started it all? A fair warning. Before delving into the truth behind the final days, it must be noted that much of the information discussed herein is based solely upon the testimony provided by the Scions and their widely submitted report. In particular, the events most crucial to our understanding purportedly occurred beyond the natural boundaries of time and space, and are thus impossible to verify. The Scions were, however, instrumental in halting the phenomenon which erupted in Razat Han and Ilsabard, and their subsequent statements were free of contradiction. One should also consider that the Forum, a Charlian institution which has spent centuries researching and communing with the will of the star, accepted the report without refutation or argument. As such, while this publication does not assume the following to be indisputable fact, it is written on the premise that accounts were not deliberately altered or exaggerated. Ultimately, we ask our readers to decide for themselves if these words ring true. Let me turn ICAM back on. What have I missed? Will, good to see you, glad to have you. We are about an hour and a half in, and we are on page 14. That's what you missed. We've been going in some deep detail. Sounds good, Tim. Rob would own the game, plus she's Charlotte too. Yeah. Goes bankrupt. A fair warning. Oh, sorry. A question of doubt. Long ago, in the ancient unsundered world, there existed a vast complex known as Elpis. The purpose of this facility was to observe lifeforms brought into existence through creation magics, and thence determine their suitability for release into the wider world. When new concepts were submitted to the Bureau of the Architect, it was standard practice that the prototypes be placed in controlled environments, where specialist researchers would conduct stringent evaluations on temperament and ecological impact. Hermes, the chief overseer of this vital institution, was a man burdened by deep-seated anguish. His mind was plagued by whispers of doubt, an unanswered question that would later set the stage for the tragedy of the final days. The people of this age believed that the betterment of the star was an arguably benevolent act, and to contribute to this endeavor was in fact life's entire purpose. Consequently, those who felt they had fulfilled this purpose did willingly end their own existence and return to the Ethereal Sea. Created lifeforms, meanwhile, were judged on the benefit they brought to the world. A prototype failing to meet the criteria would be deemed unfit to exist and summarily rendered into formless aether, regardless of how fierce its desire for survival. The callous ease with which the ancients took life was perhaps a natural extension of how easily they could create it. Hermes, however, knew sorrow at each casual execution, and grew disdainful towards his fellows, who spared not a moment's thought for the potential they extinguished. He began to wonder at the meaning of it all, where the value of life truly lay. Also, here's the art. It's art of Elpis and the Elpis flower. So there's also going to be some clarifications on Dynamis and Entelekes coming up, in case anybody's interested in that. Elpis was composed of several man-made floating islands, and newly created species were released within their confines to be raised and studied. Certain structures on these isles were said to defy their outward dimensions, with interiors housing sprawling habitats that range from deep-sea grottos to searing deserts, specifically referring to Catesis Hyperborea. Dynamis and Entelekes. Hermes was considered an expert in airborne creations, as well as an authority on the celestial realm. Thus, when his agonized musings on the meaning of life availed him naught, he looked to the skies and beyond for answers. He would create an entity to traverse the stars, and send it in search of other intelligent beings, to whom it might pose his existential question. This endeavor, however, presented two main obstacles. The first was the matter of surviving in the vast emptiness between stars, where the aether was believed too thin to sustain life. So that answers the previous question earlier. The second was the issue of communication. Even if his hypothetical envoy succeeded in reaching another world and locating a sentient civilization, in what language would they converse? And by what medium? Sound? Light? Aether? Faced with this problem of the unknown, Hermes arrived at an unorthodox solution. Dynamis. Dynamis is a form of energy distinct from Aether. It has been calculated that Dynamis accounts for as much as 68.3% of all energy in existence, yet its relative power is exceedingly weak. As such, its effects are drowned out by the potency of Aether, its faint presence so difficult to detect that until the serendipitous creation of a certain flower, its existence was acknowledged only on a theoretical basis. The Elpis flower was designed to be pleasing to the eye, and nothing more. Yet while its petals did indeed glow with exquisite shifting hues, the outcome was independent of the original creator's intents. A study determined that the bloom's changing colors were influenced by nearby emotion, with further research revealing the first clear case of Dynamis at work. Henceforth, entities which interacted with Dynamis to convert emotions into tangible phenomena became known as entelechies. Hermes resolved to make such a being, one that could draw on Dynamis to fuel its journey across the ethereally sparse expanse, and bear his unanswered question to the far reaches of the heavens. An entelechi's power could, he resolved, also serve as a medium for communication, with the ability to project and receive emotions, bypassing the need for a common language. The Elpis flower is the first entelechi recorded in history, its petals changing hue in response to the mindset of those nearby. Sun bright in the midst of joyful crowd, but growing ashen and gloomy in the hands of a troubled soul. So, to clarify, an entelechi is a being that can affect Dynamis by dint of having thinner Aether. Their emotions affect that Dynamis. It's also important to point out, emotions affect Aether. Dynamis, it's not, Dynamis is the emotion, is like affected by emotions, Aether isn't. They are both forms of energy, they're just two sides of the coin. Examples of stuff that there's multiple examples of emotions affecting Aether, not least of which is Dark Knight, Warrior, plenty other. That does not mean it's using Dynamis. It just means that Aether repeatedly Aether is described. Emotions are affected, explained to affect to describe Aether. There's also another thing, and funnily enough, Scribe was, I didn't think has made videos on this too, but it's been a thing we've had to explain to people for a while, which is that though Minion responds to us using Limit Break as Dynamis, it seems that Dynamis is part of its usage and does matter. We are using Dynamis in that moment with Limit Break. However, Aether still matters and is a part of the ability to use Limit Break. An example to help confirm that point would be the description for Techne Macrae, which is the tree limit break, the limit break that Sage uses. This exists with awareness of Dynamis existing in game already, and does not specifically point out it being only Dynamis, and specifically points out Aether and Aetherology being used as part of it. So its description is, by drawing upon life-giving Aether, currents both above and below, the Sage unleashes a helical burst of Aether, spreading a vast curative field across the surrounding area. The powerful technique's name invites one to recall the aphorism, life is ephemeral, art's path eternal. So, again, pointing out that just because you're using Dynamis does not mean you're not using Aether, and vice versa. And to be an Entelechy, you need to have Aether that is thinner. The thinner your Aether as a being, the more easier you are able to engage with Dynamis, because they are antagonistic to each other usually. Yeah. Pixie TriQuest also touches on emotion affecting Aether, if I recall right. Yes, Josuke. Yep. Plenty of examples in game. We discussed 14 pages in 90 minutes. We'll spend one day, 8 hours with this book passed on some quick math. Fem, thank you for doing that calculation. That's great. First time limiter, but love the videos. Thanks, Jason. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm glad you could join us, and I'm glad you like those videos. Also, I was off for 2 weeks. I was over in a different state. I was seeing family and stuff. We'll be back to the normal video schedule very soon, once the new year begins. But yeah, if you've been wondering why there aren't any videos, hope you guys liked the 3 hour did it end up being lore talk. I think it was 4 hours before cut down of me and Aniri talking about all the stuff involved in Sylvie Subterranean. We'll definitely do the remaining variant dungeons at some point. But does everyone understand about Entelechies and Dynamis? Does anyone have any questions before we move on? Because I feel like this is one of the strongest things that E3 can help to clarify. Technically, nothing in it is new, but it's a very strong clarification. But dancers use Dynamis. Yeah, what is it? Kriegstans? Yeah, so like the Kriegstans is atheological. It's not just Dynamis just because. Like, emotions affect Dynamis, right? But emotions also affect Aether. Emotions affect things. But interacting with Dynamis happens more regularly because we are Entelechies. But the Aether of the star still tends to inhibit our interactions with it. Place your bets on how many days we can discuss the stream. Yeah. Well, if this is successful and people are enjoying this, maybe we'll consider doing finishing out the book at other points. My only worry about doing streams is that some people don't come for the channel for them. It can mess with the recommendations in the algorithm, sadly. Because if like this gets like 200 views and a normal video gets 2,000 views, it looks at this and it's like, well, people don't want to watch this, so they stop recommending. And anyways, you know, none of you guys care about that shit. Let's move on to the wonderful girl of depression herself, Minion and the Endsinger. Are the people post-sundering Enterlechies? Yes, I thought equality of Enterlechies where they were soulless. No. Enterlechies don't need to be soulless whatsoever. It's just that we are Enterlechies. It is, so there's more than one point where, well, okay, there's technically speaking one point where Hermes, so I'm saying this with confidence, but let me further break it down. Hermes says that we are not just Enterlechies just because we can interact with emotions during that conversation with Minion. I would beg to differ though, as the definition for Enterlechies is not that they need to be soulless, and also I would argue that Minion is not soulless, as the idea that she is not an inheritor of a soul. I think it would be actually, I mean, that is an interesting discussion of whether or not she has a soul, but we'll get to that. We can talk about that in a second. But I would say no. And by every definition of how Enterlechy is defined, even if we like reread the second hypothetical success. Was designed to be nothing but independent original creators' intents. Henceforth, entities which interacted with Dynamis to convert emotions into tangible phenomena became known as Enterlechies. So because we use Limit Break, and Limit Break does use Dynamis to affect tangible phenomena, and by Hydaelyn's own admission, our sundering was to help us be able to better act with Dynamis, or another example would be the fact that we become Terminus Beast rather than, you know, when Dynamis affects us with our final days. We are, I think, by every definition, Enterlechies, I would argue. Doesn't Hermes... Does he? I don't remember him saying that she doesn't have a soul, but if there is a line about that, please feel free to correct me. But here, we've got Minion here. After much trial and error, Hermes finally succeeded in creating his ideal being of Dynamis. He named her Minion, the shooting star imbued with the winged girl with a panoply of capabilities. Minion's defining characteristic was her status as an Enterlechy. This enabled her to draw upon Dynamis to soar above the skies and survive the emptiness beyond. To prevent those energies from being overwhelmed, however, her resources of aether had to be kept vanishingly small. Using Dynamis as a medium, Minion was able to read and understand the emotions of sentient entities and protect her own emotions in similar fashion. By circumventing the need for language or to interpret expressions or gestures, it served as an efficient means of communication. Minion was capable of manipulating her corporeal aether. This ability allowed her to perform such feats as taking the form of a small bird for faster flight, or matching the ambient aether to conceal her presence. I know that Hermes definitely would have been able to craft a soul for her, but it's also worth pointing out that she does have corporeal aether, even as the Endsinger. According to them, they cannot make souls with creation magic. Yes, but when, for instance, an example, in the short story where we have the Phoenix that gets created and trapped in Amarant, while the ancients cannot create souls, when they create entities, those entities can have souls that, like, souls can go into them. So even though they cannot forcibly put souls or like create souls, souls can still go into creations. That's why, yeah. Minion is thin in aether, but since the ancients couldn't bestow a soul, we can't be sure. Yeah. But her sentience, everything about her existence, as far as we understand the properties of how souls come from the Ethereal Sea into new life, is such that I think it would be pretty surprising if she didn't have one. Also, I'd like to point out that Hermes says that we are not an Enterlechy based on his understanding, but by all, or at least that what we say happens to us is not all it takes to be an Enterlechy. Technically, he doesn't say we're not an Enterlechy, but that it's not just, you know, simple, one or two simple factors. From what we saw, our corporeal aether is thin to the point of can completely disappear in a poof. It was even a tad less dense. Yeah. Shared consciousness. Hermes' question was highly philosophical in nature and unlikely to generate a single straightforward answer. Assuming an overarching truth did exist, it would only be understood by casting his net wide and comparing as many potential answers as possible. Thus did he create Minion not as an individual, but as a great flock of Metea, all sharing the same consciousness, while her sisters scoured the stars for intelligent life, carrying out their quest for knowledge in parallel. A single Minion would remain behind to report their discoveries to Hermes by accessing their shared mind. For this feat as well, did the sisters rely upon the energies of Dynamis, its ubiquitous presence allowing them to sustain their link across unimaginable distances. I would suggest that it's quite possible that then, like, I guess also being a shared consciousness, do all the Metea have souls if they did? Was it one shared soul? So I think it might be fair to say that she doesn't have a soul, but I do find that slightly heartbreaking at the idea that her passing means that she can't return, she could not return to the life stream. But then again, maybe with her passing, the Dynamis that she contains would return to Ultima Thule. Ultima Thule almost acting like a life stream for those emotions. But there's a thought. I also assume that she has one, but based on how I understand souls, they can just be formed with enough aether and memories anyways. IDK, we would assume they have to come from the Ethereal Sea. So we do know they come from the Ethereal Sea. So souls go from life, like when things die, they return to the nearest Ethereal Sea. That's like why when people die in the first, their soul returns to the Ethereal Sea of the first, right? And they have to be brought over. Like Emmett Selk's soul goes to the Ethereal Sea of the first. They're drawn in, and they also come out. That's explained in certain parts of Realm Reborn. It's explored in EE1 in the Aetherology section. Hydaelyn talks about it somewhat. There's a couple places it's... Yeah. Pictured Elio forgets that she didn't die at the end of Endwalker. Well, we don't know. But the thing is, we know she plans to fall forever silent. She's just going for one final. We don't know exactly what her fate is. She may continue to be around, but we don't know that blue bird that we witness on Atheris is even her. Like, it's quite likely. It's presumably so. But she specifically, she's going to sing. She says she wants to sing one last song before she falls forever silent. So. And to be fair, it's possible that her last song was the song that she sings that causes the Dynamis and the beautiful light of Ultima Thule to appear. It'd be incredibly fun if Hermes somehow managed to give a soulless being depression. I think it is much more fascinating if Minion is not just an automata and an arcane creation, but hey, unless we can find definitive proof, it's hard to say for sure. The Endsinger. The Metea departed Elpis for the heavens, and after each completed her lonely journey through the empty expanse, arrived at their assigned stars. Instead of the warm and thoughtful answers they expected, however, they were greeted by cold despair. On the first world, Minion found traces of civilization, but no extant life forms. The second world, too, featured scattered remnants of ruined buildings, with no life detected beneath the ice which encased the surface. It was on the third world where she recovered evidence of large population centers and made contact with the lingering essence of those who claimed to have once been mortal beings. Calling themselves the Ea, these now purely spiritual entities dismiss Minion's question of meaning. Their society had advanced so far as to achieve a form of immortality, but when their endless pursuits of wisdom revealed to them the inescapable death of the universe, they concluded that life itself was meaningless. Her subsequent discoveries remained as grim. The fourth world appeared to have suffered an outbreak of some deadly plague or pollutant. That's the Gerbluff world, leading to mass extinction. Minion managed a brief interaction with its inhabitants of the sixth world, but an environmental devastation gave rise to a plague similar to that of the fourth star, bringing about their demise soon after. She arrived to, or actually maybe I think the sixth is Gerbluff. I'll pull them up at the later in the back of this. She arrived to find the eighth world in the midst of a titanic conflict. The Corellians, yeah. Her attempt at the communication ending abruptly when the two factions annihilated each other with weapons of mass destruction. The 16th civilization had replaced their flesh with machinery, the Omicron, and expanded their conquest to stars beyond their own. Victory had followed victory, yet the supreme intelligence in command saw no salvation at the peak of self-evolution, and so chose for its people the oblivion of utter stasis. The 17th world had been a paradise of arcane wonders, yet the Rala world chose to summon an entity that could release them from an existence ultimately devoid of purpose. The 18th had fought and lost against the forces of the 16th, its inhabitants slaughtered in the invasion, the Dragon Star. Though they walked different paths to reach it, each and every civilization had ended in ruin, their people cursing life itself. Minion, with her inherent empathy, could not help but embrace the pain of those stars as her own, and the burden transforming her into a being of despair and desolation. The powerfully projected emotions of an entelechy affect the ambient dynamis, causing the manifestation of phenomena. If ruin was inevitable, if life was without meaning, then she would spare all life from the misery of existence. She would gift them death without the possibility of rebirth. She would become the Endsinger, and usher the universe to its final days. Environmental devastation, that was not my intent. Yeah, very much so. But here, there's a section that has all the civilizations, and I think it's worth going over that quick. Yeah, here we go. So, we're not going to read all of it, but the Ea, or the dragons, are on civilization Deca Octo, so the 18th. The Ea are civilization Tria, the 3rd. The Omicrons are civilization Deca Hexi, so 16. The Gerbluffs are civilization Hexi, the 6th. Yeah, so it wasn't the 3rd. Yeah, it wasn't the 4th, it was the 6th. The Karelians, so the Gerbluffs are when you do the dead ends, the Gerbluffs world is the first world you fight in. The Karelians is the second world you fight in. And the Karelians civilization Octo, the 8th. And then the 3rd world is the Nibiruin, where you fight Rala. Civilization Decahepta, the 17th. There's the Gordonites, which you meet if you do the Omicron tribal quests, which was civilization Decahenna, which is the 11th. And then there's the class 24, which are civilization Hepta, the 7th, aquatic myriapods of unknown origin. This is one where this is an item you can fish, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to read this because it's actually really heartbreaking. So they're like these little grub worm things, but they're actually sentient. Physical characteristics. So like there are these little grub like worm things on the right here. The 12 segmented, 20 quilled bodies of these organisms are somewhat reminiscent of the caterpillar. Unlike the mouth, unsurprisingly used for eating, the leg segments have an unexpected purpose: to create rhythms in the water as a form of communication. This was likely a factor in the creature's belief that those with more legs were more clever, and thus more respectable, than those with fewer. A 24-legged being, for instance, would have been ranked as a class 24. Culture. This is where it gets a little sad. Though the class 24s may appear primitive, their powers of cognition were rated highly amongst intelligent species. Having engineered a duodecimal system, they solved a variety of complex mathematical problems, but craved ever greater challenges, risking life and precious limb in their efforts to conquer theoretical conundrums. Those able to produce valid proofs ascended to glory, their names remembered for a dozen generations to come. Conversely, failure to prove a theorem promised dire consequences, with individuals falling into a depression so deep that some would let their bodies waste away. Extreme though it may seem to an outside observer, this was all well and good as far as the 24s were concerned, until one day, tragedy struck. A pioneer of number theory, as it is said, had long been working on a revolutionary theorem. Alas, at the very moment the solution occurred to it, the creature was plucked from the water by a Callus class 4. So Callus class 4, a being with 4 limbs. So the ripples from its flailing legs as it was dragged away inscribed its cruel fate upon its waves for all its kin to see. And in their anguish at the loss of such genius, they fell as one to despair. Thus did the civilization of myriapods end. So a quadruped, some being with 4 limbs came and took their brightest away, and it caused all of them to fall into despair. Thought I've been incredibly fun, but we have assumed to have come from ethereal. Crack theory time. What if part of the reason why individualism grew so much stronger post-Sundering is because of the increased influence of Dynamis? I don't think so. I would argue that individualism became more is a byproduct of finite resources. Based on the description they have, it's why the Unsundered world was so communal focused as opposed to individual, and having a big focus on individualism. That would be my argument. But and also I don't know that I would argue that Dynamis would influence that without the initial movement of people feeling that way, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, Dynamis on the world wasn't going to make people individualistic. People could affect Dynamis in their individualism sentiment, and that could spread, but all emotions would spread that way. But also, Dynamis is so thin on Ethereus that, you know, even as Enteleki, we're not affected by it to say the same way that Medion would be. I mean, though we can be affected by enough of it to cause extent phenomena like becoming Terminus Beast. I have to relate to little sentient grubs. Oh. But that would be my argument for as to why, because Dynamis, it doesn't just start at a state, right? And I would argue that if you look at other stars, pretty much it seems that a dearth of equalized resources and existential angst are the two things that cause a focus on self over the whole. Because the dragons were very communal until they were under siege by the Omicrons. The Omicrons were very communal until they were under siege by themselves, until they, like, their fear of being conquered overtook them, right? It was the fear of a threat from without that ruined them. The same with the Gerbluffs, right? Like, pretty much always the individualistic mindset, as depicted in 14, seems to come as a byproduct of disparity in resources and safety. So that would be my argument. Burden transforming into a being. The powerful projected emotions of the Enteleki affect the ambient Dynamis, causing the manifestation of phenomena. If ruin was inevitable, if life was without meaning, then she would spare all life from existence. Yeah. So that's the thing, is the powerfully projected emotions of Enteleki affect the ambient Dynamis. So, like, yes, you're right in that if people were emotionally self-deterministic, that could affect the ambient feeling. Why, and you know, they even show that with, like, how the flowers are affected by ambient emotion, right? But yeah. I have a headcanon that the Dark Knight uses Dynamis. So no, Fly, we just talked about this. It does not. Black Mage and Reapers will butt heads. So there's literally there's proof in EE3 clarifying that, like, that the Dark Knight Warrior, just because the emotion, I'm going to go over this just because it's, and I need to make a video about this. Emotion is not Dynamis. Emotion affects Dynamis. Emotion affects Aether. It does not just affect Dynamis and not affect Aether. This is described in multiple places and also clearly conveyed in places like in EE3 when it talks about limit breaks. So while the reason I'm so heavy-handed on that and, like, being specific about that is that there has been a lot of spreading of headcanon around as facts when it comes to Dynamis, Enteleki, and a lot of certain revelations in Walker. And I think it is really important to say that there is proof against that. I mean, if you want to RP it and play with headcanon for fun, feel free. But there is proof against it in game. Where does that leave Bard? So again, emotions affect Aether. So for instance, if you rouse people's spirit, Kyrgyzstan's, because I think that's his name, affects people, right? Like, people's dour emotional state does affect aetherology. It can create things like Ashkin. It can affect the state of your ethereal manipulation in things like Warrior, Dark Knight, and elsewhere as well. And it's not to say that Dynamis has no effect in things, but there is no tangible way that we know of so far to ascertain that there is any reason to believe that Dynamis is a part of the function of any job other than limit break, and even there it is circumspect as to when it and to what degree it is actually applicable, because Aether is absolutely a part of the equation for sure, undeniably, and Dynamis is in at least one case applicable, but that's also on Ultima Thule, so it's kind of weird. It's kind of hard to be sure if limit break is for sure always Dynamis affected. I would presume it is. It really makes sense if it is. It also, you kind of require it to make sense of the Omega storyline and also Top as an example. So I would say that if effectively Dynamis is always part of limit break. However, there is no reason to think that it is always part of abilities. What I thought. Fly, so you left. We just did a whole bit on talking about what Dynamis is. Dynamis is not emotion. And you know what? I'm actually happy to go over this repeatedly because I think it is really important. Emotions, there are two forms of energy in the world. They are Aether and there are Dynamis. They are two sides of the same coin. Aether drowns out Dynamis. Dynamis can drown out Aether. Aether tends to pool in stronger pockets, especially on stars, and therefore drowns out Dynamis much more easily. But Dynamis throughout the universe is technically more plentiful. It's just thinnerly, it's more thin, it's spread much thinner. When you have emotions, it affects aetherology, and it can also affect Dynamis. Enteleki are beings that have thin enough Aether that they can also interact with and affect Dynamis to some extent. If your body and soul and, like, your existence is incredibly ethereally dense, the Aether of your body, it prevents you from interacting with Dynamis, like the Unsundered world and the beings in it. And so we as Enteleki, because we are a Sunder being, can actually interact with Dynamis to some extent, which is important because without that ability to do so, we would not be able to have taken on the Endsinger in Ultima Thule, because our emotions and the way they affect things were required to really enact any form of change there. It is effectively matter and dark matter. That is what Dynamis and now, to be fair, dark matter is a catch-all term for anything which we don't know what it is. So it's really in some ways closer to matter and antimatter, but not really, because when the two meet, it's not like they necessarily blow each other up and but they can cancel each other out. Clarion, good to glad to have you. David, good to glad to have you. Would you not say that our ability to use Dynamis allows the player to manipulate Aether in a greater way than why would they normally be able to? No, because you would be manipulating Dynamis. You're not manipulating, you're manipulating something else in addition to. So what I'm saying, in that case, like here, let me put it this way. Let's say you can manipulate water and you can manipulate lightning. And when you manipulate those two together, you create electrically charged water that's much stronger. You wouldn't say that manipulating lightning is making you manipulate the water better. You would say that manipulating lightning is having an added effect to the water, right? So that's the important thing is that Dynamis is not helping our aetherological manipulation. It is that it is a energy source. It's not, manipulating Aether does not help our Dynamis manipulation, for instance, right? Think about it the other way, right? Tofu, good to see, glad to have you. ADI, good to see, glad to have you. It is that they are two separate energy sources that as an Enteleki, we are actually managing in a very specific case to unite to some extent. How and the metaphysics of it is ambiguous, but we can for sure be certain that Limit Break has been referred to as Dynamis in one case by the Endsinger, and is effectively by its properties only makes sense as a solid explanation for its existence during the events of Omega. However, we also know for a fact that all limit breaks are also an effect of aetheriological manipulation. We also know that emotions affect magical creations. So in example, when the ancients feel strong emotions, it affects their ethereal manipulation. We see that in Pandemonium. We see that during the MSQ. We see that in multiple places. The ancients are not Entelekis. They cannot affect and interact with Dynamis very meaningfully. Even Hermes can't manipulate Dynamis. What he can do is manipulate Aether and create a being that has such thin Aether that she is able to manipulate Dynamis, and that is what Medion is, right? Carbuncle, for example. Yes, Carbuncle, yeah. Yeah, my physics friend hates the term dark matter because of this. Nobody knows what the dark matter is, feels it's cop-out, yeah. Just strange stream, what we've discussed so far? All manners of things. What is the first occurrence of diamonds within the MSQ now? Canonically, the first occurrence of Dynamis, where it is stated as such, is Akasha, and it would be the flower. However, I would argue rather heavily that the first canonical use of Dynamis in any way that is not explicitly clear but heavily implicit is the Omega questline, because the Omega questline is all about what makes us different. Like, ethereologically, we shouldn't be able to do what we do, and Omega is repeatedly like, what? How are you doing this? What? How? Like, this doesn't make sense. Like, you're not strong enough to do this. What is going on? And it's because of Dynamis. Yeah. So this is why Thancred has the most Dynamis compared to the others, because he lacks Aether uses. No. So that's I'll explain that in a second. But that also explains why in top, when he merges his soul with Alpha, he understands basically the acquiring of humanity and ability to like use limit break in top, to me, is indicative of potentially of that same concept. Yeah. How about Cape Westwind and Bertan Avera new fight? I would have to look at it, but I don't know if we use limit break. Again, I would say that just because it depends on what end you mean. But so Thancred, no one has more Dynamis. Like, no being has more Dynamis. We don't have more Dynamis or less Dynamis than Thancred or Eonje or any of those guys. But by being ethereally less dense, you can more actively engage with it. But Thancred isn't necessarily more ethereally less dense in a physical form than us. And also, just what's his inability to manipulate Aether is because his ethereological pathways through his physical form are messed up. He's more closer to a Garlean in that regard, where like it's just hard for him to manipulate Aether through his body now, because of what happened when Flow was used on him. So he can't use Dynamis more or less than us. It's just that his ethereological control is borked. And that's an example of like, it's not all less Aether. Just because I'm a powerful black mage doesn't mean I can use less Dynamis. Your manipulation of Aether is completely separate from your ethereal density. For instance, you can have someone who, as an example, you can have someone from the first, like Reen, who is a much better, more powerful spellcaster than someone from the source, despite the fact that the source has been rejoined multiple times. The reflection have just as much Dynamis as the reflections have just as much Dynamis. You could anticipate and wonder if the source itself is more readily has less Dynamis rich, or at least Dynamis is less able to affect things because of its rejoined nature, having been rejoined 7 times, so being 8 shards in 1. However, there is no indication so far that those who are rejoined in that manner are hugely at a disadvantage there. So while our ethereal density is higher, that's for instance why when we're rejoined with Ardour and our 9/14ths rejoined, we're able to deal with more Aether. We still are able to engage with Dynamis. I'd love your opinion in the new Cape Westwind fight to see what you think. Oh, I mean, it's awesome. As someone who's been playing since Stormblood, the new Cape Westwind fight is amazing. I miss old one for the memes, but the new one is a phenomenal. Like every new duty that they've put in the game has been during Endwalker has been amazing. The trial, the bridge. I mean, just the cast from Meridianum and Praetorium, amazing. Yeah, Carbon, for example. Was it Limit Break that was Dynamis, or was it the prayer the Scions were seen doing that was Dynamis? When you use Limit Break 3 that she says Dynamis. So I would say that. So this is what I think. The reflection of just much. I love your opinion. Nuke got that. This makes me wonder if Thancred ever had a biological child, will they be able to manipulate Aether? Almost certainly. And an example here is that people like Arenvald can manipulate Aether even though one of their parents is a Garlean, right? So I would think that wouldn't necessarily preclude a here child of his. I wonder if chakra stuff may help Thancred. Probably not the easy, but it's all about Aether flow still early on in the monk quest line. Yeah, it's an interesting question, lady. I would suspect that he may not be able to manipulate it at all. He may not be able to open his chakras because of his ethereal limitation, the same way that a Garlean wouldn't be able to become a monk. But that is supposition on my part. I found the new AR La Habrea fight very good compared to the OG. Oh, I forgot about that. Yes, so much better. Deku Mana is great. It is worth noting that these instances where the Scions are using Dynamis in any powerful and purposeful way in the MSQ is far away from Aetheris, where such actions are easier. Yeah, it's a great point, Decoy. Thancred is a different kind of tense. Well played, Nevik. If you break a leg, your child isn't born with a broken leg. Yeah, that's yeah. Well, you know, it's funny because classically some used to believe that, but yes. Also, Coco Brothers, only one of them is physically inept with Aether. Yeah, another great way of putting it. To just rehash, there are 2 forms of energy in the world. There is Dynamis and there is Aether. If you have a lot of Aether, it drowns out Dynamis. If you have a lot of Dynamis, it can drown out Aether. That's why Minion flooding this star with negative Dynamis is trying to like just break down the star in a lot of different ways. And why Aether can't really exist very well in Ultima Thule, because it's a star effectively of Dynamis. The more Aether you have, the less you can affect Dynamis. The more Dynamis you have, the more of a being of Dynamis you are, the less you can affect Aether. Now, so an example would be beings of Dynamis are only exist as far as we know in Ultima Thule, and there are stars made of Dynamis. So we know that Dynamis stars can exist based on the short story. I'm forgetting which short story it is, but it's the one where Minion, and it's where Hermes first makes Minion and talks about her creation process and her flying amongst the stars. So a Dynamis star can exist. So they're antagonistic typically towards each other. And Entleki is a being, typically made of Aether, that is thin enough that they are able to manipulate Dynamis with their emotions. Emotions are not Dynamis. Emotions are carried on waves of Dynamis. And emotions probably can be carried on waves of Aether to some extent, one way or another. It's hard to tell because, you know, we interact kind of weird. But emotions can affect aetherological manipulation. So someone who can use their anger to fuel to quicken their anger, to quicken their Aether, to use Berserker, you know, the Berserker state. The warrior. Did Minion find planets that were not depressing? Kind of. So there are a couple that she talks about in that short story that are beautiful, but they're not, I think as far as I know, they're devoid of life, but I don't think they ever had life. I have another question. Yes, please. About the sound that came from the earth before. Yeah, the keening that came from the land. Do we finally learn about its origin or not? Because the third lore book says its origin from across the street. Yes. So I can help explain that. So it's confusing because the sounds that it says that the sound is the keening that came from the land. But you have to remember the order of operations here. No one knows about the Endsinger, and all of a sudden, the final days begin. The keening that came from across the land is that a different place than Amarot. Actually, let me pull up my map. In a different place from Amarot, the final days began, and like the monstrosities were born, and that is the keening. So the keening itself is not actually what causes the final days. It is the first symptom of the final days, because no one on the Uncentered world knows that to look to the stars for whence it's originating. If we think about where the if we think about the reflections as existing after their summering, we know that the Tempest is here and that Amarot is somewhere in here, right? And because the reflections are all geographically the same as each other, including the source. So if you look at this shape, right? And then look at the source, it is 1-to-1 identical with Eorzea. So as far as we know, all the reflections in source seem to mirror each other perfectly. EE3 also mentions this. Since Amarot is here, we can presume that Amarot probably geographically existed in this place on the Unsundered world. And if we assume that the ethereal ley lines of the source are relatively similar to that of the Unsundered world, it would mean that wherever this place existed in, the bounty on the source, whatever it existed as during the Unsundered world is where the beginning of the final days would happen. Now, that's a hypothesis based on a certain couple presumptions that are insinuated to be correct, but could be different. But so all that to say that it was across the sea from Amarot, from their seat of power. So it happened somewhere else. Yeah. I think people mistake Limit Break 3 and the Endsinger fight for being Dynamis when it's a player of the Scion who's surviving. I disagree, Adia, because she specifically says it when you... Like, as someone who plays tank, I've used Limit Break 3 in that. She does not say Dynamis until you... It's when you use Limit Break 3 that she says Dynamis. And you also use it before the Scions pray. They pray after the second use of her ending attack that you don't have a Limit Break for. So the order of operations is she uses her ultimate ending attack that you have to Limit Break 3 for, and when you do it, she goes, Dynamis? Then you keep fighting, then she does her ultimate end attack again, and it hits you, and then the Scions pray. So just from order of operations, I think Limit Break 3 is absolutely what she's referring to there. Also, the Omicron questline has Elysian, a Dynamis-based star. Yes, and Elysian is an extension of Ultima Thule and the Dynamis there. But yes, Elysian is a great example of a Dynamis-based star as an extension of that fem. Sorry, my question on Cape Westwind and Rattan and Eververna was when I wanted to ask. Yeah, if you go back to that solo trial, would you say Rattan is using Dynamis to break his limits during that fight? I don't think so. I would have to re-look at it because I've only done it the once on Elio, but I would not think so, but it's possible. I wouldn't. When I say I don't think so, that's my gut reaction, not a deeply thought about researched reaction. But it's possible. It's possible based on our understanding. I can't help but thinking across the sea from Amarot means we'll hear again about the withdrawal since it's kind of across the sea. So the problem is it could be. It could. The Keening could have come across the sea in terms of where it existed, because it existed in what would be the Indigo Deep. Across the sea would have been Tural, but arguably that also could have been across on the other side of what would have been the three great continents, assuming they existed in the same relative space. The Numeran weren't devoid of life, but they found no reason to live. Yes. Yeah. Definitely depressing, for sure. Question, why was Zodiarch holding back the Endsinger? Because Zodiarch changed the aetherological ley lines of the world to... Zodiarch is an entity of extreme astrality, and Zodiarch's existence quickened the ethereal ley lines around the planet, so basically made an aether shield around the planet so that Dynamis, the Endsinger's Dynamis, could not break through and get into the star. That was always the plan of the Convocation and the Ancients. And if you got rid of him, that reworking of the laws of reality would break and Dynamis would be able to flood in. So the Convocation, so the Ascians wanted to restore him to restore their brethren, but also were never going to get rid of him. And Vana could not get rid of him, because if Vana got rid of him, the Endsinger would be able to destroy the world. Right? So that's why when we destroy Zodiarch, it begins the final days on our star. Yeah. The Black Mage's ley lines. Yeah, essentially ethereal ley lines like that. Yeah, not dissimilar. Keening was the area where the Aether was its weakest in the magnetic field and would have been where it started Endwalker and Thavner. Yeah. I'd have to redo the fight to confirm that, yeah. It is possible, especially with how it added in Endwalker. Yes, yeah, Infinite, that's a good point. The fact that Rotatn was changed in Endwalker, I think would suggest that it is more likely. Again, I'm hesitant to ever assume Dynamis without like looking deep into it, because a lot of people have been ascribing things to Dynamis that aren't accurate. Yeah. Read the map placement. I have an unrelated question. Yeah. What islands actually are considered part of the South Sea Isles? Do the Cialidaes count? No. So I can point out where the Cialidaes are. And of course, how long before we started talking about geography. But I love talking about geography, so I'm always glad to. The Cialidaes are here. They're in the Rotano Sea. The South Sea Isles are these, you can't really see them very well, but are these two isles right here. One of them being Alo Alo and the other having a name that we don't know yet. Unless it's like an E3 and I missed it. But so it's these two islands, and honestly, in the new map, they even moved these two islands closer together. Yeah, just makes me wonder if there are other planets that are similar in state to Ethereus, in a state of not wanting everything to end and giving up. Yeah, there's an example of that somewhere. My brain's blanking on where, but I would suggest it's likely. Because I mean, even think about it this: the dragons did not reach that state. The dragons became under attack, right? So I think one thing the game suggests is that on a long enough timeline, if everyone have everything perfect and never have to contend with struggle, they will they can fall to existential despair and nihilism. But I don't think that it's just everyone must fall to it, you know. I think what's interesting is that each civilization falls in different ways. So for instance, I don't know necessarily that the ancients would ever have fallen to existential despair from a nihilistic standpoint, based on if they understood the star, but they may have fallen to the fact that, I mean, what they fell to is their hubris around life, right? Like, if you think about it from a systemic standpoint, eventually someone like Hermes was going to exist. And so Hermes is an outcome of that culture and society, and so what they fell to was different, but it, you know, yeah. Yeah, Cialidaes are so far west, but the island sanctuary quest, someone calls them the Southern Islands. Yeah, it's south of Lenosia. So, because if you start in Morbi Dry Docks, you're starting here, and you go due south from Rotano. But I also refer to the variant, so I was wondering if there was a connection. Yeah. So no. So the yeah. So you got due south of Limsa's the Cialidaes, whereas this is the South Seas over here. The like I don't know if the Siren Songs technically consider the South Seas, but the South Seas are the north of Mericidia. So Mericidia would be down here. South Seas are here. South Sea Isles are here. Carolines fell to an acceleration of warfare, right? Like the Gerbluffs fell to plague and pestilence. They didn't necessarily fall to nihilism. This map also makes no sense. What about it? Because the map, I mean the map. I'm also dreaming about a Tural version of Chuklu. I sadly don't know how to pronounce that, but Chishulup? Creator. Oh yes, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, because we know Athena got it from Seraph, and Seraph could be a being from beyond the stars, but again, wild ride theory. Yeah. Where Ultima is from initially is a very interesting question. She was displaced dimensionally, but she's definitely probably a being from likely without the stars, and probably not from another reflection, based off of their descriptions of her. But it'll be interesting to see if that ever comes back for sure. We did get an updated map during the recent FanFest. Yeah, I have it over here. I have it here. I'll pull it up. But there's still the same. That pop up on... Yeah, okay. So, forgot to see South Sea Isles here, Mericidia down here, Cialidaes here, Rotano here, Tural here, Yaktural, Urkopacha down here, Tuliolal, Yaktural, yeah, Yaktael is somewhere in there probably. But yeah. I've spent a lot of times with the maps in this game. No, I mean like the sizes of places because of like Shwing and stuff, and well, who puts a giant cloud on a map? Well, I mean, have you seen like old maps? Because like that's absolutely a thing that was done in history. Because the idea of like Ultima Thules and Here Be Monsters, and remember these maps in universe were created by Eorzeans and Charlians. In fact, I think EE2 explains this. So remember, no one's been able to be a cartographer for Ilsabard for the past. I mean, really for the past 200 years at least, but really in some ways arguably longer than that, because the idea of being a cartographer for like the northern limits of that would be very difficult. So the reason that this isn't charted is actually an in-universe reason. Now, out of universe from a gameplay standpoint, why would you ever define what's underneath that cloud cover? Because like originally, I don't know if you guys know, but Oathard used to be cloud covered. This was also covered in clouds. And before the Evilly stuff, this was all covered in clouds too, even though this during Stormblood, this was available. So it's as people have been able to chart it. So in the future, this will get uncovered as the cartographers go in, but there's still like, you've got Whirlit here, Bosnia here, probably now Mask somewhere in here, north or south of the Ilsabardian mountain range. But the thing is why remove that cloud cover if it doesn't give the developers any benefit towards like, this allows them to define it later, right? So if they want to define Corvos as huge or small, they have multiple options. There supposedly definitely is not a being from another reflection, as her Orsight predates the Sundering. Yeah, see? This is why I need to think about things more. But yeah, of course, Infinite, that's easy solution for why clearly the Ultima Orsight. Yeah. Be thankful it has no Hixavins Draconis on an unknown areas like the real medieval maps. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. A lot of people are annoyed by the Ilsabardian cloud cover. I get it, because I love maps. I want to know what gosh darn what's beneath it. But we know, like from a lore standpoint, we know Whirlit's here. We know Bosnia's here. We know Corvos is here. We know Namask is somewhere south of Garlemald. We know a lot of stuff about this, but I'm just in no hurry for it to be defined until it's like needs to be for story reasons or world building, like actual world building ones, you know? But maybe I'm overly opinionated on that. With Garlemald's conquest being over, it's only a matter of time before Ilsabard is unclouded. Yeah, 100%. And honestly, I'm sad that it hasn't been yet. It would have been great for the, for like if it had been part of MSQ or something. But like I'm definitely, my main thing is like if this gets unclouded. Here's the thing, guys. We haven't gotten the last FanFest yet. You have to remember, we didn't know we were going to Oathard till like until we knew for Stormblood. It's possible that like these clouds down here or these clouds up here will get removed, or these clouds may be removed during, like, it could be that they'll release a gameplay trailer where all of a sudden these clouds are gonna like fly away or something. I don't want to get people overhyped. There's no reason to necessarily think that, but it's possible. I mean, hell, this map isn't even complete. If you pay attention, like most of the names of things are missing. Like you don't have the Cialades, the Rotano Sea isn't labeled here, the Siren Song isn't labeled here. Like the only things labeled are like the biggest of big things. Yeah. Still want Corvos at some point. Oh, we're getting Corvos, Alana. We're getting Corvos. One of my next videos on new possible variant dungeons is all about Corvos. We're getting Corvos. It's too important to too many things that have been brought up, and it was brought up so many times in Endwalker. It's crazy. The seeds for it are laid. The question is do they do it as part of a story around the reconstruction of Garlemald? Do they do it around, like, what do they do for it? But yeah, Corvos is coming. It's just, is it a 7.0, an 8.0, a 9.0? Yeah. We have nothing on North American Eutheris. No, I just call it North Tyrol for now. Is Alo Alo the Lala homeland? So it's interesting. Alo Alo is the native home to the Plainsfolk in lore. However, the first peoples to arrive there don't arrive that we know of until like the second astral era, I think, or something. So it's possible that after the Sundering happened, the Lalas actually started somewhere else, but they may have also just started on Alo Alo. But it is traditionally seen as the native home of the Plainsfolk Lalafell. In the same way that Eorzea is seen as the native home to the Seawolves. And interestingly enough, in EE3, they define the fact that the Seawolf Roganins of the first, effectively, the Galgent, start in what is Eorzea as well. So it seems like wherever a race ended up post-Sundering was true for all of the reflections. That's only one example, but it is a very specific example. I also feel like they did Garlemald a bit dirty in Endwalker, to be honest. I feel like it could have been its own expansion. You know, I've heard that a lot, Alana. I honestly am really thankful for how they did. One, I think elongating it further, I don't know how much that would have added, and I think the story that they told is much, like the war story they told is much more sympathetic and much more deeply rooted into the quandaries and conflicts there. The other thing is that I think a lot of people may have missed this, but like we did get the entire trial series for Shadowbringers is about the eastern front of the war, or western front, depending on how you want to define it. And Bosnia is all about the other front, right? So they did spend a lot of time defining all of the stuff going into it, and I'm not sure how much more there would have been necessary to add that would have just been focusing on Garlemald over and over and over again. And I think a lot of people are already frustrated with the amount that Stormblood focuses on war, and it focuses on multiple fronts. I love the Garlean story, but I'm much more excited now to have had the story that we did and moving forward into a better future in tomorrow. But I have that bias. Tofu. I've been a little confused on if only the Planeswalker from the South Sea Isles, if they were all originally from there was enough movement back and forth that I was like, huh? Yeah. Yeah, so the Dunesfolk don't come into being until after Mach. The Dunesfolk come into being after the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the Calamity of Water, when the Planesfolk that made up a lot of Mach's population start wandering around the deserts of Thanalin and eventually become the Dunesfolk as we know them. But yeah, the Planesfolk come from the South Sea Isles to Eorzea, and then the Nimian population, much of the Nimian population, when the Sixth Umbral Calamity is happening, return to the South Sea Isles. So the Dunesfolk adapted to the desert sand. That makes sense. Yeah, exactly. That's why their eyes are glassy. It's like a second layer over their eyes to protect their eyes from sand. I talk a little bit about this in the lyrical lore in the balance. They didn't want to stretch it out, but I would have liked 6.0 Final Day, 7.0 Garlemald. See, but I guess to me, I don't know how you do that. I guess that I find that unsatisfying, because to me, to have the Garlemald story is like the major part of that of the story that's being told up to that point, and the 6.0 and wrapping up and tying in Garlemald's fate and their hubris in with the events that happened there, I think works so much thematically better than just doing it on its own, because it's rooted in each other. And then on top of that, you also have, like, then you are prolonging, you can't, like, have Endwalker be an endpoint because you still have plot threads hanging. And I think the more interesting thing is, like they've been doing in the patch content, is what does it mean for Garlemald to build now, right? Like, what does it mean to build back in the face of all that? I think that's way more interesting than just Garlemald bad guy, we fight them, they authoritarian, you know. But again, sorry if I come across highly opinionated. I tend to state things a little too strongly. We need Garland at Garlemald Restoration next. Yeah, definitely. I would love a Garlemald Restoration. And I want to be very clear. I want more Garlean story. I'm just way more interested in, like, characters like Euless and them figuring out the world after the fall of Garlemald and after that fate, what it means to adapt to people who can and can't change. You know, you have people like Quintus, but you also have the older generation. You have the question of how people accept Garleans. You have people like, how do the Corvosi accept the Garleans, because they've been fighting them for so long, and have, you know, how do the rest of the people in Ilsabarn? What happens when Domans interact with? Oh, thank you. Yum. My partner bakes bread and made cheese, honey, and bread. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay, I'm very, very, okay. I may need to take a break for that. But, just to finish off the thought, I think that's just more interesting on a narrative standpoint, and it also means that you can engage new players, like have a cutoff point, you know? But they branched evolution from Planeswalker because they came after. Yes, so almost all the, almost with all of the races, the clans branched from each other at some point. But it started out like Hellsguard come from Seawolves. They're just the Seawolves that ended up in the Far Reach. The Keepers of the Sun come from Keepers of the Moon. Well, that one's a little, they kind of more branch from each other. It's a little weirder. What's a better example? Highlanders come from Midlanders, from living in places like Yerbanya. The Rain end up with white scales because of living in places like Sui no Sato. That's why the Zayla have the scales that they do. Yeah. Then why specify they're still in the same species from the same Isle chain? Because clans are seen as different groups. So while they're saying it's technically the same species, it's like, that's like saying, why does anyone denote the difference between someone who, like, a European and an African, right? Or like, you know, someone of Arab nationality, like, you know, like, people distinguish skin tones and different traits in humans, right? Like, you can still call us, we're all humans at the end of the day. But yeah, Dust Whites come from the Wild Woods. Well, they come from beneath the Wild Woods, to be fair, but yeah. I feel so much smarter watching this. Oh, Jason, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And yeah, again, anyone feel free to ask any questions, or also, you know, you feel free to share opinions that contradict mine for, you know, like the Garlemald stuff. Like, don't let, just because I have a strong feeling on that does not mean you must agree. Absolutely, it'd be useful for them to having us to come to help. So it'd be for us helping them cultural exchange and throwing down the giant curtains of the Fear of Garwolf Paladin War. 100%. And I think that's the story of 6.x, right? The story of 6.x is hammering home the importance of the only way you avoid future tragedy is by interconnecting peoples, not necessarily just making them reliant on each other. People need to be able to be somewhat self-reliant, but have trades of culture and like you want to prevent wars. It's not a universal this will work every time, but making people trade with each other is a great way to make people less likely to attack each other. Like it doesn't always work. Like it's not like that stopped World War I, but like it helps. It definitely helps. And that's why Thavnir trading with Garlemald is a huge thing, or the fact that one of the reasons we're going to Tyrol for the twins are going to Tyrol is to see that if they can have the Tyrolians and the people of Tulio Lal can make trade routes with the Garleans, you know. I haven't done anything beyond 6.0, so I'm probably definitely missing other stuff. Yes, so I'll say if you like Garlean stuff, you'll love 6.x. It does not drop the Garlean story, and I think it continues to treat it as a very continuing branch of the narrative. But where did Dunesfolk come from if only planes come from Val? Yeah, okay, we explained that. I wish they would fix the broom similar to the Doman Restoration. Yes, I feel you, Alana. I definitely feel you on that. I wish the broom would get fixed too and be a slightly different instance. I 100% agree with you there. One thing I've been curious about, like, was Mach and Amdapor possibly. IDK, mostly Lalafels, because in Dunscape the statues are of Hyur. I know the Black Mage has its roots in maybe by Lalafels. Yes, so technically the Black Mage has its roots in Shitoto, who was a Lalafel. But Sasir was a Hyur who was one of the people who helped create the Zodiarch but wanted to prevent the final days, right? Or the final days, the flood of the 6th number calamity. So Mach's population was Hyur and Lalafell. Nim's population was mainly Lalafell, but there's some influence of Hurrian populations. There's no influence of... Don't think there's any reason to think that there's any influence of Rogadan population because they don't arrive from Limsa until... they don't arrive from Airslaint until the 6th Astral Era, but I may be forgetting something. And then Amdapor is Elizin, Hyur, and I feel like there's some influence of Lalafelian population, but I don't remember what it is. But definitely Elizin and Hyur. And one of the reasons you can tell for Hyur there is if you go into the corpses in Amdapor Hard are White Mage. You can find White Mage and Black Mage Hyur corpses. So, yeah. Deathwide's getting... No, for the hardest part, Dunesfolk Dwarves. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. We looked at a lot of the dwarf models, and there's both Dunesfolk and Plainsfolk models used for the dwarves in the first. But it's not Gaugian and or Gaugian. It's not Gog and Tholes. It's not like one's Plainsfolk, one's Dunesfolk. So it's not like that's where the branch is. Though that would have made a lot of sense if that had been where it is. There's actually a place in here where they talk about. Children of the Cosmos. Oh god, we're gonna have to do multiple streams, aren't we? The dwarves. Having made their homes in the mountains of Calusia, the first equivalent to the Lalafels are renowned for their mastery of mining and metalworking. A reluctance to engage with other races has given rise to the distinctly dwarven culture, rich with tradition and strictly observed customs. Dwarven methods for name-giving were forever changed when the one united tribe fractured into the Thol and Gog, which led to the convention of individual names, all ending in either in TT or GG, respectively. For full introductions, a dwarf will give their family name to an outsider, but surname with the community, following the customary pattern of son of Ronnet, son of Beat, or daughter of Glag, daughter of Gameg, which makes stating father and grandfather, and which with males stating father and grandfather, and females stating mother and grandmother. So yeah, not too much there. Okay, I have to eat this cheese. This is, oh my god, I need a second to just... And I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I will be right back. Don't do anything crazy. Oh, can I just say, I am really excited to spend my evening with my partners for New Year's, but I am really also happy and glad that I chose to do this today. I am enjoying hanging out with you guys, reading E3 and talking about stuff. Sorry, I get so sidetracked. Okay. Cheese and honey on bread. Let's do this. So good. Whew. But yeah, Happy New Year's to you all, and a Merry Heaven's Turn as well. Don't forget the Heaven's Turn event is on, and if you want a Dragon Chocobo Minion, you can go get that right now. Ooh. Okay. There is Dunesfolk Dwarves Infinite, yes. Felt treated like they were different species with different position on the genetic tree. The thing is, we don't know for sure how genetics works in 14. As an example, creatures take after their mothers. So for instance, if you have a Hyur mother and an Elzen father, you're almost certainly going to come out with as a Hyur, but maybe with some Elzen features, like Hilda. If you have a Rogadin father and a Miqo'te mother, you'll still be a Miqo'te. Just as an example. So how genetics function, and we shouldn't apply the way genetics work in our universe as one-to-ones to theirs. It's also interesting because there are large swaths of time where there is no like genetic shift or adaptation for groups, like clans at all. But then there's also periods of time where there's like really stark shifts, like going from Plainsfolk and Dunesfolk to in a couple hundred years. Whereas like Hingan, Hyur, and Eorzean Hyur have been separated for the better part of at least 3,000 or like 3,000 years. Yeah, at least 3,000 years. And yet their derivations aren't that huge, you know? Watching playing Baldur's Gate 3 perfect end of the year. Awesome, Jason. Yeah. What? Where? Oh, you don't. Yeah. So if you guys want to do the quest in order to get the Chocobo Minion, the Dragon Chocobo Minion, you just go to the source, Lenosia. If I'm not mistaken, Heaven's Turn is usually an upper. It'll be in the aft castle. I would have like different eye colors for the dwarves. The reason the Dunesfolk have their eyes are due to the sand. Yeah, we don't know why that same breakdown happened. It's pretty interesting that the dwarves are all mixed. I would have assumed they would have just made them all one way or another. Yeah, me too, Tofu. I've been surprised. Here's what I will say though. We don't see very many dwarves' faces, and if I may be wrong about this. I would need to recheck the Royal Quest dwarf. But the two dwarves that we do see their faces on, other than Nier, are I think Plainsfolk. But if I'm wrong and the Roll Quest one is a Dunesfolk, then this kind of takes away what I'm saying. But the examples of the other dwarves we're talking about that we saw beneath the helmets are helmets that you almost never see off, so it could be possible if they just chose random, like, modifiers. So, I have to look at them. Yes, you're correct. Okay. Sweet. One of the nice things that if you don't know is that the yearly events for each holiday are almost always in the same place. So, like, Little Lays Day is always in Ul'dah, Starlight's always in Gridania, that kind of thing. I think so, at least. Have the Miqo'te ever had an empire? Not that we know of, and historically, and also I have a video I made. I have literally a 10-minute video that I wrote while I was on vacation about how Miqo'te are not from Mericidia and explaining that whole thing. But Miqo'te, effectively, from what we know is the earliest Miqo'te could have ended up on Mericidia is the Second Astral Era. The first time we hear about them in the record is in Eorzea, in and around Alag during the Third Astral Era. Then they cross over to Ilsabard during the Fourth Astral Era. And they're also used as slave labor during the Third Astral Era in Corvos. So there are some Miqo'te also in there. Then the Fourth Astral Era, or the Umbral Calamity happens. Fourth Astral Era begins. Then the Calamity of Ice happens, the Fifth Calamity, and they cross back over from Ilsabard over the Blood Brine back into Eorzea. Now there may have been Miqo'te. Probably we know that that's basically where the Keepers of the Sun come from. Is the Miqo'te that were in Ilsabard that cross back over into Eorzea. So because of that timeline, as far as we know, no, the Miqo'te have never had an empire. Keepers of the Sun have always been focused on their clans. So has Seekers of the Sun have always been focused on their clans. Keepers of the Moons have always been very small, tight-knit groups. That said, we don't know anything about the records of them from the first and second astral era. However, there's no reason to think that they would have necessarily ended up in Tural in any populational amount, because there's no story of them crossing over from Tural to here. However, we don't necessarily have any history of when anyone went to Tural. So how any of the groups ended up in Tural and at what point in history is... Tural, for all we know, was devoid of people for up until like the 5th astral era. But... So no, as far as we know, I would not say that there has been anything that's been in Miqo'te Empire. However, you could be one on another reflection. The faces thing is because culture, I think, the same with FF4. Yeah. Was the girl in the tribe quest of Dunesfolk? I forget. Which tribe quest? The dwarf tribe quest? I forget. I forget which eyes they have, but I know who you're talking about. Hot take, Starlight should be in Ishgard. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's fair. Here's the problem with why it can't be an Ishgard Alana, though. If it's an Ishgard, you have to have Heavens. You have to have completed a Realm Reborn and be into Heaven's Ward. So if you're a new player and you want to do Starlight, you can't. It's the same reason that they stopped putting new jobs in the starting cities for each expansion. So like if you notice, Dark Knight, Machinist, and Ast are all in Ishgard. But because of that, if you're a new player, you can't pick up like Dark Knight until you finished all of a Realm Reborn. So while from a lore standpoint, I'm totally with you. It would make sense for it to be in Starlight, to be in Ishgard. It's probably better for the player base that it's not. Also, Ishgard wasn't available when they first started doing it. But yeah. You see in the Dwarf Tribe quest, the Healer Bowl quest, and the Near quest. Yeah. Although, okay, wait, actually, since we're talking about the Near quest real quick, there's been lots of talk always about the canonicity of the Near quest, because it's like, well, it's a whole alliance raid, but also if it is, it kind of connects the Okotara Wars of 14, and that's kind of weird, and so their stance has historically been, don't worry about it, don't think about it. Basically, it has been the, like, is Near canon in 14. And I would like to point out that EE3 talks about every single alliance raid, except for it does not talk at all about, does not even mention a single thing about Near. And the only time it mentions anything to do with Near whatsoever is, I gotta find it. This is really funny. Okay, found it. There's an entry for Anog and Konog, except for every piece of information for them is nothing to do with the Alliance raid. It's only the normal stuff. So, Konog. By contrast to Anog, Konog favors a more... Anog. Found as an orphan by the dig site chief, Anog and her twin Konog endured much hardship in their early years, eventually becoming infamous throughout Comra for their myriad schemes. Though officially members of the Gaug, their origins and then the rest of it is burned out. It's literally burned out of the book. Yep. So, the canonicity of Near is highly gray, and I would say effectively the answer is it is, I'll say not canon, but like effectively it's not, I wouldn't treat it as canon. So like don't use Near for any of your reference points for figuring out what much of the lore. Because also it creates all sort of metaphysical headaches that make no sense. Yeah. I would have thought dwarves would be Dunesfolk. How likely would you feel some sort of Alamegan restoration content would be? I would love it. Views, good to see you, glad to have you. And I would love it. I think that long overdue. I think it would be great. It's hard to figure out how to do it, but I would definitely love it. Seekers of the Sun, yeah. Have expecting for Elio to make the why Miqo'tes are not from Meriacidia, only for them to turn out to be from Meriacidia anyways. Look, I have a long history of making really reasonable and rational arguments that are rooted in only in facts that are super supportable and still being wrong. But no, I'm pretty solid on this. There are only two pieces of evidence in the entire game to rationalize why Miqo'te would be from Meriacidia, and both of them are, one of them is incredibly tenuous and has to assume that you treat two clauses as one clause, and the other is contradicted by multiple other pieces of information. But that video will come out, so you'll see that when it comes out. I would have thought that I wish Keepers had more lore. Yeah, Keepers don't really have that much lore. I mean, they've got really good lore for what they have, but Duskwhite and Keepers have been both pretty underserved. The problem is it's hard to write much about Keepers because there's not, basically they've never had a civilization. They've never, like, there's not really anything to say that hasn't already been said. Like the Duskwhite at least have Gelmora, but the Keepers don't really have anything like that. Keepers travel in groups of like 3 clans, yeah. I wish they would add a second quest or whatever they would allow you to continue in Ishgard. Yeah, that could be something cool on it. But again, that still limits people who can't can't do it. But I definitely get the desire. It would be really appropriate. I mean, but also by that argument, Starlight, honestly, more than Starlight Valentions would also be really good. I do love how the book expands on Hrothgar lore, especially how they expand on female Hrothgar and the reason so many male Hrothgar. Yeah, they basically do exactly what they did for Viera before male Viera came out. I just want to know about Keeper Worship of Menethina, but we got the Lamb guy. Yeah. Well, the Lambs of Dalamud, I think, like, especially thematically for what that story was about, bringing that full to a close makes using Lambs of Dalamud having been around since 1.0, I think works a lot. There's the censored words, yeah. I have no idea what to make of the Nier quest, but I like dwarves in it, yeah. Yeah. So Nier raids are literally gray zone of canonicity, yeah. I feel like Nier quests are canon to Nier, but not to FF. Actually, Tofu, I agree. That's a great way to put it. I would say yes. The Nier quests are canon to the Yoko verse, but are not canon to Final Fantasy XIV. I think that is absolutely apt. Also, since the next place we're talking about is going to be Mare in a little bit, I'm going to go to the Mare Lamentorum, just get a change of scenery, and also because Mare Lamentorum is one of my favorite maps in the game. I know it's probably one of the most boring maps to most people in the game, but it's so beautiful to me. Wait, I'm skimming my back. Is there not a single page for puppets copied in Tower? Nope, not a single one. There is no reference to Nier in all of EE3. There is nothing that talks about it whatsoever. Someone feel free to prove me wrong if you can find anything, but in the entrance section, they don't have anything about the little guys, Mr. Oh my god, what are they called? The robots from Nier. Hey, look, we got Eorzea up right here right now. And this is Tural's coming in. Dr. Tural. Yeah. What is this ship on the moon, the crash one? That is not Dalamud. That is a Heimdall satellite probe. It is basically a probe that was used to monitor Dalamud when it was up in the heavens. And it crashed on the moon and leaked out a bunch of etherochemical fluid. And that etherochemical fluid is what mixed with a lot of the stuff in the ground to create a lot of the weird vegetation and monsters that you find, as well as why there's Allagan machinery on Mare Lamentorum. Also, interestingly, if you've done the most recent quest for getting all of the cats, the lynxes, there's a really beautiful story to do with this and with Dalamud's dragon song, or not Dalamud, Bahamut's dragon song. Fix the hinterlands aetherites. Yeah, give us an extra hinterland aetherite. Yeah, that'd be great. It's very understandable they do that. Amusingly, in 11, Shantoto's visit to 14 is canon. She talks about it, but Shantoto and Gilgamesh, she can just do that. Yeah, agreed, Josuke. I think the interdimensional rift in 14 is wonky in such a way that it's easy to... It's relatively not hard to be like, okay, I guess this works, kind of. But the way that 14, I think, does its canon, for instance, crossover events and also the amount of holidays that have happened are basically treated as non-canon in 14. One of the things that's really interesting in EE3, originally I was just going to read this verbatim, but now we're just hopping all over. That's fine, but they have a section on the holidays in EE3, and one of the things that's really interesting is for each one, they don't list every holiday event that has happened, but they do list 2. So one thing that's interesting about that is that it possibly insinuates that there has canonically been at least 2 years since A Realm Reborn. Now, it could also happen at the start of the Realm Reborn, blah, 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 but at minimum, that kind of implies that there would have to be at least 2 passings of the events. Now, as someone liked to point out, technically that means that there could have been, 365 and then 364 days, but I would argue that it's being pedantic. But yeah, they have a whole bit about all the different events. Allagan pollution smack my head. To be fair, in Alag's defense, this one wasn't exactly their fault because this was just because Allag had fallen and Dalamud was still up, so they couldn't do any maintenance or anything, so eventually the satellite crashed. Oh, I love the Watcher's Palace only because it's an example of forced perspective that frequently gets used in amusement parks. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Reality. Warrior of Light was just drinking so hard with Kodok they had a bad trip and imagined factory bunkered. I don't think we've seen a keeper settlement. No, you don't really. You see poacher settlements. That's the closest you get. But keepers don't really have settlements. I talk about most of the important keeper lore in the Moonlight lyrical lore dedicated to Moonlight video that we put out recently. So if you want to learn some keeper lore while also watching an breakdown of the lyrics from the second Alliance raid, it's a good time to do that. Okay. And yeah, I just checked. Min, player of Dwarf Tribe questlines are Dunes Folk and Plains Folk. Healers, one is Dunes Folk. Okay, it's not just for gameplay reasons, showing cutscenes and stuff. Okay, cool. Shall we actually continue now that we've been talking about other things for the better part of an hour? The final days, then and now. So to go back a little bit to Dynamis, because this will talk a bit about kind of how the final days works. The final days were driven by an immense wave of Dynamis sent forth by the Endsinger from her nest at the edge of the universe. Though weak energy and essence, Dynamis filled the cosmos, and Medion's intense emotion called the vast reservoirs forward to crash over the star in a never-ending torrent. Yet even such voluminous and relentless assaults of Dynamis could be negated should a world be encompassed in a solid layer of inherently more powerful aether. Zodiarch, reinforcing the celestial currents to quell the calamity in ancient times, was an example of this principle in action. These reinforcements were removed, however, when the Ascian Fandaniel put his twisted schemes into motion, orchestrating the reawakening and subsequent death of Zodiarch. The natural laws rewritten by the eldest primal began to unravel, and the final days once more seeped in through the weakened currents above Thavner and its surrounds. See, even that once more seeped in through the weakest currents above that, this makes me think that the current gaps were the exact same in the Unsundered world. Comparison between the past and present day occurrence of this calamity show an almost identical progression. Further going to that point, both instances erupted in regions where the celestial aether was thin, the arrival of the final days heralded by a keening from the earth and the fires in the sky. Both saw the appearance of beastly abomination whose attacks on the populace spread panic and death. It was the manner in which these beasts manifested, however, where the two calamities diverged. In the ancient days, the beasts were spawned by creation magics gone awry, while in the modern age, it was the people themselves who underwent ghastly transformations. So part of that's because we can be affected by Dynamis more readily because we're Enteleki, right? Whereas the ancients couldn't be transformed by the Dynamis, but they could feel the emotions of the Dynamis, right? And so that it got into their head and made their magics go awry. And you can see a picture of Vanaspati. Beasts and blasphemes. Every account to date names Razat-Han as the location of the first verified case of spontaneous transformation. It was in this hub of commerce that the merchant Khazal, the leader of the major trading consortium, suddenly turned into a nightmarish beast. Subsequent research found that it was those overwhelmed by despair or other emotional burdens who succumbed to the change. The dramatic physical alteration a result of the Endsinger's despair-laden Dynamis. Reacting to the victim's own sense of hopelessness, once the process began, corporeal aether would rapidly decay, leaving only Dynamis-animated husks. Effectively, the beings that were created from that, the aether's gone, the soul was destroyed, there's just what's left of their emotions turned into a Dynamis monster. It's just like all their sorrow, hatred, despair, negative emotions formed into a creature. It's genuinely horrifying because it's unlike when you die in Final Fantasy XIV on Atheris, your soul returns to the Ethereal Sea and is reborn. Though you may be gone, a new life comes from it. With this, the aether is effectively destroyed. The soul is rended apart. There's no coming back. There is no new life. There is no rebirth or reincarnation. That's one of the reasons that, if you remember, at the end of Vanaspati, why everyone is so horrified when they realize what the creatures are, because there's just nothing left of the people but their pain. In Razat-Han, they perceived this initial case as a blasphemy against their beast-headed gods. Other nations quickly adopted the name, applying the title of blasphemy to each beast which first appeared in a region. Svarbanu was the name given to the blasphemy of Thavner, and the mindless terror inspired by an abhorrent form twisted one victim after another into beasts. The fear and despair fed upon itself, causing a succession of transformations that accounted for many of the final days' fatalities. So yeah, so that's Svarbanu is the boss you fight at the end of Vanaspati, and it was forgetting his name, the traitor that you meet with, who's dejected at the beginning when you first arrive in Thavner, who's friends with Matsya. One of you guys knows it. I know one of you guys will say it. I think the Final Fantasy XI raid is going to be crossover base 11 and tie in some Vana'diel's lore to the story. Would make sense. I think what's more likely idea is that it's going to be they're going to do what they did for Ivalice. They're going to take 11's lore, history, and story and interpret it for 14. That would be my guess. So like what you'll see is there will be a version, like Ivalice will have been a nation that existed on Tural at some point, and it will have been like a nation that shares a lot of similarities with certain aspects of Final Fantasy 11. I don't think that they're going to connect 11 directly to 14 for a couple reasons, part of which is to do with like the metaphysics of the games are completely different. There's a lot of issues with that. And I know that there's the Shentoto crossover events as well as the 11 crossover events, but multiple crossover events are basically a just have fun, don't worry about it. Like, for instance, the Dragon Quest crossover event, or the, Isn't Iroha and 14 in the crossover event? So that's like saying aren't slimes from Dragon Quest in Final Fantasy 14, or aren't, what's another example? Or aren't the yokai from Yokai Watch in Final Fantasy 14? And the canonicity of those events has been treated as not only gray, but pretty much a hand wave away. The same way that 16 won't be canon to 14, at least based off of all the lore and everything they've described thus far. Yeah. If Eureka isn't mentioned in it, yeah. Calls all. Thank you, Adia. Yes. I can remember the Zal, but I can't remember the first part. Yes, have a settlement of insect race. It also happens to be a bandit camp. Never change, Gridania. Never change. I would love for them to add a city defense like they did in FF11, where the servers has to get it together to protect the city. That was fun. Yeah, they did something like that for 1.0. That's where the Great Gubu Wall kind of came from. The problem is that's not kind of the MMO 14 is at this point. I love stuff like that. I love MMOs that are more sandboxy and do stuff like that. But that's not really how 14 is designed. It has been designed since really 2.0. It kind of is like what does that even mean? Because the city states are like instanced away. It's not a contiguous map. And like, do you just do a fate that's outside of Gridania, that's everyone just sitting at the level 1 pathway? Like, what does that even mean? But yeah, I love the idea. I love that sort of thing. Dragon Quest 1 wasn't that unbelievable. It's just stone elements made from bricks, right? But you still have the slimes and all that, and some characters from 11. The closest most canonish connection we have is Tenzen, and he's an 11 guy. Yes, but it's not Tenzen from 11, right? Like, that's an example of what I'm saying is 14 takes stuff from other older Final Fantasies and reinterprets them whenever it uses them as part of the story traditionally. So Ivalice is not Ivalice from 12 or Tactics. It's taking those things and reinterpreting them. It's a different Ultima. Tenzen is not Tenzen from 11. It's a reinterpretation for what he would be, what would make sense for Doma, right? The Crystal Tower is not the Crystal Tower from Final Fantasy 3. It's reinterpreted for this. Golbez is not Golbez from 4, and the Fiends are not Golbez. That sort of thing. Makes me wonder if upcoming 11 raid is going to be canon. I think it will. And I think they're just going to reinterpret Vana'diel for 14. They'll just make Vana'diel will have been a place that existed in some part of Tural at an earlier astral era, and it's echoes of its history and its story. That would be my guess. They're pretty ambiguous about where our Tenzen came from, weren't they? No, they talk about they show them as flashbacks, and they show locales in Yanxia, and we also know that the 4 lords come from Othard, and he arrives and he spends time with them, unless you mean like before he met them. Yeah, I guess. But then also they kind of really heavily imply Tenzen's a shard of Azem, which that wouldn't make sense if it's the same one. Someone tried to tell me the Ivalice raids made 12 and FF14 same world, and I'm like, no, they literally flipped in the timeline and make tactics in the past. Yeah, and they literally state that they're not. Like they literally state that they are not the same world. Like Orbone is not. Yeah, and also Viera didn't exist in tactics. Like most of the they existed in Tactics Advanced, but like Tactics doesn't have most of those races. Yeah. This is why it's important to denote things, right? Like when I understand people's confusion. Like, oh, you see Ivalice and you just think, oh, it's Ivalice, right? But like that's why it's really important to point out like when there is information about a thing, why something is or isn't a thing. Okay, moving on. Vana''s choice. Not like Sophie's choice. Vana would one day be the driving force behind the summoning of Hydaelyn. Yet even before that, she was a prominent and venerated figure in ancient society. An astute former member of the Convocation, who after ceding the office of Azem to her successor, made the unusual choice to take the white robes of an advisor, rather than to return to the Star, as was custom. Upon meeting the time-traveling champion of the Scions, Vana deduced at a glance that the unusual visitor had arrived from the future, because we have her Blessing of Light. So the Blessing of Light and the Echo are separate. You have the Echo because you have an unsundered soul, or a sundered soul, and you awaken due to the star shower from the final days, right? That's what the Echo is. The Blessing of Light is a blessing, it's a magic that Vana gives to us. That's also why Midgard Summer can cancel out our Blessing of Light, but he can't turn off our Echo, right? So they're two different things. So when she talks about her Traveler's Charm that she casted upon us, what she's talking about is the Blessing of Light. She had also accepted that the news of the unusual visitor. Upon meeting the time-traveling champion of the Scions, Vauthry deduced at a glance that their unusual visitor had arrived from the future. She also accepted the news of the looming calamity without hesitation, and lent her aids to an investigation that would eventually reveal how the Metea's bleak encounters amongst the stars gave rise to the Endsinger and her final days. Ultimately, the concerned ancients failed to apprehend the Minion who remained on Ethereus. Vauthry did, however, succeed in marking the fleeing Entelechy with a tracking rune, thus ensuring the possibility for a future confrontation with the Endsinger. Following the champion's departure, Vauthry began laying plans to prepare for what was to come. The Convocation would summon Zodiarch, and his will would delay the inevitable for a time. But Vauthry convinced her followers that Hydaelyn and her sundering was the only path forward. By splitting the star, they intended that all life upon it would be diminished in power, mankind included. Their unending lives would become short and limited. The thinning of their aether preclude the use of creation magics. Yet the reduction in corporeal aether would improve man's connection to Dynamis. Those who inherited the sundered world would be Entelechy's, capable warriors whom Vauthry hoped would one day stand against the Endsinger and her inexorable despair. So this is an example also what I'm talking about, where like Hermes is like, oh, I don't know if you're... An Entelechy isn't just like that one thing you did, but we are Entelechy's. Just because one character says like... The same way that like some characters don't understand what Primals is until we go further in the story. Like all of the Scions are shocked all throughout 2.x every time we encounter a new Primal. They like, we meet a Leviathan and we meet the like the Sahagin who summons him. They're like, that seems weird. Then we remove and we're like, wait, they can be friendly? And then we meet Shiva and we're like, wait, a person can summon a Primal into them? So like literally... You know, just because a character says something does not mean it's de facto fact, and every character has absolute knowledge. With her own mastery over Dynamis, however, Minion made for a surpassingly daunting foe. Believing that mankind should have another option, Vauthry prepared for them the means to flee the star, should they choose so. Now ensconced at the heart of Hydaelyn, she brought into being a race of familiars, the Loperids, and bade them ready Zodiarch's lunar prison for a potential voyage into the great expanse. As the will of the star, she touched the lives of those blessed with the Echo, granting them knowledge and protection. She knew that with the Ascian scheming to rejoin the worlds, and the final days bearing down with unstoppable momentum, such heroes would be sorely needed. So this further conveys what I'm saying. She touched the lives of those blessed with the Echo, right? So she doesn't grant the Echo. They already have the Echo is an intrinsic property. Tenzin is an Asm that would get tricky, probably with his soul being bound to hold the bad guy's auspice in the shrine. Yeah, so Tofu, that's one of the reasons why it's like weird to insinuate that, but also it's possible that that he gave his body and self to like he gave himself to bind it, but like his soul itself may not be continually trapped in there with it, but it presents itself because we arrive there. That's a possibility. It's heavily implied, but there are some things you have to figure out for how that works. So we either can have Alliance Raid expunged from existence or have them as long-playing canon with long-spanning ideas and consequences because writers just so happen to be Matsuno. Yeah, basically infinite. A little late in response, but I don't think we are Entelechy's. We are explicitly Entelechy's. Yeah. Based on the fact that people aren't empaths like Elpis Flower Minion. I would disagree. Also, just because I think that's a wrong way of thinking about AC. So like one, just read that we are explicitly considered Entelechy's, but also just because we have a lot of aether, right? We're aether dense. We don't have all the capabilities Minion has. We can affect Dynamis, but we can also affect aether. We're a child of both worlds. And also, yeah, but also like we are affected by other people's emotions, and also we are affected by Dynamis. Like that's how our final days works, right? Like we are affected by Dynamis. Like we are more susceptible to it. This is what I don't get. Everyone had a theory that she would be evil, but Vauthry ended up being good. Why was everyone led to believe she was evil? So Fly Free, that's very easy to think in retrospect, but imagine a time before Shadowbringers came out, right? So first off, Shadowbringers doesn't come out and you have Hydaelyn. You only really have Hydaelyn's word for what Hydaelyn's doing. Also, everything about what Hydaelyn's doing sounds kind of like a Primal. And also, Primals temper people. So are we tempered? Is Hydaelyn actually a bad guy? Like you have to understand there wasn't the context. Shadowbringers comes out and we actually learn Hydaelyn's backstory and we discover she is a Primal. and she hasn't been real with us. She has not been telling us what her plan is. She has not been telling us what she actually is. She has not been conveying anything to us, right? So even in Shadowbringers, even though we now know more, and we know the Ancient story, and we know, like, Vanna's story, for instance, when you first meet her at the beginning of Endwalker, there's a reason that you have the option to say, I can trust you no longer, because she has not been straight with you this whole time. So, the idea that she was maybe less good than she was leading on to be was a very real possibility and subversion that could have happened. So for a lot of people, it made sense. In retrospect, now that we know all this information, we're like, how could we ever think that? But it's always easy to think that when you have different information at the time. It's the same way, when like, oh, I don't have a good example at the top of my head. But like when you learn information in the game about something, and you're like, oh, it's so obvious, how could I have never noticed? Like, there's some people who don't figure out that Graha's the Crystal Exarch, right? But like, once you know, in retrospect, if you play it again, you're like, of course, this is too obvious. But a lot of people didn't, you know? And so it's easy to retroactively, to once you know, think it's easy. And sometimes it is just easy, but... I think it'll be an interpretation too. 11's too far too different a reality and to integrate otherwise. First thought that came to mind is that Altana is a very limited creator goddess, Hydaelyn's a primal. Yeah, something like that, Juska. Yeah, Juska. I think that's definitely possible. Enter that people were pretty shocked by Shadowbringer's reveals about her, and also the suspicion that her silence during the entirety of it. Yeah, because remember, she fell silent for an entire expansion. So much that the Endwalker, almost two. Yeah, the Endwalker, you literally have a dialogue option that also asks, what the fuck, why are you keeping quiet all this time? Yeah. And then Mogomog too, like, this guy didn't exist, they just made him up. Yeah, right, then Mogomog's a myth, he's not an actual being that existed for how primals are weird. Exactly, Tofu. So we're expecting 11 Alliance Raid to be not canon. I'm expecting it to be canon, but it's an interpretation of it in the 14 universe. It's not 11 in 14. It is 11's lore and world and history interpreted through the 14 lens, the same way that they did with the Evilise. Just look at Evilise. Mogomog was the first primal to be based on a real person. Well, Moogle, not on a god. Well, no, because Mogomog is in E1 or 2 is said to be based on a myth. Or unless you're talking about the king. You're talking about the myth of the king. Because like the Moogles don't. Actually, is it an E? No, I think it should be an E1 because it's Heaven's Word. God, how many pages of stuff have I had to memorize at this point? Not that I've even memorized it, but just mainly just trying to make sure I remember what everything is. Calamity of Ice. Although, shouldn't it be earlier during the Calamity of the Wind? Yeah, it is. Okay. Races. Okay, Vanu. Goblins. Moogles. Depictions in legend as the last king of the Moogle kind, the story of good King Mogomog the 12th tells how he helped his people flee to the world below, while he alone remained in the heavens. Long believed to be the invention of the fairy tales, his all too real manifestation in answer to the fervent prayers of the Moogles' guard sent ripples of confusion through the halls of academia. In the face of such undeniable evidence, however, good King Mogomog the 12th, may his royal appetite for the Aether lead us not to oblivion, became the first record case of a non-deific entity summoned in the manner of a primal. So that's specifically what's stated. But it's good to see you. Glad to have you. Another day, Garuda that we know of in universe. Yeah, immense amount of PTSD. Garuda is double whammy. She is a primal based on a non-existent goddess that was based on the real hot Algan general. Yeah, a real Algan commander of an Ixalian unit. Did they say she's a commander of an Ixalian unit? I didn't remember that part. Melittle said they didn't rename the Moogles on the first. The Boogles. Oh my god, that would have been something. Nutterballs. Part of it was the eldest and most powerful primals line was the trailer before Shadowbringers. So everyone spent a lot of time trying to process what that means for our champion. Yeah, so Tofu, you're right. The conspiracy theory of Hydaelyn being evil was further stoked by before Shadowbringers came out. There was a trailer where it ended with Itzel's line, "The eldest of primals," and then everyone went wild. But suspicions that Hydaelyn had been evil was a theory that had been in the background of people's minds since. The earliest I remember people talking about was Stormblood. It might have existed earlier. Like how it sells the entire goal of 6.0 in the beginning of the expansion. Yeah, exactly, Adia, yeah. Crisis of Faith, Confirmation of Faith. She was silent for like 2 expansions. I think the last time she talked to you directly in the end of Heaven's Word. Yeah. Didn't she also fall silent because she used so much magic to save our butts and prey? Yes. She fell silent. She fell silent because it became harder and harder to communicate with us. Is definitely part of it, and she was conserving her strength to use for other means. Absolutely was sus of Hydaelyn up to the point where Vana walked up to us and said, "Are you from the future?" At which point I actually apologized out loud. The king, as you have the meeting in the Moogle villages in Heavensward. Yeah, but that's a different king. But yes, the idea is, the point is, even if it's based off of a historical figure, it's based off of a myth of a historical figure, right? For Mogomog, which makes him a particular interest and weird. Idea of Warrior of Light messing up, Eden style, and summoning the mix of Knights of the Nine and Palm Guard with their kings' lives rent free in my head since. Until when is this stream? Currently, it is for the next 4 hours. I'm still got 4 hours to go. The Mughals don't have a king anymore. Are you referring to the chieftain Mogolin? I think that's what they're referring to, yes. Mogomog is King Arthur. I'm not wrong. Okay. Charlian and the Ethereal Sea. In the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era, Charlian scholars in the Dravanian hinterlands embarked on the ambitious project to observe the Ethereal Sea. Actually, you know what? Since we're going to be talking about the Aetioscope, and I think it's worth pulling these guys up so we can talk about. Good thing she turned out to be good in the Endwalker, and there were no people overly obsessed with the idea of making a comic depicting how angry they for a Hydaelyn. Yeah, they were at Hydaelyn. Yeah, definitely infinite. No one would ever feel that way. So, for those of you who know, the Anti-Tower, which is a dungeon you've probably done, was built in Charlian to reach that point. So, the way that the metaphysics of 14 work is that you've got the outer crust of a star, which is like solidified aether, and then the deeper down you go, the more it becomes like the Ethereal Sea and eventually becomes the Ethereal Sea, right? So if you went down further into that pool, you would reach into the Ethereal Sea. So some places have easier or lesser touch points to get to it, right? So like technically you can see even light streaming down, so we're not that far down, but we are still far down. The Charlians discovered this a couple hundred years ago, and it is how they were communicating with Hydaelyn. But yeah. Charlian and the Ethereal Sea. In the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era, Charlian scholars in the Dravanian hinterlands embarked on an ambitious project to observe the Ethereal Sea. It began as simple curiosity, a desire to learn more about the star's inner workings, but grew into a momentous undertaking that would decide the course of a nation, and later, the entire world. At the end of a half-decade-long survey exploring the caverns of the northern hinterlands, researchers penetrated the depths of an extensive cave system. They found within a junction where the veil between physical and ethereal would grow thin, and it was here they commenced construction of a gigantic observatory. The Anti-Tower, as it was known, became the center of study for our aetherologists, their days of focused analysis continuing unabated until the occurrence of an unusual incident. In the depths of the tower, a pupil assigned to the observational duties suddenly collapsed. After regaining consciousness, she described a meeting with the will of the star. Her experience was initially dismissed as the effects of intoxication brought on by ethereal saturation, or an imaginative excuse for being caught napping. But when the first case was followed by several others, even the most skeptical voices were forced to admit that something extraordinary was afoot. In their defense, can you imagine if you were studying imagine if you were studying a volcano and like one of the people you were working with collapsed, woke up and turned to you and said, "I talked to God!" You know? Like, you'd be a little circumspect. Just a thought. Tarzan at home. Killhall, good to see you, glad to have you. Only vaguely related, but the ethereal font has always reminded me that the unreachable background area is north of New Charlotte. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's because, to be fair, the Aether font is Hom, right? It's the Isle of Hom, so that makes sense. I do kind of think you could see Karzan in WoW sometimes, Elio. Elio, I got so many issues with WoW, but I can't hate on either old or new Karzan. Dude, there's a lot of great world stuff, like, with WoW, don't get me wrong. I fell in love with Azeroth when, back in the vanilla days. Would have been fun if Charlian was digging down and arrived at Hell. I mean, it kind of did. Hell and Heaven are kind of the same thing in 14. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Believe me, he knows too well, yeah. Okay. Also, don't forget to ask any questions if you have them about aetherology or anything we've covered thus far going, or even if you've read E3 and have questions about a later point. The forum's discretion. The studium under which... Oh, actually, you know what? Okay, so this was formed hundreds of years ago, right? But eventually, because of the encroaching Garlean stuff into Eorzea, they had the people of Charlian go on the Exodus about 15-ish years ago. And the anti-tower is left behind. So the only person who has is Matoya, who basically has squatting rights on it. But then... That's why... But they didn't matter that they were abandoning it, because they had already built something to replace it. Which is the Ascioscope. I love Fortunal's reaction when he meets the Loprits. I swear I was having some fun with them. Probably. Is there a reason why the building is shaped as such? I think because... So, within the confines of the game, or within the confines of the universe, it's because they want a way to be able to study it, but they can't be close to it, right? In terms of, like, they can't have something... Like, there's no solid base. They want to be as close to the entry to it as possible so that they can better hear Hydaelyn. Like, remember, even just going up this elevator is enough to lose contact with Hydaelyn, right? The deeper you go into the Ethereal Sea, the better ability you have to contact the will of the star. But you can't place the anti-tower anywhere around it. So what's the best way to get close? Build a spire upside down that reaches down so that its tip is nearly touching the gateway into the Ethereal Sea, right? So it actually makes a pragmatic sense. Like, it does make some sense. Like, think about the fact that they lose transmission with us even when we're just descending from the platforms in the Ascioscope, right? I thought Matoya was given Custodia rights to Google and the Anti-Tower to keep her and Travanian away from the Forum because they couldn't stand her and vice versa. Maybe. My understanding of the timeline for that, Tam, was that she stayed behind and took over those rights, not that the Forum gave them, but I may be wrong about that. So if anyone has a reference to them, someone specifically saying the Forum granted them to her, please do share. I still don't know how the Charlians did the Exodus. There aren't boats nearby. Boats nearby where... oh, the hinterlands? Well, so if you actually look at the Thaliac, you actually can see that it does lead off. Also remember that, so if you're in the hinterlands, right, there are actually large bodies of water. You know what? This is actually... You all know the Ascioscope. This is the Ascioscope. These platforms constructed by it. Wait. Oh, there it is. You have the elevator that leads up, back up. If you go into, not Numenon, if you go into Labyrinthos, you can actually see the entry gate to it, and it's the exact same as, the entry gate into, on the Anti-Tower, right? Was there a lore reason that the tiny troll minion is from this place? I mean, from the Ascioscope, probably because of the troll quest line in Labyrinthos. Like, usually the map that the dungeon is in is what is made as the important part for is what defines the minion. And so trolls are kept in Labyrinthos. So yeah, you can see that the Thaliac leads down. There's actually the ocean right here. So there may be elevators that are no longer working, but there actually are water pathways out from the hinterlands out into the Blood Brine and the Northern Empty. Just, it's amazing what the things you can notice, like you actually like go hang out in certain areas. Oh, look at the copy. Is he gonna say anything? Oh, he's just sitting up. Come, dance it with Gob and Longpeer the Sea Skull. That's amazing. I'm sorry, but I love goblins dearly, and the fact that there's just a random goblin encounter where a goblin walks up to you and says, "Hey, let's watch and look at the." That's. I'm so happy. It makes me so happy. Dream change from lore discussion to chilling with Gobbo. I mean, both can be true. Both can be true. I mean, hey, let us pass. So yes, not in the slightest weak security. Charlotte's security is not very good. No. Yes, it fell. It straight up fell into the Ascioscope. Oh, I see what you're saying. How the tiny troll minion got down there. Yes, I like that theory. Super, that's what we're going with. The minion ended up in there because it fell in there. I mean, to be fair, how did any of the gear really end up in there? And why is there gear on Ultima Thule? And, you know, you can always lore dump on Gobbo. Dude, if you want my lore dump on goblins, just go watch my Live in La Vida Gabi. I made an entire goblin version of Live in La Vida Loca, but in Gabi speak. So glad we got more goblins in this new expansion. Yes! I'm very excited for the new goblins. See ya, buddy. I'm very excited for them. Gob is watching this. This is the most wholesome encounter in the game. I refuse to accept any substitutes. For the Minion Guide, originally as inhabited of Labyrinthos, the inquisitive young troll snuck into the Aciascope, where it fell into the Ethereal Sea. Okay, wow, so not even headcanon, it's literally the, yeah. There it met the souls of its ancestors, an experience that saw it mature beyond its tender years. This is a theory that's straight up what happens? That's amazing! I love it. Super, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Good to see you, glad to have you, by the way. Okay. The Forum's discretion. The studium under which the authority of the Anti-Tower was constructed wrung oaths of silence from all who encountered the will of the star. It then designated a small circle of experts to record and analyze the incidents, as well as devise a reliable means of contacting their transcendent visitor. While success was not assured, it was discovered that sending those with particular sensitivity to Aether, which would later awaken in the same individuals as the Echo, to stand at the junction greatly improved the probability of a visit. The trickle of new knowledge became a river. So this is a thing that it's been known for forever, but has been emphasized in the past couple, in all the Encyclopedia Eorzeas, is that Hydaelyn really only ever contacts those with the Echoes unless there's special circumstance. So for instance, what Urianger does during 3.4 to pull everyone into the heart. And it seems because Hydaelyn can't pull effectively when Hydaelyn's communicating with most people, what she's doing is she's effectively pulling your soul into the Ethereal Sea for a discussion. Whereas she doesn't seem to really be able to do that for those who don't have the Echo. But she is at certain points able to pull people their full bodies into this heart of the Ethereal Sea, which is, again, what happens with Thancred and everyone during 3.4. It's a very specific different circumstances, which is why Urianger has to, beseech her and specific, all that. And what astonishing things did the will of the star reveal unto them? They learned of the final days which devastated the ancient world, and of the desperate summoning of Zodiarch. They heard the unimaginable tale of Hydaelyn and the Sundering, and of the moon's dual nature as a prison and vessel. Truths so monumentous that to share them would shatter the very foundations of belief upon which the world was built. It was at this stage that the Studium Circle submitted its findings to the Forum via the office of the Scholarch. Henceforth, the Anti-Tower was placed under the Forum's sole governance, the oath of silence bolstered by the magically enforced mandate of strict confidentiality to further control any forthcoming revelation. To further control any forthcoming revelations, it was decided that an advanced observational facility would be constructed in the bowels of Labyrinthos, far beneath the surface of Old Charlian. After decades of secret excavation, a new junction was reached, and there did they build a highly precise lens through which to peer into the Ethereal Sea, the Aciascope. A greater exodus. With the will of the star's words came new purpose and grave responsibility. If mankind was to survive, then Charlian needed to coordinate with the Loporrits in preparing for a massive exodus into the great expanse. For such a complex logistical endeavor to succeed, a multitude of plans had to be devised to put into motion, often requiring the Forum to deceive even their own people in the process. The Bibliotheca Historica. A grand project began under the Forum's direction. The Bibliotheca Historica, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, sought to preserve the collected wisdom of the world, that it might accompany mankind on its eventual exodus to the stars. Many of those who helped compile the great works, however, did so unaware of its true purpose. Labyrinthos. This cavernous facility, built in a volcanic hollow of beneath the island, was originally little more than an oversized warehouse. Actually, let's head over to Labyrinthos, seeing as it's useful to explain. But also, for those of you who don't know, the Aether font is on the Isle of Ham. So that the 6.4 dungeon is on this isle here. So there's the Isle of Yorn, the Isle of Ham, and then I forget. There actually is somewhere where it states where Vol was, but Vol is gone now because Vol was teleported and became Eureka. Okay. Poor little troll. I mean, at least he gained wisdom. I raise you a random alpha encounters all over the world. In my RP, my character got left behind during the Exodus for having a panic attack. Also, please give us a voice, Gavius. I will gladly. I mean, honestly, every year I do an April Fool's video, and it's always goblin themed. The first year it was the lore of Gobbies as explained by a goblin. The second year was Living La Vida Gobby. This year I'm going to do something else, but I don't know what it will almost certainly be Gobby themed, and I don't know what it is yet. Oh, did I forget to finish off Labyrinthos? I think I did. This is why I usually don't have alts. Forget how convenient flying is until it's taken away. They should add in more retainer encounters all over the game. Yeah, definitely would take it. I love hunts, so I need it to spawn the S rank and lab, which needs it to be a clear skies with the tiny troll minion out. Refleur the uncanny likes playing with you. That's awesome. That's really cool. The timing was exquisite too, of you of all people being in the exact place to notice the goblin fella, right? Right? Come sit with me. Look at this guy. I'm struggling with a small test with text with my company of with my copy of Encyclopedia Eorzea. Yeah. So having it in audio form is fabulous. Awesome. I'm glad it's helpful, Sarah. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I think I may actually one day just do an actual recording of reading all of them. Like an audiobook without this discussion. So if I don't, no promises on when that will be, but I do think that would be fun to do at some point. It would be a pain to do the audio editing, but maybe if I pass that off to someone. Bibliotheca faction, you. Bibliothèque. Okay, thank you, Asteria. You can hear a Moogle speak, but only if you start in Gridania, which is wild. See, whenever we do Moogles, for some reason, I do this. For some reason, we have Moogles talk like this, Kupo. Do you think they will ever let us explore the modern-day ruins of Elpis? Do I think they will ever? I think they could. I think it'd be really cool if they did. I think my question is I wonder what that even is. Like, did it end up on another? I think it'd be really cool if another reflection had the ruins of Elpis, or where Elpis landed up when everything was sundered, and seeing those that littered around a map, I think would be really cool. So, do I think they will? They could. There's nothing to me that would indicate that they couldn't. It's just a question if they do. I have alts just for farming stuff for crafting. Why would you need alts for farming stuff? Psh, coal. Vader breathing, right? Yes, correct. So if you ever see the psh, coal thing with goblins, that's them breathing in and out of their masks. It's them going, psh, coal. Probably have many things to tell you. Yeah, correct. I would love to have a Bloodborne world. The lore is so good. I mean, I'm a big fan of FromSoft, but I would love to see that if they don't actually point it out that it's the ruins of Elpis, just let the players know, hang on, I recognize it. Yeah, I think that would be amazing, Modest. I agree. Labyrinthos. This cavernous facility built in the volcanic hollow beneath the island was originally little more than an oversized warehouse. To accommodate the will of the star's revelations, however, expansive changes were made in addition to the secret construction of the Acioscope. Labyrinthos became a place of experimentation, where samples were tested with mind for transplantation to another world. Its dedicated researchers would develop elemental furnaces and an artificial sun, seeking to perfect climate control mechanisms, to duplicate the ideal conditions of southern Ilsabard, and to create optimal environments for specimen storage and sustainability. Actually, that's another thing worth pointing about. So the environment of Labyrinthos is modeled off of Corvos. So what you see in Labyrinthos would likely be the sort of climate you should expect from Corvos whenever we go, or something pretty close to it. The Ark. The Loporrids dutifully converted the moon into a starfaring vessel, but their effort... Actually, no, let's actually go down there and look at the Ark and the Acioscope, because I think there's actually a lot of value in that. It'd be cool to repurpose Elpis or Amarant, yeah. I mean, to be fair, we do get to see a ruined Amarant in the illusion of the dungeon, but that's different. God, I forget how much it sucks to not have flying. Took me way too long to understand that was the breathing noise written out. I mean, I didn't think about it until like I was reading the lines like out loud, and that's when I was like, oh, this is just Darth Vader, so it sounds. You only get 2 retainers for free, so I have lots of retainers on alts for farming. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I just have a bunch of honestly, I guess I make money and everything from other way. And like I only use retainers for farming mats. The only thing I really use for them is to try and get coffers. Yeah, so there's the Ragnarok. And you can down below see the entrance to the Acioscope, or well, what the Acioscope's staring down into. Really, you know, at first I was a little mixed on the design of the Ragnarok, but I've come to really, really love it. The Loporrits dutifully converted the moon into a starfaring vessel, but their efforts would mean little without a means to transport its intended passengers and their cargo from the planet to the waiting satellite. Thus did work begin on building a suitable ark, the plans for which were greatly inspired by the Allegan-era starcraft, most notably the wreckage of a Ragnarok-class internment hulk, which are the literal binding coils of Bahamut, recovered from the Northern Empty after the Seventh Umbral Calamity. The internment hulks were the things that were binding Bahamut. And like that, they're the giant like pillars that you see sticking out of certain parts of the map in the game. The construction of the Ark took place on the lowest level of Labyrinthos. Shipbuilding facilities were erected above the Acioscope and staffed by the greatest minds of Charlian's development proceeded at a fevered pitch. You know what? Almost all of this is just... From here on, it's just talking about Endwalker, so for the most part, I think I'll move on. Because, yeah, I'll just read it all real quick. Even the Forum forged ahead with the planned exodus, unbending in its own devotion to secrecy and policies of non-intervention. The group known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn adopted an entirely different approach to the looming final days. They elected instead to fight for the Star's salvation. The Scions' efforts to save the world threw them into an unavoidable conflict with the Telophoroi. This doomsday cult was formed through the unholy pact between Xenosia Galvis and the Ascian Fandaniel. Its stated goal, the recreation of the apocalyptic events which ravaged the ancient world. But the Scions did not stand alone. Alongside the Ilsebardian contingent, a force of hand-picked elites from the Eastern Alliance and the Grand Company of Eorzea, they successfully conquered the Telophoroi stronghold in Garlemald and took control of the Tower of Babel. Twisted Spire harbored a device which enabled the travel to the moon itself, landing the victors at the Mare Lamentorum on the lunar surface. Once there, they encountered Hydaelyn's Watcher, who helped them in their pursuit of the Telophoroi's leaders. Unable to prevent Fandaniel and Xenos from breaking the seal which kept Zodiarch imprisoned, the Scions were forced to slay the Eldest Primal, thus stirring the Loporrits from their hibernation. It was from these unexpected new allies that they learned of the Exodus Hydaelyn had long planned for mankind. On Zodiarch's destruction, however, the sturdy layer of celestial currents enveloping the star began to fall apart, allowing the warped energies of the final days to seep through the skies above Thavnir. The Scions acted quickly to stem what devastation they could, their champion embarking on an unimaginable journey back in time to discover the root of the calamity. Bargains and proposals. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from the ancient Elpis, the Scions confronted the Forum. A bargain was struck where they would provide a solution to the Ark's underperforming Aetherburner in exchange for the opportunity to contact Hydaelyn, as well as propose an alternative use for Charlian's starship. Friends and colleagues from across the world answered the Scions' call, and together they provided refined adamantite in sufficient quantity to vastly improve the Ark's lagging efficiency. This success earned them permission to use the Acioscope, whence began a daring expedition to the heart of the Ethereal Sea. It was there that they met with Hydaelyn herself, overcame her challenges, and returned home with a crystal bearing the memory of Medion's passage through the stars. Hydaelyn's gift represented new hope, the possibility of tracking the Endsinger to her nest and expunging the source of the final days once and for all. The Forum agreed to the Scions' proposal, and they commandeered the Ark for just such a purpose, and preparations began for a voyage upon which hinged the salvation of every life upon the star. Flight of the Ragnarok. The Scions' destination was Ultima Thule, a designation applied by the Forum to the Sea of Stars' most distant frontier. Charlian's Ark, however, lacked the capacity to reach it, designed as it was for round trips to the moon. The satellite itself could make the journey the Loporrits hyperhopper, allowing it to leap across astronomical distance. But with so much mass to move, its progress would be comparatively slow. Thus did the lunar operation suggest integrating the mechanism into the Ark, a brute force solution which they intended to power using the concentrated energies of the Mother Crystal. In recognition of its new purpose, the Ark was renamed the Ragnarok, with the Scions aboard and the Loporrits serving as its crew. The vessel was cleared to launch, and as it hovered in the skies above Old Charlian, the assembled people performed enhanced rituals to summon their respective deities. Aether was reshaped into primal spirits, which then flowed into the starship to fuel its voyage into the great expanse. This journey's end.
The Scions safely arrived in Ultima Thule, the Endsinger's domain of despair, where they were forced to traverse recreations of ruined alien worlds, eventually breaching the husk of the Dead Star. They drew upon all the strength at their disposal to best the final form of the Metea's dreadful evolution. Little is known of the battle which ensued. The Scion's own report offering precious few details, presumably to prevent anyone else from abusing the catastrophic potential of Dynamis for destructive ends. Specifics of the conflict aside, there can be no question of their victory. The cessation of the final days phenomenon, which had spread from Thavnir and central Ilsabard all the way to Garlemald's frozen north, was clear to see. The Scions made their triumphant return upon the Ragnarok, their deeds part of an epic and unforgettable saga which deserves to be told and retold for generations to come. The sword-like device plunged through the bow of the ship generates an arcane barrier. So it's a picture of the Ragnarok. Protects the hull from ship generates an arcane barrier to protect the hull from minor debris during its passage amongst the stars. When operating alongside the hyperhopper, it enabled the vessel to travel safely to the edge of the universe and back in the blink of an eye. So that's why there's the this thing. It creates a shield in front of the ship. While largely modeled after the Ragnarok class and tournament hulks, the bridge of the starship Ragnarok features consoles designed for a elaborate crew. The stele lining the rearward walls, however, serve no navigational purpose. Kokol Dankol, the chief engineer, opposed the addition of unnecessary ballast, but was overruled by the forum members who insisted the craft was as much for conveying culture as it was people. Okay, let me catch up on you guys. You can only get 2 pretenders. It took me way too long to understand it. It'd be cool to see the repurposed Elpis or Amara. I'm still sad that we can't find Wilson and Bloida anywhere in Old Charlie or in Labyrinthos. Yeah, that is kind of sad, isn't it? You think that they would have been in the Aetherological study area. They would have been in the Aetherite study, the Confluence, seeing as they head up that. Okay. Now we go to the first. The next section is all about first history. Anyone have any questions or thoughts? My free retainer betrayed me today. I just resubbed and got smacked with a contact suspend until relog, which is funnier than it should be because one of them is literally me. I remember when Fortunal was giving a speech about the name of the ship and he mentioned Bahamut and everything, and I went, oh heck, we're naming it Phoenix or something, but then it named it Ragnarok. Yeah, so the interment, the interment hulks, the things that bound Bahamut, and the like giant pylon that it's made out of, you know, here I can pull up a E1. No, let me show this because this I think is useful and important. They were called Ragnarok class vessels. And also the use of Ragnarok in Final Fantasy is a long-running tradition. Let's see, what's a good one? We can go to, let's go to Thanolin. There's an easy one in Eastern Thanolin. Because there's one that you can check, one of these you can check out in Eastern Lenosea, Eastern Thanolin, Northern Thanolin. Well, no, Northern Thanolin's when you end up. What's the other one? Gridania, where do you go for the other one? Not Kurthus. Oh, right, it is Gridania. It's Western Gridania or Northern Gridania. Shroud, yeah, Northern. But so if you look, so obviously this is a bunch where the Mega Flare was, but if you look down in here, you can start to see some of it broken off. But there's this giant structure here. One of these internment hulks crashed into the sea, into the Northern Empty. This sea up here. Well, I guess technically more the Blood Brine really than the Northern Empty, but I'm pretty sure they describe it as crashing in the Northern Empty. And the Charlians grabbed it, and that's what became the Ragnarok class vessel. So that's where its name came from. But that's what this, and that's why also you enter in through places like this during the Binding Coils, because it's the easiest way to get down into where Bahamut's being regenerated. So like another one I can show you guys. There are 3 main ones you do, because you do, I forget the order you do all of them. First one is Eastern Lenosea, second one is Shroud, and the third one you kind of do differently because you get into it through weird ethereal ley lines. But you end up at that last interment hulk. You go there. Oh, of course you wouldn't want to be just storming up a storm. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to see it. That's fine. I'll read you guys. Well, I mean, the Bahamut prison is the Ragnarok, yeah. So, like the real summoner gear, Ragnarok's head dong has a purpose. Can you... You know what? I can't argue, but also I love summoner horns, so it makes me... Though, like, yes, it is a head dong. You're not wrong. It's for ethereal... It's to attune with the Eggy and for ethereal manipulation. Let me pull up my... where's the footage? Downloads. 2. Trailer. Yeah. So if we pull up... So if you look at Dalamud... let's mute this, otherwise it's going to be loud as hell. These are the internment hulks, these guys. Things sticking out of it. And see, this is one right here. Aether manipulation dong. Okay, better. I'll accept it. And so these are the things binding Bahamut. And one of them breaks free and crashes down in Ordona in Cardinal. That's why you can see it in the PvP map. So it's not, so it's an antenna. It's more like a giant block that you use to, well, oh, so the antenna for the summoner? Yes, the summoner dong is definitely an antenna. God damn it, now you got me saying it. First, Norvrandt. Oh, yeah. Can't see a PvP map because the Borderland Ruins was removed. Okay, yes, now you can't see it in PvP because the map is no longer in use, but you could see it in PvP. The area called the Ragnarok is the Binding Coil Bahamut turn 5. Well, no, that's just, I mean, that's one of them. So they're all the Ragnaroks. So any of the interment hulks are all Ragnarok class vessels. So if you go into any of the Binding Coils, into any of their things, those are all Ragnarok class vessels. So any of the things you see charging up Bahamut, those are all Ragnaroks. Do we know if there was an elegant vessel of higher class in the Ragnarok? Like, are there untouched opportunities out there? Depends on what you mean. And technically speaking, Dalamud itself was a higher class, like, than the Ragnarok, technically. But no, because there's Heimdall Ragnarok. The Aziz, I mean, the thing is that the Aziz Law Station was probably potentially had more capability. Effectively, Aziz Law is in some ways kind of a mini Dalamud. In the fact that it's holding the 3 War of the Warring Triad. I'm sure the capabilities of Aziz Law as a station of the Theochemical, like all that, could have been something, but yeah. Late comment, head dog. I'll never be able to see the horn from the same way again. I'm shooketh. I'm my apologies for my community members ruining your mental imagery of Final Fantasy XIV. I am quite a bit. I love the summoner head helmet. I think it's distinctive and evocative. After Endwalker, I took Aziz Law as being Amon's playground emulating Elpis. You're not entirely wrong there. You're really not wrong, to be frank. Sorry, give me a second to just take a bite of this. Okay, next up we have Norvrandt and the First. So we've got a whole bunch of history and lore of the First. And having done, check this out, and I'm going to make a video about this later, which, take a drink every time I say I'm going to make a video about it. I just got to find time. Gotta love, God, footage gathering. So I have a bunch of EE3 notes, and one of the things I did is I made a timeline of the events of the First as we know them now. Because we actually, thanks to this section have a good sense of roughly the history of the First before the Flood of Light. At least a much, 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 much better sense for it. And we also have the years between the Flood of Light and today. We know every one of the decades we from then to now that happened in the First, we actually have some information of. And my timeline's not even complete because I didn't even add all the information from the Ranjit short story. But yeah. Norvrandt and the First. The First, one of the 13 reflections of the Source, was almost entirely lost to the Flood of Light during the Ascian's attempt to bring about the Eighth Umbral Calamity. What follows are records of a sister's shard present culture and perilous history. Also, who can name all of the without looking it up, who can name all the races of the First? I dare you. An island in the Flood. The worlds created by Sundering are called reflections, for good reason. Even after... Oh, so I forgot. I forgot. They confirmed the thing that I had stated in E3, which is this. So this is very important. An island in the Flood. The worlds created by Sundering are called reflections for good reason. Even as every soul was split, so did the star fracture into multiple versions of itself, like the images of an object placed between two mirrors. As such, it is believed that the general shape and positioning of the reflection's continental geography was unchanged from the Source. The years which followed, however, molded each world in different ways. The Source's history has been especially turbulent, with 7 umbral calamities reforming the terrain via catastrophic star-spanning destruction. The first 2 has undergone extreme changes as a result of Ascian scheming. Barring the region of Norvrandt, the geographical equivalent of Eorzea in the Source, this world was allowed by the Flood of Light. This world was swallowed by the Flood of Light, which left entire continents submerged in a blinding elemental stasis. This expanse is known simply as the Empty, a barren wasteland where life stagnates and aether slows to a standstill. One of my questions is there a name for, like... Because, like, you have Aldonard and Vilbrand, right, that make up Eorzea. Vilbrand being the island that Limps is on, right? It's like, this is Aldonard and this is Vilbrand, and together they are Eorzea. Is that the same for Norvrandt, or is this just all Norvrandt? Because, like, if you had Calusia, like, you know, is Calusia a distinct entity from Norvrandt? Is there like a three great continents names for Norvrandt? I'd be curious. Okay, but now we got Lakeland. Lakeland. This geographical equivalent to Mordona is known for the largest lake in Norvrandt, a body of water confusingly named the Source. I've been screaming about this forever. Why did they name this body of water the Source? Literally, there's a part in the story where the Exarch is like on the opposite side of the Source, which makes you think like, wait, are we going like what do you just call it like the Source waters or the font or the fountainhead or the Anyways. Named the Source, Lakeland has long been considered the sacred homeland of the elves, but the multitude of refugees fleeing the Flood of Light gave rise to its presently diverse population. Traditionalists amongst the elves, however, have not been welcoming to Lakeland's newer residents. The elves being racist as always. Humans, Mistel, Elf, Dwarf, Galgant, Drom, Von, what's it? Nice! Y'all got it. I do RP in the first, so I have it in memory. Yeah, it's a good thing to have memorized. What pages are you on? I'm currently on page 0. We're on page 24. There's nothing new. Community memes are destroying the perception of the game since its conception. Why do I suddenly crave some talk? Trust me, I'm an actual dwarf. I am forced to go nude-faced. The first, where an old man constantly demands the youngins put the light out. The metaphors. Yeah. So we also have the Crystarium. Which, how many of you know about Project Rapture? Because I feel like I blew my own mind when I remember when I first saw the Crystarium. I was like, this is really familiar, but I know I've never played this, and I could not figure out at first why it was so familiar. And then I remembered that years and years and years ago, I had seen the tech demo in 2005 for Final Fantasy 14.
やー懐かしいというかすごいというか。
So very similar architecture and ideas and designs that end up being reused. Which is interesting, because I wonder if this was originally going to be like more like the 1.0, the original 1.0 Limsa idea or something. Because it looks a lot more like the 1.0 Limsa Aetheryte. Or Aetheryte location, if you've seen that cutscene. Also, it definitely looks a little bit more 11-y. But yeah. Cool shit. Crystarium was the tech demo 14. Yeah. I recognize it only because they re-upped the tech demo right before the FanFest with that trailer. Oh, did they? I didn't remember that. The Eorzea elves being incredibly racist for no observable. Okay. Often described as mankind's final bastion, the city was built with the crystal tower at its heart. The glimmering spire abruptly appeared before the advent of the flood of light, acting as a beacon for those driven from their homes by savage sin-eaters. Refugees settled at its base, eventually replacing crude shelters with halls of stone and metal, and a once disparate mob of survivors grew into a resilient, self-reliant community. Okay. Next up, well, I guess we're probably going to end up teleporting around if I do that. We'll just say, I'll just read these. Calusia. This island is the twin to the source's Vilbrin, insofar as it occupies a similar location and boasts an active volcano at its center. Without the influence of the Sixth Umbral Calamity's Great Deluge, however, its coastlines remain relatively gentle, and Dwarven, rather than Kobold, control of the mountains speaks to the progression of a very different history. Eulmore. The placement of Calusia's ruling cities mirroring the Limsa is likely no coincidence. The shared tendency to build atop ethereal confluence suggests that mankind is drawn to such sites, a common destination for refugees. A common site for refugees, Eulmore matches the Crystarium in terms of political and military significance. The Divide. So the Divide you may not recommend, is the Murlthor Strait of... This is the Divide. And it's the Murlthor Strait of Norvrandt. The Divide. This body of water separates Calusia from the mainland. The unpredictable tides reminiscent of the Strait of Murlthor, its counterpart in the source. Perilous for smaller vessels, few will risk a crossing without a sturdy ship and an experienced helmsman. Amarang. Situated in what would be the region of Hydaelyn, Amarang is a similar expanse of arid wilderness. The prevailing theory states that Hydaelyn's deserts were born of the Third Notable Calamity's fiery touch. There's a long-standing theory that in-game and in kind of universe that Hydaelyn used to actually be like more like a tropical zone and not as like a deserty. And when the Third Notable Calamity, the Calamity of Fire, hit, it wrecked that zone for forever, the same way that, you know, Kurthus was turned to cold. So that's what this is hearkening to. The prevailing theory states that Hydaelyn's deserts were born of the Third Notable Calamity's fiery touch, but such a catastrophe was unheard of in the first. Perhaps the wasteland was the result of some other environmental disaster, once caused by excessive logging or failed farming initiatives. So it's wondering, without a calamity happening on the first, why is, you know, Amarang the same as Hydaelyn? Nabatharang. This nation once ruled over Amarang. You know, actually, I'm going to go there just because it's actually, this would be useful to point out because people don't hang out there as much. With how it went, though, they just made Final Fantasy 11, but again, and then remade it into a new game. Yeah. The 1.3 trailer looks like Crystarium, too. Yeah. Just got home from work and need to do a hard reset on my glamour plates after the holidays. Yeah, we had a holiday party last night over at our FC. Speaking of which, if you're on Crystal Curl and would like to join our FC, we have a Eorzean Archives FC that you're more than welcome to join. So feel free to reach out for an invite. But so this is one of the parts of Nabatharang. The nation once ruled over Amarang, the Nabatha royal family governing an empire which, much like the Ul'dah, had grown prosperous through mining and trading. The empire fell into ruin, however, when much of its territory was engulfed in the flood of light. The few survivors fled to the desert, their descendants taking root in the far-off lakeland, or Calusia. Ilmeg. While the elemental instability caused by the Seventh Umbral Calamity plunged Kurthus into bitter cold, the region's equivalent to the first had remained temperate in climate. Ilmeg is the domain of the Fae, whose predilection for floral adornment has transformed their kingdom into a wonderful wonderland of color and beauty, but woe betide the unsuspecting mortal who strays uninvited into this enchanted realm. And the kingdom of Vobert. This nation was born of an alliance between Drawn and Galgent, and their formidable knights once rode atop, unopposed through the lands of Ilmeg. Unlike Naboth-Rang, Vobert was spared inundation by the Flood of Light, but the unending waves of Sin Eaters eroded its defenses, eventually driving the people to abandon the kingdom and head south. That was me editorializing. The Raktika Greatwood. The geographical counterpart to the Black Shroud, the Greatwood is also characterized by a profusion of arboreal nature. But where the vegetation of the source had been raised and regrown several times over the course of the source's calamities, this ancient forest has remained unchanged, with many of its trees growing unhindered for thousands of years. The Tempest. The first incarnation of the Indigo Deep. These tumultuous seas are home to the Sahagin-like race known as the Ondo. Before the Flood of Light, the open ocean beyond was said to churn beneath frequent and fierce storms, but the watery expanse now lies calm, its incandescent depths leached of all vitality. Ilmeg lore, as the resident Fae enthusiast, this pleases me greatly. Josuke, I've got great news. You have the timeline of Vobert and of like what went down in Ilmeg over the past couple thousand years is actually pretty clearly defined. So we're going to be able to get to that before we're done today, because it's in like it's like in a page or two. Basically, the next 10 to 15 pages are just a straight timeline of the first, which is really nice. Crystal Curl is our totem animal, reportedly a curl with a body made from solid crystal. Currently it is hiding from a particular person that will eat it on sight. Oh, Raven. Weirdly enough, there is like a very crystalline curl creature in the game. Raha cribbed some notes, yeah. The Crystarium state planning isn't too different from old Charlian. Yeah. 5 races, big ones have no women, cats have no men, the rest are humans, elves, and small. I think that might be mentioned somewhere. Yeah, I am pretty sure. Yeah, I'm almost certain. I don't remember if it's an Endwalker. I think it might be an Endwalker, but Graha does point out that like a lot of his ideas for city construction did come from Charlian, and also to an extent from Alag. Not so much the city construction as just other ideas. Okay, now some interesting visuals, because we're about to get a bunch of Ronkin history, guys. Boo! So we're going to get some ancient history of the first. The history of Norvrandt. It would be impossible to list all the ways the source and the first have diverged since the Sundering, but the following attempts to provide some insight into how the events of the past have shaped the Norvrandt to the present. The Grand Age of Rumka. Some few thousand years ago, Norvrandt was home to the majestic Ronkan Empire. At the height of its power, the empire was a grand civilization of arcane splendor. Its humble beginnings can be traced to a single Ronso tribe from the Raktika Greatwood. They rose to power by subjugating neighboring tribes, their influence and territory expanding with each successive victory. The key to their prosperity lay in a strategy of assimilating the people they conquered into their citizenry. It began with their acceptance of the nomadic V's, granting them lands to roam instead of expelling them outright, and continued with the welcoming of the Drawn, Humes, and Qatari into an increasingly diverse society. Excuse me. The nations flourished to its full potential as they assigned such tribe-specific roles based upon the cultural strengths. As natural hunters, the V's were appointed as scouts and temple guards. The Drawn, adept at ethereal manipulation, were trained in magic and spiritual duties. The curious and inventive Humes became artisans. The Qatari, meticulous in matters of record, donned the mantle of scriveners. In this way did they foster a sense of pride and belonging, building solidarity on a foundation of mutual benefit. The words on the stone monuments known as the Woven Oaths are inscribed twice, once in ancient Ronkan and once in the early dialect of Norvrandt Common Tongue, which greatly aided translations into contemporary language. Scenes from history are preserved within the ruins scattered about Raktika Greatwood. The central mural shown above, for instance, depicts the integration of Humes into the Ronkan Empire. That's the second one. You see that when you're finding out about the history of the Warriors of Flight. Ardour and his crew. Qatari scriveners favored stone descriptions to keep their records. Inscriptions to keep their records. Such steel are priceless not only as relics for studying lost history, but also as exquisite works of art in their own right. I wonder if we should take this as canon, but if you look at the art piece that they did here, it's red, blue, blue, and you know how you can choose the different the outcomes of that tribal quest. I wonder, I don't know. The idea is that there isn't supposed to be a canon answer. It's about how you choose to interpret history. But it's an interesting idea all the same. I popped off at the Fey Runes page, yeah. Do we learn in the end whether the wings of the castle is Pixie, Titania Edition, or original build? We don't. However, I suspect that it might be original build. Based on the fact that there's imagery that I think, based off some of the other imagery of the original hall that Titania is in, it was created by the Vauthry. Yeah, screech, sir. Why is everyone... Oh, damn. Oh, because I burped. I tried to aim away from the mic. The burp startled me. Sorry, guys. Damn, I'm summoning the calamity of wind up in here. Gotta go. Have a good one, Vim. Happy New Year's to you. Cheers, man. Is there something in the source that's supposed to be a mirror to the Ronkans? Well, Allag. I mean, Allag and those are the Ronka is analogous to Allag, is basically what I would say. The difference is that they ended up going more arcane than technological, and they didn't end up conquering the entirety of the world quite the same. Like, Ronka didn't go as hard as Allag and was slightly more benevolent, but it is definitely the parallel. Yeah, Ronka is definitely more tame. And Alec. Oh, okay, Tam, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Well, compared to Alec, everything is taper. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Ancient Ronkan magics. The Ronkan Empire made abundant use of religion to provide common ground for its culturally diverse peoples. The subject of mythology will be covered more fully in subsequent sections, but suffice it to say that the focus on religious ritual was instrumental in the emergence of an intricate system of magic. The same phenomenon is observed in the source, where ancient practices of prayer and incantation form the basis of spellcasting techniques, the refinement of which directly correlates to the nation's rising power. Alec is lesser. This is not blessed by the screw. Almost identical to the schools of thaumaturgy and conjury, the magics invented by Ronkans were freely shared amongst their populace. Such teachings would serve as the foundation for Norvrandt arcane disciplines, and while the empire has long since crumbled beneath conflict, its occult wisdom yet guides the studies of present-day practitioners. This, and then it's showing the Ronkan pyramids that you see outside of Raktika. Actually, since we're talking about Ronkan, let's go ahead over to the Raktika. Adet to Fano. I'm in 2024 now. Hey, Happy New Year's to Infinite. Yeah, Infinite. Everyone feel free to share when it's New Year's for them, and we'll definitely, I'll wish you a Happy New Year's. I still got a solid 7 hours before. Oh, there's the meme song. Okay. The structure was built to venerate the gods. The pervasive use of stone architecture in Ronkan civilization meant the many of their temples, tombs, and other impressive edifices survived the passage of centuries. The remnants of their grandeur still standing in the great woods to this day. And again, from a timeline standpoint, all we know is it's been a couple thousand years. It says a few thousand years, so it could be anywhere from 3, 5, depends on how you define few in different cultures of people. Few ranges wildly. But I would say, I'm just going to say 5,000 years. It's been 5,000 years roughly since, which also make them an interesting continual parallel to Allag. But yeah. Stone servants. Ronkan magics include a method for creating golem-like familiars from sculpted stone. The resulting servant so incredibly durable that it's not uncommon to see one patrolling the ruined halls of the temple even now. Certain of these animated statues could employ advanced tactics, using mechanisms built into their surroundings as traps to help them overwhelm intruders. Lost arts. So this is the closest so far in the game, other than Necromancer Girl, which she actually does pop up in here, and I'll read her thing in a second. This is another close example of, like, if you were to create necromantic arts in the game, because a lot of people have said, like, let's get Necromancer as a job, and I'm like, I don't think you really can get Necromancer without it being a major problem from a lore perspective, which, I mean, that's not, they could write around that easy, right? We got Reaper and stuff, but I have many reasons why I think there's no real way to do necromancy as a good because you kind of are forcibly taking people from their restful slumber or desecrating bodies. I mean, you could try to write around that, but all that to say, this next bit on the Ronken mummy guy is lost arts. Although Ronken magics from the foundation of Norvrandt's present, arcane practices, several disciplines have been lost to the ages. Evidence of the necromantic arts, for example, is rarely seen outside of the deepest ruins, where roam the moldy servants of long-dead sorcerers. Reproducing the feat of granting higher intelligence to the flying beasts known as the Amuro has also proven next to impossible. Because creating Amuro was a spell. It wasn't just a thing. It was the reason Amuro are only in the first is that they were crafted. They were made. They don't exist on everywhere else. Do you know Lahi? Yep. They have flying time display. If there was a little lead up time before Lahi, it would be fun. Specifically after dramatic. Yeah. Oh no, this character sacrificed himself and emotionals are high. Meanwhile, yeah. 8 hours here. Okay. Won't be bad if you befriend zombies that work for you beforehand, like the one and only Necromancer Extraordinaire, the Gentlemancer. I mean, like, the thing about the Hildebrand thing is, one, it's Hildebrand, but two, it, like, those zombies are kind of already existent and you're befriending, like, working with existent Ashkin is one thing, but creating Ashkin is another. That's my argument. And there's actually, for those of you who have done the Hero's Gauntlet, the 5.3 dungeon, 5.3, Alliance Raid, Katana Ravel. There we go. Hero's Gauntlet. So, in the Hero's Gauntlet, the second boss you fight is the Spectral Necromancer. The phantasm form of a young woman gifted the art of raising the dead. While the identity who inspired this illusion is unclear, her wounds conveyed a strong desire to redeem herself for past failures. Some have speculated that she may have been a warrior of light from another world. I'm so confused by her proportions. Like, if you, her legs are like 3 feet long and her chest is like 2 feet long. That's just gotta be a perspective thing or something. But like, anyways. But yeah, she's also, like, her dialogue, she's like kind of gone mad and like is also talking evil. So again, everything we see with necromancy in this game is, I don't think there's really a way to make it not evil. So in present day Raktika, there's a bunch of Duskwhite-esque Elizin. I figured these pseudo-Duskwites must have been from Ronka, but from what you've read, this isn't the case. Yeah, are they mentioned in E83 at all? That's a good question. Let's pull up. There's a couple places we could find information on. I don't, off the top of my head, know that it's ever directly addressed. However, I'm trying to think. It could be, you know what I think would be likely, girl, is, good to see you, glad to have you, by the way. I think, would make the most likely is that they ended up in Raktika after the fall of Lakeland. Would be my guess, but we'll keep reading and see if we can find an answer to that question. At one point in the history, the first equivalent of the elves dominated the entirety of Norvrandt, and no small number yet consider their people the most important actors on the world stage. Ever proud of their past glories, elves are known to obsess over details of bloodline and birthright. Nope, that's all we get. Unfortunate. But I think we can hazard a guess once we read through this, because because there's two possibilities. Either they were there before Ronka, because elves were all over Norvrandt, which is the same way. I forgot to an earlier point that I made about how Galgant and Ronso start in the same place. Elves and Elizin also start in the same place, which is in Kurthis, which is in not Kurthis, but in Eorzea, Central Eorzea, and have been there since the first Astral Era. Same with elves in Norvrandt. It's possible that it's a group of Norvranti elves that existed there prior to Ronka, because remember, Ronka is described as being a couple thousand, like several thousand years old, but that means that there's still a much longer history that exists before Ronka on the first history. She's an MMO character, Elio. Of course she looks like that. Okay. Rise of the Elves. The The fall of the Ronkins was followed by an age of petty kingdoms. A number of small states vied for supremacy, but the constant squabbling over territory produced no clear victor. It is assumed that all involved were equally diminished by the conflict, but few enough records of this age survived to tell the tale in full. The next significant era would be preserved in Norvranti history occurred 1,000 years ago. So that's like up to 2,000, like there's a long point in time where there's not much that's said about Norvranti history between Ronka and this, but then 1,000 years ago. The next significant era to be presented in Norvranti history occurred 1,000 years ago, when the elves began to consolidate their strength in Lakeland. An indigenous race, they had been inhabitants of Norvrandt since ancient times. The expansion of the Ronkan Empire saw them pushed back towards the banks of the source and relegated to the status of a minor faction. So see, they may have existed already in the Great Wood and then been pushed back, and so the darker skinned elves may have already been in existence. Alternatively, again, it could be a group that came to being after the veneration of night became a thing and everyone started to live more commonly underground, and the elves left Lakeland within the past 100 years. But continuing on. The expansion of Ronkan Empire saw them pushed back towards the bank of the source and relegated to the status of a minor faction. It was during this later age, however, that an alloy of superior etherical conductivity was discovered, a substance not unlike mithril, which facilitated a great leap forward in progress. Many among the elves were naturally gifted in the arcane arts, and the acquisition of this new alloy served to shift the balance of power in their favor. Driven by religious fervor, the elven clans sought to bring the teachings of light to every corner of Norvrandt. They swept aside all in their path, and the surrounding nations, weakened by years of war and too wary of their neighbors to form alliances, even in the face of common skirmishes, even in the face of common enemies, bearing down upon them. One by one, they fell to the elves, and the conquerors established a great swath of territory, with Lakeland at its heart. Unlike the Ronkan Empire, they did not seek to build an ununified nation. The clans would compete against each other in their campaigns, though those they subjugated were spared destruction as long as they accepted the light as their savior. Comparatively few in number, the elves would assume lordship over their sea's dominions. They grew wealthy off of the taxes they levied. The Church of the First Light became the major faith in the region, and long did the age of the elves endure. So if you, the Church of the First Lights you see around a bunch of places. So in Lakeland you see one. You see, in Amarang you see one right over here. In Kelk. Not Keck. Fort Jacob. If you go to Fort Jacob, you can see another Church of the First Light. But so that was the veneration and worship of light was the prevailing faith of Norvrandt for at least the past 1,000 years, and it only shifted when the Flood of Light began. Races having the same points of origin on different shards has an interesting implications. Yes, it does. And at least the fact that they start at the same place. So this is another Church of the First Light. Remnants of the typical Church of the First Light architecture. These places of worship were built in every settlement. The faithful would gather there once a week to sing their praises to the light. The churches also provided a venue for social interactions and helped strengthen the bonds of community. Yeah, it's mostly just concept art right now in the book. But now we've got what I know many of you are excited for. If only Will was here. We have The Birth of Vobert. Or Verbert. I think where was it? There's a place where they actually say where it's Verbert is technically how you're supposed to say it. Oh, where was it that it was? There's a place where they explain. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. Get away from Verbert. Yeah, Verbert is technically how you're supposed to say it, but I'm trying to remember where they say that. That's where red magic comes from on the first. What makes you think red magic exists on the first? Oh, because okay. I'm a dumb. You got me good, Tam. Verbert. Well, this is a great view. Suppose the attribute of the ancients were just split into those traits in mirrored locations. Yeah, so good to see Glad. So the thing is we don't exactly know why the ancients became races as we know them. We just don't. Yoshi P in a I think 6.0, 6.1 live letter answered a question by insinuating that it had to do with the traits of the people who were when they were sundered. But there's no definitive answer explaining exactly why races came to be like we did. But yeah, that's a common explanation. I repeat a Pixie and Norvrandt, and it looks ridiculously janky because of glamour, but imagination goes far. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Good. Oh wow, I've been saying in kind of French accent ways since releasing like Vauber. No, I mean don't feel the need to change it deep because I can't even remember why I know it's supposed to be Verber, and if I can't remember the sourcing for that information, you really shouldn't trust it. But I think there's somewhere where they explained how to say it, and maybe it's because I was looking at the Japanese or something. Because Vauber. Let's pull up Ireland. See if I can. Yeah, okay. Let's see if we can change this to Japanese. The Japanese is Fubato. German is VOE. Yeah, okay, so they're all VOE other than Japanese. Yeah, I don't know. I think Vo or Ver either is acceptable currently until we have until we can confirm it. You're not dumb. You're just not for Spurs. I feel like every time I'm in Ilmeg, I get the worst weather. So much for Land of Rainbows. Yeah, they're just trying to make it really exciting whenever it's correct. Yes, Tofu, that must be it. I think yes, that must be where it is. Someone says it in a cutscene. Yes, you are correct. That's why I know. Someone says it. What? Who is it? I think someone must say it when you're when you're in Ilmeg. That must be it. But again, you know, like in this game, people say Bosja, Bozja. Like people say, there's a time. Some people say Aether, some people say Ether. Like if people understand you're probably okay. Ardour in the lake says it. Yes, that's what it is. Thank you, girl. Good catch. Yes, I totally forgot it. Yes. When you're looking at the ruins, right. When you first enter in Ilmeg and it shows you Hephaestus, Hephaestos. Yeah. Yes, thank you. When it's the same way that like when you get the Emmet Selk things for Endwalker, it's when you get Ardour for it. You know what? Let's go ahead and pull that up. I just want to make sure I'm not crazy.
Here in the shadow of the northern ranges lay the great kingdom of Verbert.
Verbert, there, that's where we go. Good catch. You want to make sure you're not crazy? Oh boy, I have some bad. Okay, look. Maniac. I'm a maniac, but it's crazy. Mania, sure. Crazy though. I'm perfectly sane. Okay, so let's get into it. The birth of Verber. The elves represented a formidable force, but their dominion did not go without challenge. Rebels watched for signs of weakness and took up arms whenever the wind blew in their favor. Uprisings were especially prevalent when the elven warlords who had inherited their lands piecemeal would clash over matters of territory, resources, or simple honor. The violent arrival of the Northern Sea Galgents some 500 years ago only served to fan the fires of rebellion. So the elves have ruled for the past 500 years. And then we have, here, let me show you on the source map. We have the Galgent coming out from the north. So the Galgent would be like in the Eorzea, and they're coming out from there, sailing on down into here, into what would be Ilmeg, you know. Instead of going to Vilbrand like they did in art history, they went straight, basically, mainly. Well, they kind of do both, but they go around all up and down where Gervania would be, basically, and Kurthus. The violent arrival of the Northern Sea Galgents some 500 years ago only served to fan the fires of rebellion. Having mastered the art of shipbuilding, they sailed out from their strongholds in the north, wheeling west and then south to pillage Norvrandt's western coastline. Their warrior's skin, covered with magic-annulling tattoos, became a thorn in the elves' collective side. And as the Galgent grew rich on plunder, they grew bolder still, raiding not only from the seas, but pushing southwards over the mountains. A particular note is the Drawn's response to these new invaders. After Ronka fell, the Drawn were forced out of the forest and up into the peaks. It was there that they met the Galgent's southward advance. They offered fierce resistance at first, but after witnessing the raiders' prowess in battle, realized that the tattooed warriors might be the very allies they needed to overthrow the elves. The Drawn monarch made peace with the Galgent leaders, bestowing them with fiefs and titles, even granting them the right to choose who inherited the throne from the line of royal succession. Thus allied, these two tribes would give rise to the Kingdom of Verbert. The royal family remained Drawn, but in honor of their original agreement, 3 out of the 5 noble houses with a vote in the king's successor were of Galgent descent. In later years, they were joined by the Numo, those of the Fair Exchange, who brought both arcane and alchemical wisdom to the kingdom. Verbert grew even mightier, the nation becoming a potential rival to the elves' dominance. Grunus Licht, or Verdant Light, was the name given to the Vobert Royal Castle. Once cherished for its exquisite stained glass, few admirers are now willing to risk the path through a land since claimed by the capricious fairies. So, Grunus Licht is castle. Give me 1 second. Let me sit up. Let me fix my posture. Okay. Do not shame Crepe Elio. Spell it properly. What, Grunus Licht? Yes. Yeah. The answer is my question of what happens if you tattoo Arcanibus symbols on yourself. Yeah, it becomes anti-magic. I gotta go. Sorry, Missy Kill All. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Thanks for joining in. Gotta go, but if they bring up Elzen becoming Duskway in the first, someone let me know later. Yeah, definitely someone make sure to remember that. Now that you've said it, Tam, I can't hear. That doesn't quite sound like a voiced R, right, though? It could be weirdly like implied R. Anyone who's heard Boston accents understands. Yeah, like not reciprocation, but post-vocalic R's, like ka, like car, like the English. Verber. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. Knights of Arbor to let us know how to spell Verber, yeah. Here, let's see. Do I still have it? We can
Northern ranges lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud...
Yeah. I'm too American. Forgive me. Umlauted O is pronounced in German. Randall, good to see you. Glad to have you. Just imagine tattooing an entire grimoire on your body and then just touching tattoos to cast spell. Someone's definitely got to have done that in history, right? Like, no question. Especially with Grunus Licht being German. Yes, yeah, German language is definitely an important part of the pronunciation of the name nomenclature for them. So I definitely think you're right there. They even have more information on this as we go along. But yeah, let's continue. Becoming a potential rival to the Elves' dominance. The founding of new nations. When the Kingdom of Verbert in the north launched a counteroffensive against the Elven clans, the sentiment of rebellion swelled to a tipping point. In the southern deserts, the Naboth clan led their fellows in a campaign of hit-and-run tactics, harrying their oppressors to such great effect that they were able to wrest control of the territory. Their ongoing conflict with the native Mord ended in reconciliation, and from their new friends, the Humes learned the ways of mining and how to cross the wastelands in safety. Merchant caravans were formed and routes established in neighboring lands. What began as a base camp for selling ore grew into a flourishing trade town, a settlement which attracted Ronso and Mistel in search of work. The town became a budding kingdom of Naboth Rang. Control would eventually extend over the entire region of Amarang. Meanwhile, the V's of the Raktika Greatwood staged a string of uprisings, resulting in the ousting of their self-styled elven overlords. The same story was told again and again as the elves, grown comfortable in their authority, were driven from their seats of power. here all the concept arts of the different places in the first. You got the shipyards in Eorzea, the moored trading town, and then the Grand Cosmos, the 5.1 dungeon. The revolt against the elves gained momentum, but even as the Vauthry armies advanced on the sacred source, an elven hero of rare character emerged from the ranks of his fellows. Tolthwyl, as the young man was named, deposed a warlord who maltreated the Humes under his rule, and made an impassioned call for unity. The clan leaders, long accustomed to their dominion, decried him as a traitor, but the younger generation of elves and Humes banded together to protect him from the retribution. In the aftermath, it was Tolthwyl and his followers who seized power, binding a majority of clans together to form an independent Lakeland nation. By the will of the people was Tolthwyl himself raised as their lord and king. The first monarch of Lakeland began his reign by driving back the invading Vauthry's. Then, beginning with the Nabatharang, he hammered out a peace with the surrounding Hume factions. Not only did Tolthwyl rescue the elves, Holy Land, from the ravages of war, he also saved his race from a lasting reputation of villainous tyranny. And I may be mistaken, but isn't Tolthwyl, when you go into the Grand Cosmos and there's that elves and king that gets summoned from a painting, is that Tolthwyl? Does anyone know? The construction of the Grand Cosmos, the royal palace, began on the 50th anniversary of Lord Tolthwyl's death. Built on the shores of the Source, the commemorative structure took over 100 years to complete. 50, so that's... Oh, man, that's even more years, dude. 50... Okay. The Grand Cosmos is only 200, 300 years old. It is Tolthwyl? Okay. Thanks, guys. I don't do the Grand Cosmos very often, so... A precarious balance. Norvrandt's northern mountain was ruled by the Drawn, and the Gulgent of the Kingdom of Verbert. The southern deserts by the Humes and the Moord of Nabatharang, the Raktika Greatwood by the V's and Katari of Old Ranka, and the Source and its surrounds by the Elves of Lakeland. Backed by their respective military forces, the various states and factions maintaining an uneasy peace. Despite the occasional skirmishes, no great gains or losses in territory were made. Meanwhile, no nation of consequence had yet to form on the southwestern isle of Eorzea. Yeah, you heard it! Dwarves aren't a nation of note! I should know I ran it 1 billion times for healing pants. Yeah, that'll do it. The diminutive race of dwarves had dwelled in the shadow of Mount Gulg for an age and more, but occupied as they were by endless internal conflict, seemed little interested in the world beyond their immediate domain. And although a number of Humes and Mistel had fled across the divide to avoid elven rule, their coastal settlements were few and humble. It would be some years yet before the growing populations of migrants would establish the independent city of Eulmore. You know, this makes sense why Ranka is the earliest point we know about in the timeline, like some, let's say, roughly, again, 5,000 years ago, because that means that there's a whole, like, 5,000 plus years of history of first history that anything could have happened in, which gives them a lot of room to have people start wherever they want them to start. So I think the reason that Ranka is our earliest point in the timeline and doesn't go any earlier is mainly to do with that. It gives them a lot of breathing room from a lore standpoint and world building standpoint. I mean, hell, we don't know anything about the first or second astral era. We literally know almost nothing about them. The record, like the historical record, effectively begins with Alag, right? And that's the third astral era. Oh my god, my partner also got me a bunch of candy for Christmas in my stocking. She got half pound peanut, half pound Reese's. Wait, no, that's not, this entire thing isn't the holy shit. Saving that. Continuing on. The Shadowkeeper cometh. The diverse factions of Norvrandt kept each other in check, and so history knew a brief span of tranquility. As travel between nations became more common, so too did trade, and with deepening economic ties were territorial borders greater solidified and respected. Not every eye, however, looked upon this development with approval. As time went on, there emerged in Lakeland a group of disaffected nobles who wished for a return to the golden age of elves. Had a zealous yearning for a past glories been the extent of their transgression, then naught may have come to it. When they fell under the influence of the Shadowkeeper's darkness, Shadowkeeper, darkness began to creep over Norvrandt's lands. The Shadowkeeper worked in secret, sending out agents to encourage dissidents and fan the flames of insurrection. This mysterious mastermind then empowered the Traditionalists, transforming them into a wolf-like creature of uncommon strength and swiftness. Although few in number, they were now possessed of terrible power, and went on to stage a bloody coup against the weak-willed king. They sat the Shadowkeeper upon the throne, and so began a campaign to retake control of all that had once been theirs. Their successes, however, were short-lived. Even as the Traditionalists mustered their forces to invade the kingdom of Verbert, a group of 5 unlikely champions brought their plan to a standstill. Led by a young man named Ardour, these heroic companions threw down the Shadowkeeper, and for a time, restored peace to the troubled realm. I've had one before, once. It was a lot, I bet. Just one big... Yeah, this is just a giant Reese's. That's amazing. I've never seen them, no. I know it's the job restriction, but from the wording, it sounds like the pants with magical healing properties. This is not a Reese's Pieces. That's the whole Reese's chunk. Reese's chonk. Yeah. Speaking of chonk, do you guys want to see Deadpool? The Warriors of Light. For nigh on 100 years, history painted these individuals as the villains who caused the flood of light, but the true story of their heroism has since been revealed. So if you've done the role quest, you might know much of this, but this is basically a chronological telling of the role quests and also some further clarification. If you guys want to see Deadpool, I need to see some Deadpool excitement. Arbert's journey began. Arbert Hilfist, a man destined to become the Warrior of Light, was born on a small island off the coast of Calusia. Orphaned as a young child, Arbert was raised by his grandfather in a small mountain village, where his only playmates were the Amaro they kept as livestock. It is fortunate, then, that the lone man of learning in the village, a priest of the Church of the First Light, was intent on educating the boy with lessons on reading and numbers, followed by the wonders of history and mythology. Thus inspired, Arbert began dreaming of adventure in the wider world beyond. He was 18 when those dreams no longer seemed so fanciful. Traveling merchants brought news to the village of Eulmore, a newly established adventuring guild, whose members ascribed to an unorthodox way of life. These so-called adventurers would roam from nation to nation, taking jobs that paid equal to the risks, be they simple errands or dangerous hunts. To the average Vrandic person. So that's also another thing. It's not Norvrandian or anything. It's, if you're talking about, like, you know, a person who's from Norvrandt, they're a Vrandic. You know, to the average Vrandic person of the time, such a lifestyle seemed frivolous. Some even equated them to bandits who were simply better at concealing their crimes. For the starry-eyed Ardour, however, it was as if the heroes had leapt forth from the pages of his book. And so, when his grandfather passed away from the following year, he gathered together his meager belongings and set out to seek his fortune. So we have a canon confirmation that, unlike the Warrior of Light, Ardour knows math. Okay, let's get down. Deadpool. Deadpool. Good job, buddy. Here, let's lift you up. All right, 1, 2, 3. Oof, Ooh. Another treat. Minion. There, that was my stand and stretch break too. Nico, good to glad to have you. MC, good to glad to have you. Sapavo, good to glad to have you. Buddy, I know it's been a literal month, but it's good to be here. Yeah, I'm always glad to have you guys. I know plenty of us take breaks from 14, and plenty of us also, you know, ain't always here to watch a streamer, ain't always here to check stuff out. It's all good. It's all good. Shall we continue with where we're at? So, we were just talking about Ardour and him gathered together, he became belonging to seek his fortune. So, Ardour had just become an adventurer. A fortuitous meeting. Upon arriving in Eulmore, Ardour made straight for the tavern to become an adventurer. Though the guild required no qualification, he had only to present himself at the makeshift counter and write his name to the register. Ardour soon learned... It's funny, because that's same as us, right? Ardour soon learned that his new profession required hard work, natural ability, and a healthy dose of luck in order to succeed. The easy tasks, such as delivering goods or escorting merchants, paid little, and were not always available. Yet he persevered, taking what work he could get until he had built the confidence to tackle a more rewarding endeavor. For his next job, Ardour chose a bounty on hobgoblin brigands, who were terrorizing the roads into town. You mean the same hobgoblins that we all use to level our blue mages? Shouldering the weathered great axe he had brought from the village, he strode boldly out of Eulmore on his first real adventure. What Ardour had not counted on was the base cunning of the hobgoblins. Anticipating retribution for their acts, the brutes laid an ambush, a trap into which the fledgling adventurer blindly stumbled. Ardour managed to strike down a handful of his attackers, but was eventually overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The vicious hobgoblins left him for dead on the roadside, bleeding and unconscious. Had Lamet not chanced upon him soon after, Ardour most certainly would have perished. The dwarven healer had left home on a quest of her own, seeking a cure to the petrifying illness that had infected her sister. Although surprised at the sight of the fallen youth, she acted quickly, closing his wounds with restorative magics and bringing him back from the precipice of death. The two then joined forces to eliminate the hobgoblin band, and traveled together as steadfast companions thereafter. I'd also want to point something interesting that I thought about and noticed. The chronology of their crew is such that the order in which the different members of his crew join is the reverse order of when they do their secondary mission. So Lamet joins first, and her mission is last. Brandon joins second, and his mission is second to last. So it's just an interesting fact. The only thing that breaks that trend, weirdly enough, is Silva. I wonder why. Alternate timeline in which Ardour wrote Huge Axe Slayer in his adventure cards. He actually wore Thol helmet, but the healer robe in the cutscene. The healer robe in the cutscene, so cute. Yeah, you actually you have a picture of it. So she still got the Thol helmet on, but wearing the robe. And that is also when Lamet fell for Ardour, because she has a crush on him. Hobgoblins are native to Norvrandt. While these brutes are capable of speech and toolcraft, an apparent lack of moral substance means their cunning is more often turned towards acts of common banditry. The Itinerant Knights. Ardour and Lamet had been adventuring side by side for nigh on a year, so they were venturing just those two for a year, is worth pointing out, when the pair became a trio with the addition of the knight Brandon. They had taken a job in the Nabothorang to catch a maker of counterfeit gemstones, and the Galdrant veteran played a vital part in their success. The towering Brandon is best known as a seasoned adventurer with a taste for liquor, but he was also once a loyal knight to the kingdom of Verbert. His training lent to him a familiarity with arcane disciplines, and he suspected the counterfeiter of employing illusionary magics in his fabrications. Following up on Brandon's suspicions, Ardour and Lamet were thus able to track the fake gems to their creator, a man named by the name of Lamunth, and collect the sizable bounty for the Grateful Jewelers Guild. Both agreed that Brandon deserved a share of the reward, but also worried that he would spend it all in a single night on drunken revelry. Lamet's solution was to dole out his share in increments, essentially compelling the knight to journey with them if he wanted to receive his full allotment of coin. It was also at that time that Ardour purchased the maltreated Amaro the authorities had seized from the imprisoned Lamunth. The mismatched companions made for a memorable sight, and rumors of their deeds soon spread far and wide. So that's how he got Seto. It's purchasing him from that guy. It's purchasing him from the guy that they took down. Hunter Extraordinaire. Renda Ray. I feel like I can never remember Renda Ray's name, but I feel like I should because it's pretty straightforward. Renda Ray made her living chasing bounties alongside 2 other hunters, until an attempt to claim the head of the dreadful Balm Quince ended in the death of her partners. The aggrieved Mistel swore vengeance against the beasts, and went in search of new comrades who might afford her a chance at fulfilling her oath. It was in Nabothorang that she heard tales of Ardour and his group, of how they approached the counterfeiter, and of the many monster hunts they had carried out since. She searched the city's inns until she found the rumored party, and all but forced them to accept her as their latest recruit. The Swordswoman. Now a party of 4, Ardour and his companions made preparations to depart Amarang. They struck north into Lakeland, an elf-governed region at the time, where they found themselves caught up in the troubles of certain noble houses. The lord's young daughter had gone missing, and Ardour's company agreed to conduct a search. They were there to be aided in the endeavor by Silva, a silver-haired swordswoman in the employ of the said noble family. Despite their best efforts, however, all was to end in tragedy. When they at last discovered the girl, she had been brutally slain by the commoner boy with whom she was to elope, no less. To the party's horror, they saw that the lad had been transformed into some wolf-like monstrosity, his wits lost to a bestial rage. Ardour and his comrades subdued the creature, but there was naught they could do for its butchered victim. Upon their return, the furious and heartbroken lord banished Silva from his domain. Silva lamented her failure to protect her charge, and Ardour, seeing that she was in need of a fresh beginning, insisted that she join them on the road. Thus did the company of 4 become 5. A mage of few words. Eager to put the sorrow of Lakeland behind them, the party retraced their steps to Amarang and busied themselves with new work. The task this time required them to cull the bullish fiend that had made its lair in the mines. According to the miners who hired them, the area had been racked with tremors ever since the creature, Bovian, arrived in the tunnels. Lamet's survey concluded that the land's ethereal currents were drying up, siphoned away by the monstrous intruder, she suspected, and that if the situation continued to worsen, the mountain itself was in danger of collapse. It was not just the mining operation at stake. They would need to slay Bovian swiftly, lest the settlement at the peak's base be buried beneath an avalanche of rock. Once he had dispatched Brandon and Renderay to warn the residents, Ardour took Lamet and Silva and hurried into the mine shaft. Another problem, however, awaited them. With the mine's narrow confines, barely had they begun their search when they ran across the elven mage, Nalbert, a rival adventurer who vied to complete the selfsame task. As if to make the tense predicament even worse, a tremor struck at that very moment, sealing off the tunnels. With the aftershocks threatening to block their exit, now was not the time for petty competition. Nalbert was nevertheless unwilling to relinquish the job, and so Ardour, taking the practical path, offered him a temporary alliance. A sorceress stone. And so this is the images right now, it's just images of Amarang. Nothing particularly interesting. I mean, the concept art here is from Hero's Gauntlet, even. With the aid of Nalbert's potent magics, Ardour and his comrades succeeded in slaying the bellicose Bovian. Yet contrary to their expectations, the creature's demise did nothing to improve the ethereal current's waning flow. It was then that Nalbert stepped forth and retrieved a glowing rock from the bull monster's remains. He held in his hand a curious stone, brimming with aether absorbed over the span of ages. The Bovian had posed its own problems. It had simply been drawn by the object's vast power. Nalbert, too, had been seeking the crystal all along, that he might harness its potential to rescue a companion lost to the rift. Yet the stone's very existence now put the mountain village in peril. Were he to keep the crystal intact to save his friend, how many other lives would be lost? Faced with an impossible decision, Nalbert chose the greater good, shattering the stone and returning its energies to the life stream. In that instant of heroic resolve did Hydaelyn judge him worthy, rewarding him with a crystal of light. He would henceforth become a full member of Ardour's band, a pragmatic figure admired for his wisdom and sagacity. So they get Nalbert last, but he gets his crystal first, right? So a werewolf. Yeah, so basically a werewolf, Randall, correct. Seto's short story is so good, yes. If you have not read them, I cannot recommend reading short stories enough. I cannot. And all of them are free. The only 2 that aren't free are the Gosetsu short story and the Xeno short story, because they're technically in the books that they sold. However, people have written down the entire text of those on Reddit and other places, so you can read all of them. Still being in the background of each world quest with no elaboration is so cool, yeah. Now, Elio, put your training skills to use and name each of the Cardinal Virtues in their original names. I literally have been messing this one up at camp. Dichyacine is the only one I can get. That's the only one I can get. I keep forgetting the others. That's one of those things I need to sit down and, yeah. Phronesis, Andrea, So foreseen. Yeah. I gotta start memorizing them. I've had a lot to memorize, okay? I've had all of EE3 to work on. The Great Wood Hunt. Following their exploits in Amarang, Ardour and his new famous comrades found themselves inundated with adventuring work. A string of jobs brought them to the Raktika Great Wood, where an old couple tasked them with making a delivery to their son, a scholar who had sequestered himself in the forest caves to study remnants of ancient history. So that's the guy who did the cave painting, who's studying the cave paintings and did the cave painting that we see of them in Shadowbringers when we go to the Raktika Great Wood. The research in question welcomed them with yet more work, and so did they pass some days in the forest, procuring provisions or culling hostile wildlife. It was during one such task that they came across a wounded V's hunter, in what would prove to be a fateful encounter. The sun was low in the sky by the time they attended to the hunter's injuries, and so they decided to make camp then and there. And as they sat around a fire, an intent Ryan took the opportunity to question the V's on the whereabouts of Balm Quince, a name with which their patient seemed unfamiliar. After hearing a description, however, her eyes widened in recognition, and she shared with Renderay the location where the beast had last been sighted. The following day, the camp awoke to find Renderay gone. She had attached herself to Arbert's band to have a fighting chance against Balm Quince, but having grown fond of the new companions, she was now loath to risk their lives again, against the murderous fiend. Safer that she face it alone. A reckless decision, perhaps, but Renderay knew what awaited her this time. She knew to protect her sensitive hearing from Balm Quince's thunderous roar. Yet even prepared as she was, the battle did not go as planned. The beast was simply too strong, too fierce for a lone hunter to vanquish. As Renderay struggled against her savage foe, Ardour and the others arrived to lend their strength. They had wasted no time tracking her whereabouts and throwing themselves into a fray without hesitation. Together did they topple Balm Quince. Upon inspecting the fallen beast, Renderay came into possession of her own Crystal of Light. From that moment onwards, she abandoned her solitary ways and learned to trust in her comrades. Known for her bravery and known for braving any danger for the sake of her friends, she would go on to earn a reputation as the most courageous of hunters. Balm Quince hunting ground ranged from the Raktika Great Wood to the sands of Amarang, earning her the title of Scourge of Norvrandt. The bounty upon the beast's head reflected her notoriety, and Ardour and his comrades came into a small fortune. It's interesting because you can find them on in Elpis. Lemma is the best of Arbert's crew, in my opinion. I really love Brendan's story. I really like Niall Burr. Lamet is kind of the best. Lamet is pretty great. Who can you find Elpis? You can find Balm Quince here. We can go to Elpis real quick, and I can point this out. Hold on, Sunder. It should be over in my Poitinoid Coast, if I'm not mistaken. It might be that the fate needs to be up for it. Lem is the girl of all time. I will not fight that. I think it's over here. Yeah. See? Ah! That's the same thing as Balm Quince. Wish we had a lawful companion like Lem as part of the Scions. Yeah. Well, I mean, Kryl is going to be a big part of 7.0. Now we just need more row representation. Okay, guys. Sour Skittles or tropical Skittles? You need to vote. I bet you got no combination at the end of which dungeons. On the other hand, they were going to pre-build party. This is just roll quest recap, but it does bring the memory back. But it does bring the memories of them. Yeah. Sour, also row presentation. Tropical, 100 sour is good. We'll go for tropical. Interesting. Okay. Tropical it is. Okay. The Plague of Verbert. The defeat of Balm Quince elevated Arbert's party to the brink of herodom, but it was the climactic events in Kingdom of Verbert which truly solidified their reputation. During that era, Verbert was plagued by a string of bizarre cases wherein citizens would inexplicably transform into monsters. The Royal Guard had pursued lengthy investigations to no avail, and so the king turned to the Adventurers Guild to dispatch their most accomplished members. The names of Ardour and his comrades were at the top of the guild's list. They accepted the request without question, largely due to Brandon's personal connection to the duty at hand. Not only had he once been a royal knight, but he had also played an integral role in the guard's investigation efforts. A moment of hesitation, however, caused his undoing, as he failed to strike down a transformed citizen and allowed the princess, Saludia, to come to harm. The incident cost him his knighthood, and he left the kingdom cloaked in shame. For the sake of the princess to whom he had pledged fealty, and to restore his own honor, Brandon resolved to bring an end to Verbert's monstrous affliction. Princess Saludia was said to have rejoiced at her favored knight's return, and readily offered the adventurers whatever aid she might render. Eventually, their dedication to discovering the truth paid off. By re-examining the circumstances of the victims, they traced the transformation magics back to a single source: the court mage. A proud and powerful spellcaster, Tadric, was discontented with his position as a mere advisor to the royal family, and plotted to seize the throne through manipulation of Saludia's younger sister, the Princess Paludia. Through dark enchantments did Tadric wrest from her the secrets of awakening the soul, knowledge bequeathed to the princess by the sage Beclug. He twisted that delicate art to his own foul ends, devising a technique which warped mortals into monsters and unleashed it upon those who stood in his way. With the experience of their adventures behind them, Brandon and his friends were able to pierce the veil of Taldric's duplicity. It was when they exposed the court mage's guilt, however, that their true test began. Tadric lashed out, turning his conspirators, including poor Paludia, into malformed beasts, and the tranquil grounds of Grunnis Licht became a raging battlefield. Yet, though the adventurers brought down Tadric himself, the villain did not go quietly into the bloody night. With his dying breath, he cast a spell on Saludia, cursing her with his corrupted art. The fallen princess, knowing she had little time remaining, begged Brandon for one last mercy. Beholden to his vows, the former knight brought down his blade. After that faithful day, he was never the same. Embracing true justice, he turned his back on the lure of simplistic moralities. He became known for weighing both law and heart together, and striving for the greater good. Brandon, buddy. Also, since we're reading that, I want to talk about one of the hunts in Ilmeg. Again, this information's already in game, but Porus Paludia. So this is a giant, like, demon monster. After about a year ago, a party of scavengers ventured into old Verberti ruins. They discovered a hidden passage that led deep underground into a secret jail, and in one of its cells found a horrible beast bound in chains. Paludia, the name of one of Verbert's last princesses, had been carved into a sign nearer to the fiend. Written blood on the walls was a message. Blinded by my lust for the throne, I heeded a traitor's honey words. I was a pawn in his grand design and paid the price. I beg only for the selfsame mercy my elder sister received. Ooh. What y'all talking about? I do like that our capacity, but we briefly had representation in the science. Yeah, briefly. I do like that our capacity warrior darkness we fulfilled the desire and unfulfilled promises of Ardour and his party. Even so, yeah, definitely AC. Got their cool broken crystals of light as a reward. Man, Silva, I really wish your story wasn't locked behind the optional content. I guess to me, I don't understand that personally, Zapavel, because if you like it, then just do it, and it's not like it's. I like that the world quests are optional for the most part, because then if you want to do them, you can, but you're not forced to do them. I mean, like, I feel like people should do them. But, like, it's not like you have to go out of your way to do them. You just have to do all the world quests. And I think the only reason her story works well is because you have the context of the world quests around it, right? So I think the structure for it is good, but that's just my No, just aid content is okay. But lock behind all the world quests in every hub is where you aid. Oh, right, because you do have to do... I see what you're saying, because not just the world quests, because you also have to do an High story. But to be fair, I think you can do Silva's... Do you have to do that first, or do you just have to do that at some point to proceed through the next section of it? You just need the normals completed, yeah. Yeah, you just have to do the story for it. Well, if you want the full story, you need to complete the EXs. You don't need to pass them. Do you? Because I'm pretty sure you can do normal and you can do all the story, because he still goes, because you still have access to his book. Really? I thought you only need the normal completed. Yeah, I've done all the exits before. Triad can be normal, but you need Ravana and Bismuth. Okay, because you need those guys. Okay. Well, I guess that's different. But the thing is, you can unsync EXs now. So, like, you can do all of those solo. Now find her in game to show. I doubt she's up right now. I doubt the hunt is up. A cure for Stoneblight. Look, I get what you're saying in terms of like, okay, you have to complete a lot of stuff to do that story. But I also think like, if you don't do the Heavensward story, if you don't do the Warring Triad story, Inukul High's story doesn't matter. And if his story doesn't matter, him meeting up with Silva doesn't matter, right? It's like, to me, I guess, like, requiring you to, like, read the first book so you can read the second, just, I'm in favor of, personally. But yeah, I mean, that's always the argument. A cure for Stoneblight. The events of Verbirds catapulted Arbird's band into legend, but not all their acts of heroism were so widely celebrated. Their next trial began with when Arbor received a letter from an acquaintance in the Great Wood. It seemed the researcher had discovered a new set of ruins in the caves and required a reliable escort as he delved into its secrets. Though the task offered little in the way of recompense, Ardour was thankful for any opportunity to distract the heavy-hearted Brandon from his woes. In the end, however, it was Lamet who benefited most from the research's discovery, for within the unearthed remnants were sealed ancient Ronkin restorative magics. After clearing away the obstacles and guardians in their path, the dwarven healer at last held the very wisdom for which she had been searching. Dwarves are famous recluses, rarely leaving their homeland for any reason, but Lamet had defied the custom in her determination to find a cure for the disease known as Stoneblight. Now she hurried home with her comrades in tow, hoping to enter the forbidden tunnels where her infected sister had been quarantined with the other sufferers. Stoneblight gradually hardened the flesh into a rock-like substance, its effects exacerbated by sunlight. In order to prevent sun exposure, as well as stem the contagion, the afflicted were forced to reside within a network of disused mine shafts, the Blight Warrens, deprived of all contact with the wider world. Huh, that sounds familiar. Kind of like the Tomberries. And what happened with the Wanderer's Palace and the Bitoso curse. Naturally, Lamet's pleas to enter and heal the ailing dwarves were sternly rebuffed by the community's elders. Traditional and stubborn, they had little reason to trust Lamet after her unsanctioned departure, but she was not to be denied. Together with her companions, she slipped into the Blight Warrens and began healing the Stoneblight sufferers. Like a miracle, the ancient Runken magics eradicated all signs of the disease. It was then, however, that the elders discovered the trespass. Despite Lamet's unprecedented success, they sentenced her to exile for violating dwarven law. For the clannish dwarves, banishment from the community was considered the ultimate disgrace, a punishment worse than death. Yet Lamet accepted the fate with an equanimity. She removed her the helm, which symbolized both her traditions and her identity, and pledged herself to helping others. She became a revered healer who knew more than any the value of life, would do anything to see it preserved. More of the art. Honestly, it might just be sour because it felt like two of them could have been great inclusions. Yeah, but I think the reason that they didn't include them is that I think they're much more interesting. I definitely with you, Pavel, that they should be included in 13th content, but they should be when it's about the restoration of the 13th, and the 6.x story wasn't really about the restoration in and of itself. It's about getting to the point where the 13th can be restored. So like 6.x and 6.5 in particular like teed them up to now be able to be like part of the story in a really good way. So but I hear you. Yeah. I do like how Lamet's story ties into the Scholar Quest line. Yeah. Sadly, Lamet had no Lokakaka fruit to curse Stoneblight via equivalent exchange. But doing Scholar's 80 quest after that felt like an incredible conclusion. Yeah. Scholar is actually one of my favorite capstones. It's not, may not be my favorite, but it's definitely one of my favorite. I mean, my favorite's Dark Knight, but that's just because that Dark Knight capstone's so good. That's what I was hoping, that they'd be added as part of the future restoration quest line for the thing. Yeah, and I mean, that's now hyper been teed up, right, Zapavel? Like, there's no question we get that story. It's just at what point now and in what form. Like, is it an 8.0, 9.0? Is it a new patch story? Is it a, like, Alliance raid? Is it a trial series? You know, it could be anything. And, okay. What time is it? It's 6? Okay, we still technically I have 2 hours. So I still have time. Holy shit, we've been going for 5 hours already. You guys feeling like you're learning new good shit? Okay, 39. Yeah, okay, we can probably at least get through the Norvrandt history section and then get to and finish before the holidays. Yeah. Give me another scarf for restoration from Garlemald. Yeah, it's a battle. You weren't here, but we talked about that earlier. Definitely agreed. Though curing might be an understatement. Look at what they turn into. A name spoken in whispers. Around the time Ardour and his comrades left Tomra, they stumbled upon evidence of the larger design. Threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken only in whispers. The Shadowkeeper, a single force sowing chaos and discord throughout Norvrandt to an unknown end. During Nilebird's search for an energy source to replace the crystal he shattered, he began to suspect that the now lost stone was not, in fact, a naturally occurring mineral, but rather had been deliberately placed under the mountain. Pursuing the truth of that theory led them to discover a connection to Lamuth, the gem counterfeiter whom Ardour and Lamet apprehended so long ago in the Vauthry. When they visited Lamet's jail cell to interrogate him, however, they found the man convulsing the floor, frothing at the mouth. Ere the poison took his life, he managed to sputter the name of the Shadowkeeper. Further investigation revealed that this sinister figure had ordered Lamuth to secret the crystal into the mine shafts, and in return rewarded him with the illusory magic that would employ in his forgeries. They also came to learn that Tadric, the mastermind behind Verbert's monstrous plague, had not worked alone. Research documents recovered from the court mage's laboratory mentioned the Shadowkeeper by name. The meticulous entries described how the arcane lore shared by his co-conspirators had contributed to the completion of this transformation magics. The mining industry of Nabatharang threatened with demolition, a scheme culminating in the death of Verbert royal heirs. The Shadowkeeper had plotted the downfall of two mighty nations, and Arbert's band feared that Lakeland, the third of Norvrandt's major powers, would be next. Lo and behold, the rebellion erupted in the home of the elves. The reigning king was deposed, and the Shadowkeeper, their hitherto faceless nemesis, took the throne. The elven king, Lelfrey, was a passionate proponent of the arts, music, and dance in particular, with his focus on such refined pursuits earning him equal praise and scorn. His was a peaceful rule, free of war and strife, but this passivity cost his kingdom dearly in matters of foreign diplomacy. A poor negotiator, he ceded border territories to Verbert to avoid conflict, and signed an economic agreement with Nabatharang that put Lakeland at a clear disadvantage. As these political blunders chipped away the nation's authority, a sentiment of discontent among Lakeland's high-ranking nobility began to fester and grow. Traditionalists dreamed of return to the Golden Age when all of Norvrandt lay under their control, and it was the Shadowkeeper who granted them the power to act. Rumors that the new player was the king's bastard child ran wild, and true or not, served to unify disgruntled nobles under a single banner. They indulged in treachery to undermine rival nations, while at home their assassins targeted influential royalists. The scene was set for revolution. The Shadowkeeper was attended by two dark-robed mages, by whose malevolent arts the traditionalists were empowered, so that's Mitron and Logriff. One of their gifts was lupine transformation, a change which granted the recipient preternatural strength and agility. Thus bolstered by the company of these wolfmen soldiers, the Shadowkeeper faction stormed Laxon Loft and captured the royal seat for their leader. So, for those of you who don't know what Laxon Loft is, since we're going to be talking about Lakeland a lot, I'll get that set up there. This is Laxon Loft. To grow, one of their gifts was sealed by transformation, bolstered by the company of these wolfmen soldiers. The Shadowkeeper's faction stormed Laxon Loft and captured the royal seat for their leader. No sooner had the winning side declared a new age of glory for the elves than did they muster their forces and launch an invasion into Verberti lands. The Shadowkeeper emerged amid blood and chaos, a formidable and enigmatic figure, perpetually encased in a Stygian plate of armor. Similarly clad in midnight raiment, the Shadowkeeper's forces inspired terror in all who witnessed their advance. That's the Shadowkeeper armor, which you can get in game. Just think skiing. I'd rather finish Garlemald off and start fresh. I mean, that's like saying, think about it. Like that was the same sentiment of some of the people of what to do with Germany post World War I. And you ultimately just start churning the cycle again. You prove the exact thing that the Garleans were afraid of, right? And you end up just that cycle of churn. That's what happened to them in Corvos to an extent, right? That doesn't work. It just keeps the wheel churning. Then they're put upon and crushed beneath the wheel, and then they rise to crush others again. The only way any of it changes is if we actually help each other work and like interweave, you know. Always enjoyed listening to Lore Bomb and learning stuff that I missed along the way. Good, Brian. I'm glad you enjoyed. Oh, it definitely also made it good for listening while I fish. Good, Kiko. Absorbing the knowledge, or trying to anyways. Well, Tofu, on the bright side, we do plenty of this stuff, and there will be more videos to come in the future. But if you ever want to talk about lore stuff or have questions for me, you can always join our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzea. I love that the world quest literally ended in Shadowkeeper behind every shitpost. Fresh page after several thousand years of Ascians behind everything. What do you mean she worked under Ascians? What I love in the Edian Promise Litany is the shadows that Shadowkeeper uses to mark strike zones look like woman silhouettes. Literal foreshadowing. Yeah. It was Ascians all along. I was going to say, much just as bad, if not worse than the Garleans. Definitely, I think... I don't think it's worse, but I think it definitely is exact. It's the exact thing that they're doing, right? Stories have been sown along the way. Yeah. Like, the thing is that there's a difference between trying to prevent the authoritarianism and, like, zealotry at the heart of Garlean society. But the thing is that zealotry came from them being manipulated for someone who could take advantage of their desperation. If I can have one rule that I think is a universal rule that is applied, should be applied in everything in all circumstances, and is one piece of advice I can offer, don't make people desperate. Desperate people do dumb shit. I think that is a universal concept. Don't make people desperate. Desperate people do dumb shit. Too plain for the King Lefray's taste, the ballroom of the Grand Cosmos underwent extensive refurbishment. Night after night, the opulent hall is said to have played host to most lavish halls and social gatherings. That's where when you fight one of the bosses in... I think it's where you fight the... that might be where you fight... Becklug in their transformed form. I may be wrong, though. The Battle of Laxenloft. The heroes were poised to continue their search for Nilebert's replacement stone in Nabatha Rang when the silver-haired Silva abruptly left the party. The swordswoman excused herself on the premise that she wished to reconnoiter the troubling situation in Lakeland, but in truth, she was hurrying back to don her black armor, unsheath her blade, and lead the elven traditionalists in the rebellion. Silva, the great deceiver, had been the Shadowkeeper all along. She was in truth no bastard child of King Lefray. That was merely a fiction concocted by Mitron and Logrift, her Ascian accomplices. Her true origin lay in the 13th, where she had died young and powerless, an unrealized champion of the reflection turned void. The Ascians had found her in the moment of her demise, and it was they who brought her soul to the First to serve as a pawn in dark machinations. Silva was to institute herself into Arbert's band and guide them along the path to becoming the Warriors of Light, that which they cast aside in their journey towards heroism, she would take into herself, growing ever stronger as a disciple of darkness. And when all was in readiness, she would reveal herself as the villainous Shadowkeeper. By her hand would the Warrior of Light be slain, and despair sown in the hearts of the populace. And the Ascians did not plan for was the Shadowkeeper's defeat at the hands of Arbert's party. Silva had steadily amassed her power, feeding on her erstwhile comrades' respective sacrifices of personal ambition, innocence, independence, and tradition. Yet despite her best efforts, Ardour would not forsake what she sought to purloin, his caring heart. Even in the midst of their deadly confrontation, he regarded her as a comrade in need of saving. Thus denied her full ascension, the Shadowkeeper wavered and fell. Swallowing their grief at the loss of a friend, the heroes turned their wrath towards the villains who had orchestrated this tragedy. The Warriors of Light now shone so brightly that even the high-ranking Ascians could not stand against the incandescent fury. Even as Arbert struck his final blow, fulgent power swelled in a cataclysmic wave. The flood of light was unleashed upon a land of the First. I haven't read all the text sections yet, but skimming over E3, I liked what they did with the entry for the giant beaver. Yes, I know the exact one. So let's take a moment before we continue on to more dire and sad things, because I do want to talk about the. So they have the section for the giant beaver. A mysterious being that appeared at Pfizer Loran. Whatever may be the truth of its identity, some mysteries in the world are better left unsolved. Or so the faint of heart might say. Others, however, would risk life and limb, and more, in pursuit of the beaver-related revelations. And one such intrepid naturalist has lived to tell the terrifying truth in the memories of... Oh, God! And then it's just a blood spatter. which is pretty funny. Real Ascians were the enemies we made along the way. Yeah, straight up. A little over an hour, 4 out of the 20 new glam complete. Making good time, Brian. But yeah, giant beaver's pretty funny. So one interesting thing to me is that the soul of Silva was brought to the first and incorporated in the same way that the scions were by Grahatia's magics. One thing that's curious to me then is that, and I haven't done the role quest in a while, so they may actually get into more specifics about this, and I've just forgotten them. But my question to that is the fact that her soul, like that she's disconnected from her body, not problematic? So, for instance, would the Scion's body, if the Scion's bodies on the source died, would their souls necessarily have ended in the first? And the Exarch's magics are different maybe than the Ascians, plus the Ascians have the Crystal of Darkness and all sorts of stuff, so there may be more going on there, but it makes me curious. In her bid to slay the Warriors of Light, Silva turned her transformation magics upon herself. Though Ardour and his comrades did indeed struggle against this formidable lupine abomination, it was the necessity of striking down their former friend that presented the greater challenge. And if you look at also the art, you can also see that Silva's it's a shadow of Silva. The thing is, it is a feminine shadow of an Elysian and of an elf, but only really once you know it's Silva are you like, oh, of course. Like Emmett with Solas's body. Yeah, the thing is that that's a little different because their souls aren't bound to that body because it's not their hosts. They're taking those clone bodies as hosts anyways. It's not like Emmett's actual body, and they're using the Crystal of Darkness, which is part of how they're able to do that. Yeah. I think it's something to do with weird Ascian magics, yeah. Well, it's effectively should be the same magics that are being used on the Scions by Exarch, but could always be Pixelberry juice. Maybe she was stuffed into a space body by their body by the Ascian. Yeah, I guess that's possible. I need to replay the world quests. I wonder if she gives more explanation for that, and also how she survived. Little known completely real lore. Creators of concept beavers were unmade by La Habrea the instant he learned about the concept, but the creatures escaped pandemonium, imprisonment, and fed on unfortunates. Yeah, that's definitely real lore. That's my headcanon at the very least. Okay, here's a really interesting passage. So this is on the creation of Eden and Sin Eaters, and I think that for a lot of people this is probably pretty useful knowledge. The Flood of Light. As a disastrous ethereal imbalance pushed the first to the brink of annihilation, based on the academic findings collated to date, the following section will endeavor to dissect the true nature of the Flood of Light. Eden, the first Sin Eater. In the final battle to decide the fate of the first, the Ascian Metron and Logriff drew on the power of the Echo to fuse their souls into a single ascended entity. Yet Arbert, unable to forgive those who manipulated his companion Silva into becoming the Shadowkeeper, fought with a fury that could not be denied. A rage-fueled blow severed the bonds which held his enemies together, rending their physical and spiritual forms in the process. Ordinarily, Ascians survive corporeal death by withdrawing their souls to the rift between worlds via the medium of the Crystal of Darkness. Arbert's onslaught, however, afforded them no such escape. Woven with his wish to expunge all traces of darkness from the world, his blade of light was empowered beyond measure by the element's unnatural primacy in the first. Because the first has naturally more stronger light. It seems that on the first, it's slightly stronger to light, and the 13th was stronger towards darkness, which is also why it was easier for them to fall to those elements. Even as Metron's battered soul attempted to slip away, it was snared by the light's merciless energies. He was bound to a prison of flesh, changed, distorted. He had become the first Sin Eater, an alabaster being known in later years by the name Eden. Though it harbored Metron's memories, Eden acted without conscious thought, and it was its will enslaved by Ardbert's desire to obliterate the existence of darkness. It began permeating the world with light, bringing all into stasis, and allowing no aspect of vitality to remain. Eden overflowed with effulgent power, and a wave of stagnation engulfed the surrounding lands in a catastrophic flood of light. So one of the things that's explained in here, I don't know where it is in particular, but it's that Eden went around spreading the flood of light. So it wasn't while it was kind of all at once, it was also that's how it was able to be caused elsewhere, or caused somewhere near Norvrandt, but then not immediately swallow Norvrandt. Creation of Eden. Metron, you can eat the light, but it's only a spoonful. You Ardbert pulling out a comically large spoon named Rivera. My spoon's too big. Arbert, that's your axe. The empty. The light emanating from Eden worked drastic changes upon everything it touched. The 6 base elements of ambient aether, fire, wind, lightning, water, ice, and earth, were neutralized in favor of light stagnation. Night and day, the sky remained saturated with radiance. Land and sea were leached of color and vibrancy. In the stillness of the empty, as Eden's wasteland is called, no new life is born, and the living are twisted beyond recognition by ethereal imbalance. As no religion, not even that of the Church of the First Light, seemed able to provide satisfactory explanation as to why these light-corrupted creatures emerged, or why they attacked on sight, the people launched onto the belief that such apocalyptic horrors must exist solely to devour their mortal transgressions. To some, the Sin Eaters were salvation and damnation both. Sin Eater ecology. Alike to Eden, first of their kind, all Sin Eaters are able to propagate the influence of light. They are also driven by instinct to ravage any living beings they encounter, and forcefully impose the cessation of vital aether. The more powerful specimens do not simply slaughter their prey, they erode its very essence with the infection of light, inducing transformation into a Sin Eater. Thus did their hordes spread like a deadly plague, and bring ruins to much of the first. Sin Eaters are not alive. They have no vital functions and thus do not grow or age. They do not feed or even photosynthesize, as they have no need of a sustenance. When suffering serious injury, however, the Sin Eater is compelled by self-preservation to flee, instinctively seeking out the light-rich lands of the empty to regenerate lost mass. If it cannot escape, a Sin Eater will instead attempt to kill the nearest living creature, in what is thought to be a last-ditch effort to absorb the aether released in death. Metamorphosis. There are several ways in which transformation from living beings into Sin Eater can be triggered. The first of these occurs in an environment heavily skewed towards light, wherein the victim is subjected to a monumental blast of light aether. There were the circumstances under which Eden, the first Sin Eater, was created. Many of the creatures subsequently caught in Eden's colossal flood of light were warped in the same manner. The second cause is sustaining an injury from a powerful Sin Eater. Whilst the victim is exposed to a lesser quantity of light than in the first instance, the concentrated burst of energy directly into the wound affects an instantaneous metamorphosis. The third cause is perhaps the most insidious. A weak yet persistent source of light aether can lead to an incremental change, as might be evident by a protracted stay in the empty, for example. A non-fatal injury from a Sin Eater will have much the same effect, weakening the body's ability to regulate its etheric balance, and allowing the gradual accumulation of light influence, no matter the source. Stage. First stage, onset. The body's ability to self-regulate is weakened, and wounds take longer to heal. The subject grows numb to outside stimuli, becoming noticeably more leaden and lethargic. Second stage, withdrawal. Mental withdrawal becomes far more pronounced. Subjects at this level of progress rarely initiate conversation, and attempts to engage them are often ignored. Third stage, etiolation. Skin and body hair turn white. Subjects exhibit severe mental withdrawal. Verbalization is limited to incoherent mutterings, and physical activity becomes less common. Fourth stage, chrysalis. An abundance of light is discharged through vomiting and other bodily secretions, forming a cocoon around the subject. Victims of more powerful Sin Eaters often proceed to this stage immediately. Final stage, metamorphosis. Inside the cocoon of aether, the subject's corporeal form will suddenly undergo a rapid metamorphosis. It is thought that the extent of this physical change correlates to the concentration and overall quantity of light to which the victim was exposed. A panoply of Eaters. Sin Eaters vary greatly in attributes and appearance. A diverse range of creatures have suffered the Eater's metamorphosis, and in many cases their individual traits have carried over in some form. If one is to avoid the danger of an Eater attack, however, understanding how they act is more important than how they look. Light Wardens. Even amongst the Sin Eaters, the entities known as the Light Wardens are remarkable for the sheer potency of their refulgent aether. Lesser Eaters flock to this radiance like proverbial moths to a flame. Where a Light Warden goes, a horde of underlings is sure to follow, and one's appearance often presages a swarming invasion. Though the lands of Norvrandt were not steeped in light, the Warden's powerful emanation enabled Sin Eaters to linger in that region. One might then conclude that vanquishing a Light Warden would free the surrounding area of Eater infestation, but the matter is not so simple. Even in the event Even in the event of a Light Warden is defeated, the incandescent energies released by its demise converge upon the nearest living being, giving rise to a new abomination, like what happened to Runjeet's father. A new Light Warden. This inevitable cycle impeded efforts to repel the Sin Eater plague for an entire century following the flood. Let's... you know what? I'm going to go to... Talking about this, let's go to Whole Monster Switch. I just noticed your elemental poster. Wow. Yeah, I love it. It's great. For any of you who haven't noticed, by the way, the dungeon themes are always a version of the, well, not always, but usually if they're in a place or a version of the Overland theme in it. So this is, if you listen, this is the Lakeland theme. It's just like our very rock version of it. The wound. Lakeland 3 got used 3 times. Yeah, because, right. Because you also have the night theme and then also the Grand Cosmos. Little known fact, you can actually enter post-Eden empty with Gay, Crystal, and Party. Perfect for hanging out with them. You can? How do you do that, Infinite? I just queued into Mentorula and got Eden Promise Litany, aka Shadowkeeper. Hey, there you go, Tim. This is like the light version of 28 Days Later, yeah. Next time I meet the embodiment of darkness that is behind the complex destructive schemes, I would ask for another cover. Yeah, love me some recognizable tunes. Yeah, favorite dungeon theme to this day has to be Garlemald Express, but this is one of the top 10. I got quite a few. One of mine being the Burn, but I like this one too, because when it drops to this part. Anyways, Abomination in Light this inevitable cycle impeded flowing of the flood. After slaying the Light Warden that invaded Lycia, the fairy king succumbed to its aether. The transformation is known to rob the subject of conscious thought, but Titania, being a creature of formidable sorceress power, retained a semblance of their own embittered will. Stray Eaters. The majority of Eaters will be drawn to a Light Warden and its overwhelming power, but on rare occasion, one will find specimens acting independently of the Horde. There are various theories which attempt to explain this behavior, some pointing to possible anomalous traits, while others suggest the obedience to a Light Warden's command. But none have been conclusively proven. In most cases, Stray Eaters are weaker sorts, encountered alone or in small groups, and generally pose little challenge to a seasoned warrior. Their behavior, however, is unpredictable, and the quiet village street may suddenly become the site of Eater carnage. As such, strays are far more likely to intrude upon the tranquil lives of an average inhabitant of Norvrandt than a wandering Light Warden. An example of a typical scene or transformation, in this instance, a person's body has taken a beastly aspect and sprouted wings to enable flight. The Cardinal Virtues. By the first calendar, it was around 3 years ago that these unusual Stray Eaters entities bearing an uncanny resemblance to the much maligned Warriors of Light were first spotted. It fell to the Warrior of Darkness alongside determined bounty hunters to uncover the truth. That these strays were in fact created from the decayed remains of those decades-dead adventurers, an abomination most likely perpetrated by the Light Warden Lord Vauthry. The Cardinal Virtues behaved as if driven by the desire of their former lives. Curiously, a barmaid working at the tavern frequented by the bounty hunters is credited with bestowing the Eaters their distinctive names. Dichiasine, Brandon's body. The transformed remnants of Brandon returned as a Sin Eater. Dichiasine roamed the length and breadth of Norvrandt in search of a material connection to the Princess Ludia, his liege lady in life. Phronesis. The transformed remnants of Nilebert returned as a Sin Eater. Phronesis was infamous for tearing holes in reality, opening hollows in a bid to rescue a friend lost to the rift between worlds. Andrea. The transformed remains of Renda Ray returned as a Sin Eater, obsessed with hunting and death as she was in life. Andrea sought to recreate Arbert's party by recruiting her own Sin Eater companions. Sophrosine. The transformed remnants of Lamet returned as a Sin Eater. Sophrosine would use its magics to heal Sin Eaters it recognized as helmless dwarves, those of Lamet's people who joined her in exile. to the party, each of you talk with Sam Slipper Mechanic and get Sanity. Get to the party, each of you talk with Sam Slipper Mechanic. Huh. Cool. I'll remember that, Infinite. What are the 3 versions of Lakeland's dungeon themes? There's the night theme, the day theme, the Holminster Switch theme, I think. Grand Cosmos? No, it's not Grand Cosmos. Heroes. Oh, Heroes. Yeah. Oh no, it is Grand Cosmos. Oh, Heroes Gauntlet. It is using Heroes Gauntlet too. Okay. Right. I love Pharaoh Sirius's themes, but both normal and hard. Yeah, those are great themes. What is it? Upon the Rocks was one of them. Girl, I love those. Thought so, but just wanted to double check. Yeah, if remix solo locations themes of the Lakeland is still there. Yeah. So pretty, but living with migraines triggered by bright light color made a lot of Shadowbringers difficult for me. Or Stormblood? I'm assuming you mean Shadowbringers. Yeah, Asteria, I bet that's hard. As someone who suffers migraines quite often, I feel you there. Yes, the Burns theme is fantastic. Yes, and also being the Praetorium theme is pretty great. Which is funny because I'm 100% sure it was you who pointed out on Musical Motif stream. Yeah, I constantly am having to learn things though. I have forgotten more about the lore and music of this game than most players have ever learned. I don't say that braggingly. I just say that like it's probably true. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was the Heroes Gauntlet, just in case another dungeon. Totally. Heroes Gauntlet is such a fantastic track. Yeah, I love it whenever themes are mixed up. There's some black comedy and idle cam just picking random corpses. Speaking of migraines, a friend of mine has a lot of trouble with Paradigm's Breach because of all the glitchy models. Yeah, I can imagine. Maybe getting old. Insanity. I may be getting old, but I had to get a magnifier for the Encyclopedia. I would gladly pay the increased cost if they had increased the font size. It just added more pages to accommodate. Yeah, I don't struggle with it, but we've heard a couple people in stream saying that, so I feel for you guys. Maybe I really should do that audiobook version because it looks like people could use it. What I will say is usually you should be able to get a PDF before too long. Also, one of the things we're working on right now, it's going slow, so no promises, but we have what's called T-Tools, which is a program that V made. Is it up? Yeah. Give me a second, see if I can. Yeah, okay, here, we got it working. My link was just old. Okay. So this is T-Tools. It is, and I'll go ahead and I will also paste this. People can try it out if they want to. What you do, let's put in Light Warden. And this is also a work in development, so, but you get every use of Light Warden in the game. So Innocence Barding, a suit of chocobo armor designed to resemble Light Warden, Immaculate Wingblade, Tanya. So this is. So if you ever want to do like lore research or anything like that, that's what this is for, basically. You will get every usage of the thing in the game. You could throw out any word. And why did I bring that up? Oh, yes, because one of the things we're going to work on, no promises for when it happens, but we're slowly working on it, is we're going to get all the text for Encyclopedia Eorzea in here, hopefully eventually. We're having to do it manually, obviously, because it's a book. But maybe for those of you who have a hard time reading, that will be useful for you guys. This is amazing, yeah. Yeah, again, thank V. She's the one who did all the hard work for it. All I really brought was idea and doing QA testing. But she's been working really hard at it, and we'll continue to update and improve it. Yeah, if there's any problems, please be kind. Yeah, this is free to anyone. This isn't like a premium thing. This isn't like you have to sub to Patreon. However, if you like to support us on Patreon, you can support us at patreon.com/Eorzea Archive, where you can get your name, the banner above my head, as well as at the end of videos, and help to make sure produce things like T-Tools. But this is for everyone to use. Every instance of balls. Actually, let's entry entrance of balls. Let's see if it'll work or if I need the. Yeah, I think I need the. Cloudy with a chance of Thal's balls. There's a fate called Cloudy with a chance of Thal's balls? But yeah, congratulations. You can now see every instance of Thal's balls in the game. But again, I cannot thank V enough, and we'll continue working on it over time. But should be a very, very handy tool. Obviously, things like Garland tools exist, which is great, and I love Garland tools. However, Garland tools is not the problem with Garland tools is very limited for if you don't like if you just want to search for text, like every example of Thal's balls, it kind of doesn't work well. Like none of the tools that exist for 14 currently work well for that. So this is basically to kind of fill in that niche of, hey, I want to like just look up every example of Dynamis in the game and read everything everyone has ever said about Dynamis. You know, every instance of gamer in the game. Here, let's see where gamer pops up. I bet it pops up in the Gold Saucer a few times. Gamer. Nope. No use of gamer in the game. No use of gamer. Nope. There's no use of gamer in all of 14. Fantastic. I did see a bit of this before, but it's my first time seeing it in action. Yeah, super great. Highly recommend you guys try it out and test it. But again, there's still lots of things to tweak and test, so if there's any problems, be kind. If you're looking for a less arduous way to copy the books, most phone cameras these days have a phone-to-text feature where we probably take a minor cleanup of formatting from there. Yeah, so Tofu, I've done that in the past. The problem with Encyclopedia Eorzea is the text is small enough that the phone-to-text features require so much cleanup that it ends up being... In the past, it could be better now, but in the past, it was literally... there was so much cleanup involved that it was just better to just type it out. That said, I'm definitely willing to. I'm considering that I will try that out. What I will say is, if anyone wants to help, currently we are recruiting people who would be interested in helping convert the books into all their text, so that we can. We're working on a spreadsheet. But to do that, we got to be careful. We can't just give that access to anyone because someone can come in and just put in whatever they want. But it definitely would be. We are looking for volunteers who want to help with that, and that will hopefully help people who I mean, the downside is there won't be art, but also I will say historically PDFs for the Encyclopedia Eorzeas do come out. So there is one that for E1 and E2 that are floating around, and there hopefully will be an official one for E3 before too long. There are PDFs on Amazon of rather ebooks. Yes. Is there an ebook for E3 at this point, Nevik? Because I know for 1 and 2 there exists one. The problem is, how do I put this? Yeah, the ethics of copy pasting that from an ebook for some reason feel weirder to me, but it may be what we end up doing. That's insane that the whole world they never used. Yeah, Dawntrail will bring gamers into the world of 14. I believe it. Autotech made almost every use of Ilsobard into Usobard. Yeah, like a good example. Yeah. Okay, the TE tools thing is amazing. Can't wait to play around with that. Yeah, mighty recommend. But yeah, thank you for the recommendations for different ways to solve it, guys. And definitely we'll tool around with the different ones right now. Right now, mainly we've just been focusing on getting EE3 in there. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, so the main thing is we're trying to get EE3 all up in there. 1 and 2 we already have the PDFs and stuff for. But Garland Tools is good for a bunch of stuff, but yeah, it's bad for a full text search. Yeah, Garland Tools is amazing. I've used it for years. It's phenomenal, but it has its limitations. Let's go to the empty, because that's what we're going to be talking about quite a bit for the next little bit. It's 6:30. You know what? We can probably make it through the last section before we end for the day. How many pages we got? Oh yeah, we got this. We got this. There's going to be a lot of reading. So this is going to talk a bit about the history of the... This is going to talk about a bit of history after the Flood of Light and into when the Scions appeared. Century of Varantic history. 100 years separate the Flood of Light and the advent of the Warrior of Darkness. This next section explores the events which shaped Norvrandt's history during that span. The death of heroes. Ardour and his companions fought ceaselessly in defense of Norvrandt's people, their efforts to topple the Shadowkeeper culminating in the defeat of the Ascian masterminds responsible for his insidious rise to power. In an ironic twist of fate, however, it was their fervent heroics which ultimately unleashed the Flood of Light upon the world. Upon realizing that the Sin Eaters born from Mitron's demise was the source of the Flood, Ardour's party strove to contain it, but were stymied by the endless waves of lesser Eaters which had begun to appear. It was then that a man robed in white, Elidibus, came before them. They listened to his explanation of the Ascian's rejoining, of how the 13th had fallen to darkness, much as the first was falling to light, and accepted that the only path to salvation was to carry out the emissary's plan, to merge the world with the source. And I've had people be like, well, why are they being so stupid? Why would they assume he's something true? It's like, they're desperate. What else are they going to do? Their home stands on the brink of destruction, and they have no other chance, and Elidibus is convincing them this is a hope, right? And on top of that, it's interesting that, a lot of time I had historically assumed that it was they attacked Mitron, he became Eden with the Flood of Light, and the Flood of Light happened all at once. But this clearly implies that there was quite a period of time in between the beginning of the Flood of Light and its culmination of drowning the world, right? Because they come back and they're sacrificing their souls to hold the Flood of Light here at the top of the tower in Vauthry. Which means that, yeah, there's definitely a period of time when everything was encroaching. It wasn't just all at once the Flood of Light appeared the second Eden was made. They steeled themselves to surrender their flesh, for only souls could make the journey across the rift. One after another, Ardour ended his friends' lives before finally taking his own. The heroes drawing upon the echo as Elidibus had taught them to achieve a form of immortality. They then used the crystals of light as a catalyst to enter the expanse between worlds, and thence traveled to their destination, where they obtained host vessels and set about following the Ascian's instructions to bring about an umbral calamity in the source. The Oracle of Light. What Elidibus did not expect was for the eager recruits to deviate from his carefully laid plans. For Ardour and his companions, the first rejoining could not come swiftly enough, and Eorzean, acting as their intermediary and guide, was able to manipulate the party into clashing with the Source's warriors of light. As Eorzean had hoped, they brought forth their crystals of light during the ensuing battle, allowing Eorzea's champion to bring them all into the presence of the Word of the Mother, the entity once known as Minfilia. Learning that the servant of Hydaelyn could potentially halt the flood, the heroes of the first chose to abandon their crusade and pin all their hopes on what promised to be a far less destructive alternative. With Minfilia at their side, Ardour's group thus returned to the first. They arrived to find that the world almost completely swallowed by light. Eden had been busy during their sojourn to the source, drifting from land to land and expanding the boundaries of the empty. But there was still time to save what remained. As the Prime Sin Eater reached the southern edge of Amarang and bore down upon the city of Nabatharang, Minfilia and the desperate heroes made their stand. Together did they succeed in stemming the oncoming flood. Eden crashed backwards into the empty, its functions rendered inert. As for the parts of Norvrandt spared from the disaster, the presence of the Light Warden meant that day or night, the sky remained brightly lit. Yet the balance was such that life itself could survive. Minfilia, her task complete and her essence expended, faded away into nothingness. Even now, a colossal wave of frozen light looms over Amarang. The dense concentration of radiant energy trapped within the crystallized expanse presents a dire threat to all living beings. The locals follow an unwritten law prohibiting any attempt at excavation. Eorzean, my man. Love a fun guy, indeed. Now, can you imagine needing to be the one to kill your friends before the journey? I always thought they offed themselves, but hearing that Ardour himself was the one who did it, it was really sad. That's why Bravura has blood on it. That's what, yeah. One of my favorite uses of Garland tools looking at NPC customization. Yeah. Plan options for Scholar outside of job-specific gear are dismal at best. Options for... Yeah. I just give up on doing a frog suit. I love the Scholar job gear, though. Well, he had the axe to make it quick. Otherwise, imagine Albert trying to choke on his staff. That or just, like, immolating everyone. I landed on a Tomberry suit, and since it's more appropriate to... Yeah, it's appropriate, that's for sure. Although Minfilia succeeded in halting the flood's progress, the greater part of Nabatharang had already been swallowed in light. Thus it was fortunate that Malik, Jamil IX, had the good sense to lead his subjects to safety ere the kingdom collapsed. The refugees prevailed upon the Mord for succor, and with their aid did they survive the coming days. But for some, living out of tents in the desert wasteland was more hardship than they could bear. People began drifting away from Amarang, the wealthier among them striking out for Calusia. Those who had escaped with their fortunes intact would find warm welcome in Eulmore, where riches were eagerly taxed to fund the city's defenses. The poor had two choices. They could remain in the Mord settlement, or they could make the journey to Lakeland, an ally with trading ties in Nabatharang. The elven nation reacted with compassion, building the refugees a temporary camp by the lake. A tragedy would strike when the Sin Eater horde descended upon the region. Actually, there's some good stories coming up, so I'm excited to go back to Lakeland. So the place that they're talking about, the Sullen, is the place that they built for the refugees. I find what you said earlier about the first being more umbrally aligned and the 13th being more astrally aligned interesting, and making them more prone to the floods of light and darkness. Yeah, Tetsu, good to see, glad to have you. It's something that's been stated a couple times. I don't know, like, the proximity to the source is stated as kind of the cause of that. It's not entirely clear. But they talk about it in 6.x. They talk about it in 5.0. Don't think it's talked about in the Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1 or 2. It might be in 1. But it's mentioned a couple of times. I'm not really fully sure I understand why. I just know that it is. Okay. Yeah, we'll go to different... so... A crystal manifestation. Minfilia's action halted not only the flood, but curtailed Sin Eater activity as well. 7 years after those events, however, a dreadful light warden led a swarm of Eaters out of the empty and into Lakeland. The elves met this invasion head-on, by forming a defensive line between Lakeland's fortresses, the royal castle of Laxenloft at its center. Tales of valor are told of Sir Ostel. So, the Ostel Imperative is this place over here. Are told of one Sir Ostel, who exhorted his men to stand their ground against the horde, the knight himself yielding not a single step until the small folk had reached safe refuge. It was a courageous act such as this that kept the Eater host at bay, until the prolonged assault had at last spent its strength. The price for victory, however, was paid in elven blood. Scores of knights and soldiers perished from their wounds, forts were left in ruins, and the nation itself struggled to function after suffering grievous losses. A year had passed since the attack when the events took a different turn. By the lake known as the Source, there appeared with bewildering suddenness a grand and glittering spire of crystal. With it arrived a man of Mistel stock, a mage by his garb, who addressed the growing crowd of curious onlookers. In the slightly odd cadence of one who has traveled from afar, he said that he had come to resist the light's ruin, and that the tower too would aid in unwriting the fate which had been written. As some few of Lakeland's survivors gathered at the foot of the crystal tower, he proposed that they make its auspice their permanent shelter. The spire's defenses, he insisted, would keep them safe from Eaters. A small-scale Sin Eater attack soon proved the truth of his words, and beleaguered folk from across Lakeland left their hiding spots to join the growing community, a settlement that would later become the Crystarium. The ruins of Lakeland's fortresses have been repurposed as outposts, vantage points from which Crystarium soldiers keep a wary eye on the comings and goings of the Sin Eaters. But like Fort Job and like the Ostel Imperative both basically have the same lore for that. Ontario, good to glad to have you. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year to you. I made a theory maybe easier if I write in Discord. It's about calamities, their elements, alignments, reflections, and now recently the instrumental blessing. Instrumental blessing? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but definitely good. There's definitely some insinuation that that there's something to do with alignment there. But yeah, feel free to, if you ever want me to respond to something in Discord, because a lot of times I'm busy with work, feel free to, when you post something that you want me to respond to, just do the @Elio, or like because it makes my life easier for people to know what people want me to check out. And I never bothered by people adding me. It just take me a second to get to it. With shards being layers of reality, proximity to the source becomes a complex metaphysical concept that needs some time to grasp. But with that information going to other shards is hard. It's not because, they're far away, but because you need to pass all the previous ones to reach the one you need. Yeah, interesting way of putting it. Infinite. But also they circle back on itself, so you can go go past all the shards and reach the 13th. That is the other side of being closest to the source. Yeah, that's definitely one way to look at it. And seeing as we usually get it depicted in a circle, that's not. I don't think that's a bad, at least more metaphoric way to think about it. Evidence of early darkness worship can still be found in the ruins of Lakeland churches. If you go into the Church of the First Light over in Fort Job, if you go into its basement, there's a lot of dark worship stuff in there. Dark teachings. The gratitude of the people of Lakeland felt towards their mysterious savior was such that they offered him their kingdom's throne. The mage, however, simply shook his head, explaining that he neither desired nor the qualities required to wear a crown. Though he would eventually come to be called the Crystal Exarch, the man refused to accept the title or share his personal name, and this was a source of some consternation to the people in those early days. Hold on to that staff while I read. History tells us that after the Tower settlement was established, the Exarch spent several years journeying through the remains of Norvrandt. He visited each of its lands in turn to observe the tragedies which had befallen the first, all the while sowing the seeds that would see his own prophecies repeated and eventually fulfilled. Of particular note was his constant allusion to a figure known as the Warrior of Darkness. He predicted that one day a champion would come to cleanse the land of unrelenting light. A vague assertion, to be sure, but something in his words captured the hearts of the populace. Or perhaps, in this broken, despair-ridden world, people were simply too desperate for a sliver of hope. Whatever the reason, the legend of the Warrior of Darkness spread across Norvrandt and took firm root in the general consciousness. The same period of time saw the beginning of a faith which venerated darkness. The Church of the First Light had long been ensconced by the Norvrandt's major religion, but its tenets had failed to justify the advent of flood and the destruction it brought upon the world. The light which many once believed to be the bringer of salvation and purity had become a symbol of ruin. Thus did people turn to its opposite as a source of succor. They moved their ceremonies to the cellars of run-down churches and worship in the gloom. Eventually, the faithful sought the darkness found beneath the boughs of the Ratika Greatwood, forming the first generation. It's blessed. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Have a good Wednesday, Pavel. Thanks for joining in. Happy New Year. Good seeing you. How much did the Exarch propaganda propagate the legend of the Warrior of Darkness? Based on the EE3, quite a lot. Basically, he's the sole one responsible for him at the start. I think, as I said, Seventh Calamity being only astral and rejoining in Seventh Shard was not a cool. I guess that's a thought. I guess, yeah, the seventh being the seventh. I guess, but the source isn't necessarily shown as to be umbrally aligned. But I do see what you're saying. I mean, I guess with Hydaelyn at its heart, but it's still, I mean, light be ascendant. I mean, there's something there. There's something there. I just broke my brain trying to imagine a set of geometric planes that loops on itself. Probably best to leave the symbolic depiction as separate, yeah. In the time since he appeared along with his tower, the mysterious mage has aged astoundingly little. 4 years he spent in travel between returning to Lakeland, whereupon he began preparing a ritual that would summon a hero from the source. This grand endeavor would, he realized, take more than a normal lifespan to bring to fruition, and thus he resolved to bind his Aether to the Crystal Tower. The act guaranteed him extended youth, but caused segments of his body to crystallize, most notably his right arm, giving rise to the appellation of Crystal Exarch. Yeah, we'll keep on it. The fall of Verbert. Thanks to the valorous efforts of its knights and court mages, the northern power of Verbert had kept its lands safe from the light-spawned horrors, but after 15 long years of constant fighting, the kingdom's strength was finally spent. The hordes of sin-eaters flying over the mountains from the empty were inexhaustible. The ranks of Verbert's soldiers were not. No matter their skill at arms or sorcery, every clash, every skirmish would take its toll on their numbers. And just when the defensive lines began to falter, the Light Wardens swept in, at the head of a great host as if to deal the killing blow. Pronouncing the kingdom lost, the king rallied his remaining troops to fight a rearguard action. Thus did they sacrifice themselves in battle, granting the citizenry precious moments to flee the invasion. After 316 years of proud history, the kingdom of Verbert was no more. Most of those driven from their homes made for Lakeland, which was not only the nearest safe haven, but also the site of the now famous Crystal Tower. Seeing the refuge come down from the mountains in the droves, the Crystal Exarch wasted no time in debating their fates. He enlisted the aid of the community settled at the base of the spire, and together they set about welcoming the displaced souls. Through bitter experience, the people of Lakeland knew exactly what needed to be done, and their swift action likely prevented an even greater tragedy from unfolding. Its numbers now swelled with the addition of the Verberti. The tower's settlements could rightfully be called a city. To help with the establishment of many newcomers, the Exarch lent out several artifacts unearthed from the depths of the Crystal Tower. But the first people were mystified as to the origin of these wondrous relics. It was their utility which truly mattered. And with the power of Alag's civil engineering technology at their disposal, the residents were soon raising one grand structure after another. So they used a lot of Allagan technology in order to be able to actually craft the Crystarium. Happy New Year's to you, Raven. He made us a Messiah with a big sword, yeah. By setting up an axis from the 7 reflections of the source, you can divide the 6 elements of each alignment on each side of the axis. Okay. I'll definitely look at that. That's interesting. If we go back to the section which said about So the one problem with that axis, though, is that there isn't space for all 6 elements to align on the left and right side. Because under that, you would assume that the 1st and 13th would also have to be elementally charged towards one of the elements, right? Because you have ice, wind, like on the right side, you're lacking lightning and fire, lightning, wind. You got wind, earth, ice. On the right side, you're lacking light and water, or lacking lightning and water, and then on the right side, you're lacking. Well, you could be lacking multiple things, but we don't know because the 9th, 8th, and 11th aren't defined. Because the 13th, because the source and the 7th are the source is undefined. The 7th and astral. The 1st is charged towards umbrality, and the 13th is charged towards astrality as well. Because, yeah. Okay, continuing on. The capital of the world. It was during the final defense of the Verbert that a discovery was made with the potential to alter the course of history. This unexpected development took the form of a young woman who possessed an immunity to the Sin Eater's metamorphosis. Even after suffering an attack by a powerful eater, she showed no signs of succumbing to the usual changes. With hair spun of gold and eyes that seemed to swim with stars, a resemblance to the legendary Oracle of Light was impossible to ignore. The people wondered how the potential of her gift might turn the tide in what so far had been entirely a defensive war against the ravening Sin Eaters, and even began to call her Minfilia. Seeking to preserve the promising miracle, a faction of nobles had the girls escorted to the safety of Eulmore. There, amongst the largest military forces remaining, they hoped she could be nurtured and protected. How do they know about Minfilia, though? Like, did Graha talk about the Oracle of Light? Because otherwise, like, the Oracle of Light and the Warriors of Light appeared at the top of Amarang. It's not like they heard them. Like, they were there for like 5 seconds. Huh. A handful of years later, an elite battalion of Sin Eater Slayers was formed, with the newly trained Minfilia to serve as the standard they followed into battle. Sounding the horn for a long-awaited counterattack, it was some 8 decades ago now that the Eulmore proclaimed itself the capital city of the world, its governance the guiding voice of mankind's fate. The legend of Minfilia. Following its proclamation, let's hit the Crystarium, since we're already hanging out here for a second. Actually, we're going to be talking about Eulmore. Let's hang out at Eulmore. Following its proclamation of the world governance, Eulmore launched its Eater eradication campaign with a vengeance. The sorcerer Zalbard was the Sin-bound battalion's leader. Zalbard was Ranjit's father, and the man responsible for Minfilia's martial instruction. Minfilia, for her part, would be both soldier and inspiration, a living banner for the crew of former Verberti knights and assorted mercenaries, under Zalbard's command. The battalion sallied out again and again, so successful were their hunts that people began to believe that Minfilia and her Sinbound might actually expunge the threat of the Eaters completely. Such sentiments was never more apparent than when the Eulmorians were spilling into the streets to celebrate the death of the Light Warden, which had terrorized Calusia. But the Slayers themselves knew the awful truth. General Zalbard had succumbed to the aether released by the fallen Light Warden, and arisen in its place as the new light-corrupted horror. The passing of the Light Warden mantle seemed unavoidable, yet still they fought on. In the face of this unending conflict, Minfilia and her Sinbound never abandoned hope, and such courage is to be commended. But even an indomitable spirit could not shield her from injury, and sometime years after their crusade began, Minfilia sustained a fatal wound. As she lay dying, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, "Minfilia will return." Several winters later, her words were proven true. Another young girl was discovered who possessed the same physical attributes and the same preternatural resistance. The cycle of the Oracle's death and rebirth continued in this fashion, with the Eulmorian armies always seeking out the next Minfilia and pressing her into service. She had become a symbol, a manifestation of the capital city's authority to govern. Eulmore stands alone. Despite early successes, the war against the Sin Eaters showed no signs of ending, and dwindling resources became the source of tension between neighboring lands. Eulmore's lords, seeking to maintain and reinforce the Sinbound, demanded the rest of Norvrandt not only recognize his nation's sovereignty, but also pay a hefty tribute. The expected obeisance, however, was not forthcoming. Deep within Raktika Greatwood, the Knights Bliss had grown in strength, and their leaders adamantly refused to bend the knee. The fairy kingdom of Ilmeg, meanwhile, had sprouted in the corpse of Verbert, like a fungus. All attempts to negotiate, let alone gain an audience with its monarch, proved futile, as the resident pixies gleefully transformed Eulmore's envoy into leafmen. Only in the Crystarium did they find a civil reception. The Crystal Exarch, it is said, politely declined the request for vassalage and offered a counter-proposal. The two cities treat as equals in the spirit of mutual benefit. The Lord of Eulmore considered the very idea an insult. He and his subjects had stood squarely against the Eater tide at great personal cost, while the Lakelanders had done naught but cower behind their walls. Under no circumstances would they be considered equal. Eulmore's upper class shared his indignation, although the exchange did not devolve into war, any goodwill between the settlements rapidly deteriorated. When General Zalbard fell, his rank and position was inherited by his eldest child, Ranjit. In the decades since, Ranjit has been responsible for training the Oracle of Light and leading the Eulmorian army. Algon's behind some of the good food change, though I presume that would have been rolling from their graves if they ever learned. And Noah's too busy drinking and seducing people to actually care about something happening at the other shards. Survivors of Amarang. What other survivors of Amarang, AC? Some of them ended up... Now I want nice opinion, but unfortunately I'm in your walls. Type of character in 14. So now that I think about it, Emmett Selg already filled that role perfectly. Oh, yeah. Nice opinion, but I'm in your walls. The king over all. 30 years ago, so I want you all to remember that Vauthry is 29 years old. You know Vauthry? That guy? He's 29. Just remember that. Eldest child implies Ranji had siblings. Infinite, I was just thinking the same thing. 30 years ago, Eulmore's mayor, Venroth Mudthane, put into practice a scheme to settle the northern reaches of Calusia. Its main purpose was to feed the city's growing population with the establishment of new cropland, but the large-scale occupation had the undesired effect of drawing the Light Warden's attention. With construction on more permanent housing still underway, the tent-dwelling colonists were defenseless when the abominations and murderous horde swept down upon them. The slaughter was absolute, and the entire settlement was turned into sin eaters. A furious Venroth immediately dispatched Ranjit and Minfilia to strike back at their tormentors, but the haste of their deployment left them ill-prepared for a pitched battle. Though they emerged victorious, the brutal skirmish left almost 3/4 of the Sinbound battalion dead on the field. Twice in swift succession, Venroth's commands had resulted in scores of casualties, and the voices calling for the mayor to answer for his incompetence grew louder and angrier by the day. It was then that he was paid a visit by Emmett Selk, the Ascian. The Ascian's advice for the beleaguered ruler was to fuse a captured Light Warden with the unborn babe in his wife's womb. In so doing, they would create a transcendent being with dominion over the Eaters, a king to rule over all. To subject his own child to such depraved sorceries was unthinkable, yet in the end, Venroth was convinced by Emmett Selk's honeyed words. Seduced by the idea that, as sire to such a king, his authority would never again be questioned. Hey, Happy New Year to you, Asteria! Emmett Selk is the godfather. Imagine him with Intelligence. Birth of Vauthry. The birth of Vauthry. Venroth's son Vauthry was born the following year, and just as Emet promised, the child had an uncanny command over Sin Eaters. After seeing a terrible winged lion sprawl at the boy's feet like a tame house cat, Venroth scrambled to address the public and assert that his son's gift were the key to Eulmorian salvation. The populace was initially dubious of the Lord's claims, but it was not long before they too were singing Vauthry's praises. A euphoric Venroth went on to spoil his offspring in extravagant fashion, showering this new god with adoration bordering on worship. Such treatment would warp any child's mind, and Vauthry was no exception. He grew up willful and wanton, and possessed of an awful temper. Vauthry was 9 years old when he killed his parents. It was during the preparation for a ceremony that he lashed out in a violent rage, taking affront to their string of well-meaning instructions. Yet none rebuked him for his actions, evidence perhaps of a growing mastery over his light warden powers of domination. So it was that Lord Vauthry, who had not yet seen 10 winters, ascended his father's seat without a whisper of opposition. Henceforth, he proclaimed Eulmore would become the city of final pleasures. I have pity for Vauthry. Not fuck Vauthry, to be very clear, but Vauthry is kind of like Xenos in that they're both forged. Vauthry didn't need to end up how Vauthry was. Vauthry was an adult and then went evil. Vauthry, there's a reason that his light warden form is called Innocence, right? He's not forgiven, there is nothing to forgive. He's not forgiven X or forgiven Y. He's Innocence because he became a light warden and a sin eater before he was ever even born. And so I have pity for that. I don't have much empathy, kind of fuck him, but just as a human, I have pity that it didn't need to be this way. Vauthry grew into an immense man, the face of the fused light warden nestled in the left side of his corpulent chest. The entity would remain in slumber until the moment Vauthry awakens to his true power. So if you ever notice, you ever look at his left tit, he's got a light warden face there. On the one hand, he's objectively awful. On the other, he was railroaded into his course. Agreed, girl. You don't have to condone anything. You don't have to acquiesce to anything he does, and you can stand ardently against him and despise him for what he does and who he is. But also, I think to ignore the fact that he is a product of a system and a product of a situation. There was no way he was ever going to turn out good. It doesn't excuse anything, but it's just you recognize that so that you can try to avoid it happening, right? Wow, that was a nice globe for astrology on the Eddie. Minfilia Reborn. Vauthry had claimed the title of Lord, but cared not for its responsibilities, concerned only with hedonistic pursuits. He left any burdensome duties for his underlings to manage. Even the fawning attendants who formed the earliest cohort were gradually replaced with the beauteous sin eaters, and he spent more and more time cloistered with within his audience chambers. Under Vauthry's rule, the hunting of sin eaters was outlawed. The now defunct sin-bound battalion was disbanded, and Minfilia found herself drifting through the city without aim or purpose for nearly 3 years. Then, one fateful evening, Vauthry woke from a nightmare in which Minfilia had killed him. Rising from his bed in a blind panic, the Lord stormed into Minfilia's chambers and rained heavy blows down upon her. In senseless savagery did the previous oracle pass from the world. Yet Vauthry's feelings of dread did not subside. He knew the oracle would be reborn. He commanded General Ranjit to track down Minfilia's reincarnation, and forbade his return to Eulmore until the girl was in his custody. So, just to reiterate, the Minfilia before Reen, Vauthry beat to death. Naught was ever said of Ranjit's response to the murder of the oracle he had raised and trained. We know only that he followed his orders faithfully, and after a handful of years on the road, succeeded in locating his quarry, a child just shy of her 5th name day. Ranjit took the girl back to Eulmore and shut her in a tower. He declined to instruct Minfilia as he had his other charges, leaving her to a life of isolated confinement. A world apart. 70 years after Minfilia was imprisoned, 5 years prior to the present day, the Crystarium would serve as the location for an arcane experiment. The Exarch, who had spent decades in research, believed he had finally perfected a ritual to summon a champion from the source. In order to proceed with his plan, he would need to transmit his voice across the rift and address the champion directly. This was to serve 2 objectives: warn the hero away from the Gimlet Dark and an untimely death caused by the fatal black rose gas, and ensure that the Exarch's summoning magics were properly calibrated. While the Exarch's endeavor did meet with limited success, it also produced some unexpected results, namely the spell spilling over to the champion's comrades and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Not only did his voice resound in their heads as well, The force of the ethereal interchange necessary to drive his message through the rift had an unintended effect of drawing their souls towards the Exarch's world. So Thancred had got pulled 5 years, and they got pulled in for 5 years. Urianger and Y'shtola for 3, and the twins for 1. The Archon Thancred was the initial victim of this miscalculation. The Exarch moved swiftly to prevent the man's essence from dissipating, but the act of stabilizing the Aether ultimately trapped Thancred's soul in a visible and tangible form. The Crystarium steward continued his experiments, refining the ritual as best he could. It was not until the 5 Scions had been dragged to the first that he at last perfected the process, guiding the champion to a special device that would facilitate the Exarch's efforts to summon them in both body and soul. Owing to the different flow of time between the worlds, Thancred had been waiting 5 years by his reckoning, 3 years for Y'shtola and Urianger, and 1 for Alphino and Elise, before the Source's champion could be summoned across the rift with both body and soul intact. You forgot the best part. He beaten her to death due to his own paranoia and a nightmare he had. Yeah. So fuck Vauthry. A plan for salvation. The Scion's report is decidedly ambiguous with regards to exactly how the post-flood world of the First was saved from the brink of oblivion, and indeed, if the Aethermal calamity had truly been averted. Perhaps the lack of detail is understandable, given that any follow-up research would require one to make an almost impossible journey. Be that as it may, the sparse information available does allow us to construct a basic outline of the Exarch's plan. After conducting an unsuccessful summoning ritual, the steward tasked the Source Champion with slaying the most direct threat to Norvrandt, the Live Wardens. The killing of such entities had historically been a futile endeavor, but with the protection of Hydaelyn's blessing. So again, it's not the echo that saves us, it's the fact that we had the blessing of light from Hydaelyn, which is why only we in specific are able to do it. Hydaelyn's blessing, the selfsame blessing wielded by Minfilia. I forgot, yeah, also Minfilia is the blessing of light. The hero would, the Exarch believed, be able to absorb the vast quantity of light released upon the Light Warden's demise, and thus prevents its corruption from giving rise to new horror. Beginning in Lakeland, the champion met the Exarch's every exception, cleansing Norvrandt's regions of their most powerful Sin Eaters, and banishing the radiance from the canopy of night. Yet even the Warrior of Darkness, as a hero came to be known, was bound by the frailties of mortal flesh. Following the victory over Vauthry, the 5th and final Light Warden, the accumulation of energies as last threatened to overwhelm the triumphant warriors. This outcome, too, the Exarch had foreseen. His intention was to siphon all the effulgent power into his own body before teleporting into the rift between worlds. There could he perish safely, and deliver his champion, not to mention the First itself, from certain annihilation. A welcome darkness. The Exarch's plan ultimately succeeded, although events may have not evolved quite as he envisioned them. For one, the Source's champion chose to continue fighting, refusing to entertain the Exarch's sacrificial solution. Now become a light-infused presence staining the sky with renewed radiance, the hero in question set off in pursuit of Emmet Selk, to settle the fate of the First once and for all. We know not how the battle unfolded, or what became of the Light Warden's accumulated essence. Only that the day was won, and the rejoining was averted. Even as darkness was returned to Norvrandt, so too did the champion's party make its victorious return to the Crystarium. No longer did the threat of light's silent ruination hang over the world, and with Vauthry dead, Eulmore was swift to retract its demands for subservience. Under the direction of Chai News, Eulmore's newly elected mayor, calls were made for the new age of cooperation, leading to considerable easing of political tensions. In the Crystarium, too, did new governing body emerge. The city's de facto leader stepped down from his position of steward. The Exarch had revealed himself to be not only a native of the Source, but from the future point in time when the Aethermal calamity had ravaged the hero's homeworld. Using the Crystal Tower's technology, he had traveled across the rift into the past, seeking to prevent the warrior's ignoble death, an incident which would trigger a chain of events to usher in the calamity. Grahatia is the Exarch's true name. He had been a member of the research team Noah and an integral factor in the sealing of the Crystal Tower. Such a tale his life could tell, yet the man himself shows little interest in sharing it. Perhaps keeping his silence is the price he pays for changing the course of history. Who can know what became of the future world he left behind? Did it fade into nothingness? Or did it continue to exist in a different branch of reality? Until the means to explore divergent timelines is discovered, its fate will remain a mystery. We know from the short story on Unpromised Tomorrow, or I might be getting the name wrong, but we know that the Aethermal Calamity timeline continues to exist. We have a reading of that story over on our channel, so if you want to check that out. When Emmet Selk faced off against the Warrior of Darkness in his final hour, he did so not under his convocation title, but his own name, Hades. His form was that of darkness made manifest, an entity burdened by the hopes and dreams of the ancients. That's all the art. There are implications that all souls are summoned without an item, including any clothes. Another implication that Alice beat Graha up when she saw she was summoned. Yeah, I mean, you see, Urianger is in the weird robe, so I'm pretty sure it's fair to say all of them are summoned naked. Yeah, that's pretty... I'm curious of having a dark future coming to us. It's possible. Look, look. Shadowbringers had to do with interdimensional travel and time travel. Endwalker did Elpis. They absolutely could do a alternate timeline expansion again, or going to the future, the 8th Armor Calamity timeline. I kind of hope they don't. I think they could pull it off really well if they did it, but like we have all the reflections to travel to, and also we need to still go to Mericidia. We don't even know if we're going to Northern Tural. Like there's so much other stuff to do first. Is anybody here who really cares about pixies? Because we have the Pixie Rune guide. Might be it's going to be our last thing before we wrap on up here. We've also got the standard Norvrantic alphabet, the Eorzean alphabet, and then the Ancients alphabet. Which, if you notice, the Loporrits use the Ancients alphabet. That's where, if you might have seen it before, you might have noticed it's on a lot of their consoles and stuff. Angry was like, not again. I mean, Dark Future coming to us rather than us to it. Invasion of Dark Villain from another time. Oh, I don't think so, AC. I disagree. Well, like I have any proof. I personally think that if we saw a villain coming from somewhere, it would be coming from another reflection. Like, oh, hey, we got cross-reflection travel. This is great. Let's go explore the other reflections. Open up one of them. Basically, what if a reflection where they have an ally-like analog, but they never lost and conquered the world, and now we've just opened a gate into our world. You know, that sort of thing. I can imagine that, but I hope not. I care about the language stuff a lot. Okay, good. Yeah. The language of Norvrandt. When the warrior and the scions found themselves thrust into the alien world of the First, it must be wondered how they managed to communicate with the native inhabitants. The following is an introduction to the language and lettering of Norvrandt. Common roots. A preternatural power known as the Echo is said to allow the Source's champion to understand and be understood by any sentient being, regardless of language. But how was it that the Scions, lacking their comrades' intuitive ability, were able to communicate with the residents of the First? To answer that question, one must first consider Norvrandt's standard alphabet, an example of which is scribed below. While the shapes are unfamiliar, every single letter has a matching counterpart in Eorzea's alphabet. This revelation is far less surprising when one learns that despite a number of regional differences, the common tongue of both Eorzea and Norvrandt is essentially the same language. An incredible coincidence? This author would contend otherwise. 12,000 years ago, there was but one world. It stands to reason that whatever language the ancients spoke before the Sundering would have survived in some form in the Reflections. The centuries of divergent history have left their mark, of course. The uncanny similarities and relative ease with which the Scions adapted their new linguistic environment are easier to accept when one considers the likelihood of common ancestry. It is worth pointing out that, like, common Eorzean now came from Allag, and we don't know what language was spoken prior to Allag. So Allag actually having gotten their language from being a version of what came from the Unsundered world makes sense as a contiguous thing. And yes, there are still branch languages like the language spoke by some of the people in like Hingashi, for instance, right? Nihongo ga hanasenasu. But yeah, so yes, the idea that linguistics didn't change in a location over the better part of 12,000 years is insane. But also, within the confines of the game's internal consistency and lore, it actually makes a certain amount of sense. But yeah, again, I'll pull up. This is the Norvrantic alphabet, the Eorzean alphabet, and the Ancients alphabet. Though this is technically a postulated alphabet, you do see it used by the Loporrits. And there's a lot of really funny things you can see written on Loporrit stuff. Like, as an example, one of the MSQ quests, you can see 404 error not found. Fey runes. We have explored the resemblance of Eorzean's common dialect to the spoken Norvrandese peoples, but certain of the first inhabitants communicate through an entirely different language. The Fey tongue of Ilmeg, the Archon Urianger, who spent much time in the Fairy Kingdom, is said to have learned Fey by referencing little more than the tomes available in the Crystarium Archives. Through his studies, he found that their language was comprised of many of the same elements used to construct spells. Runes from the basis of Fey, with each carrying a specific meaning as well as the potential to manifest magical effects. A list of the major runes and their significance can be found below. An artist's rendering of a pixie, the most common type of fairy. Resembling tiny people with insect-like wings, the delicate appearance of these creatures belies their callous nature. The pixies playful bewitchment of trespassers may result in death just as easily as confusion. This is the pixie art. So, I will read the runes. The first rune, Feo, meaning treasure or wealth. The second rune, Ul, meaning moon or darkness. So Feo Ul is treasured moon or wealthy darkness. The third rune, Thon, meaning giant. The fourth rune, An, meaning deity. The fifth rune, Sul, meaning flower. Lad, the sixth rune, meaning riding. Seventh rune, Ken, meaning pine. Eighth rune, Gif, meaning gift. The ninth rune, Un, meaning joy. 10th rune, Hagen, meaning hail. 11th rune, Ni, meaning absence. 12th rune, Yis, meaning ice. 13th rune, Iala, meaning seasons. 14th rune, Jewel, meaning you. 15th rune, Ui, meaning land or earth. 16th rune, Eo, meaning star or lesser light. 17th rune, Sigwin, meaning sun or light. 18th rune, Tyr, meaning warrior. 19th rune, Beck, meaning birch, like Becklug. 20th rune, Marn, meaning person. 21st rune, Lug, meaning treasure. So Lug and Feo both mean treasure. So Becklug means birch treasure. Oh. 22nd rune, Anek, meaning water. 23rd rune, Os, meaning evil. 25th rune, meaning Dane, meaning good. I'm just going to go with what my gut. 26th rune, Weed, meaning wind. And 27th rune, Lore, meaning it is unknown what lore means. And I will hold that up to the camera just so people can... What about Widlad? Woodlad would be wind riding. I thought Golbez kind of already covered grounds on an enemy from another reflection. Yeah, so Kesh, I think what they were getting at, what AC was getting at, was the idea of an enemy coming. Like, imagine if the Aethermal Calamity timeline spent an enemy back in time to face us or something like that, which but also for enemy from another reflection. So like Golbez, you're right, is an example of that. However, I would differ that there's a difference between an incursion of an entire reflection skewed against us as opposed to one that's fallen in the way the 13th has. Like, imagine if Alag was brought back to life and was able to attack, like, try to conquer the world, which, I mean, kind of has already happened. There's a long history of Empire and kind of what that means and how to confront it in 14. It's like a common recurring motif and theme. I mean, hell, it looks like Tyrall had some kind of ancient empire with some kind of advanced technology in it, which I need to put out. I should look at all the images in that game, because there's a lot to say about Tyrall, and what the ancient empire that seems to be there is. Okay, 718, okay, so that winds up the sections that I think we're gonna get through today. We actually made it. We got through 53 pages. That's not bad, especially with all the talking I do. But like 53 pages and discussing in depth in about, what, 6 hours? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I'm gonna return back to the tea tree if anyone wants to hang out. So I'm gonna start winding down. But does anyone have a specific page that they want me to go over? We could go, or like a specific section, whether it be Hrothgar, you know, or whatever. I think we have time to do like 1 or 2 of those, maybe. And also, while I wait to see if any of you guys are interested in that, what I will do is I will go ahead and do some of the suggestion things. So also, for those of you who don't know, we are on Crystal Curl, and whenever we do stuff, we tend to meet up at the tea tree. That's kind of what we refer to as Zap Capsule Tree. If you'd like to join our FC group, or you can join us by messaging me or anyone over on Crystal. We're on Crystal Curl, so feel free to join us. We would like to talk about lore or join us for the events that we do. We do things like costume parties. We do all sorts of content together, like you know, Mount Farms and Eureka and stuff over at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Please feel free to join us there. If you want to support us, you can support us over on patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. Get your name in the banner above my head, as well at the end of videos. The support goes a long way towards making this all a lot more sustainable. You can also just watch some of our older videos over on the channel if you haven't already. But yeah, I think that should be the main bit of that. I'm sure we got a little bit more to go. We might answer some of your guys' questions in there. Also, feel free to ask questions if you have them. But I do just want to wish everyone a happy Heaven's Turn, happy New Year's to all of you guys. 2023 has had up and downs, but I'm looking forward to 2024. And it's definitely we got Dawn Trail coming up. We got 6.55 and Japanese Fan Fest coming up, and then we got Dawn Trail coming up, and it's an exciting time for sure. It's also a great time to chill out and do old content that you have not been meaning to get around to. I'll keep yelling that from the rooftops. Ardour to the World of Darkness. Something on Titania would be great. My friend sent me a picture, but their camera's terrible, so I can't read. Yeah! Do you happen to know what page number? Definitely, we can definitely. I know a lot of you guys have been asking about Pixies, so we definitely could pull that up. Let me see if I can find it. You know what? There's the Pixie section. Here, let me know. Is it this page? Something that's the idea of another shard being more technologically advanced to the source intrigues me than many paths that could go. Yeah, the Tyrell stuff makes me wonder if they're going to tie it in with Ronka and maybe the same civilization spread between reflections that'll be related to Stolla's desire to travel. So I think there's something there in Insanity. I don't think it'll be tied to Ronka. One, because Ronka was not technologically advanced; they were magically advanced. But I do think it could be something that's tied to another reflection, potentially. I think another possibility that I kind of just like is the idea of, hey, there was another advanced civilization that existed in the first or second or fourth astral era in Tyrell, but we never really learned about them because they were over in Tyrell doing stuff. I mean, that's a cool possibility, but I mean, but no, or another reflection, I think, but I definitely don't think it's one that we've visited or dealt with as of yet, if it is. The Messinish page is interesting. Yep. Okay, we can go. A little bit of Titania's folklore as a recall. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, okay. Click the like button. Yes, if you could also hit the like button. You know, like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. Have a great new year. You too, Infinite. How do you feel about the name Salad? Good? I'm new to Resilience. I don't remember. Did you guys finish the Endwalker series? Endwalker series? So no, me and Neri have been working through it. So I've recorded a couple of them. I just got to do the audio editing. But what I'm going to do is we're going to sit down and record the final, 3 that we've got. And then we'll put them all out and it'll be done. It hasn't been dropped. It's just me and Neri are constantly trying to find time to play together. Hey, Jerk. Hey, Tim. Saw the video title and immediately had to click. Oh, Superior, we're starting to wind down. Happy New Year to you. But the VOD will be up, so feel free to watch all of it. Just my copy of the book 3 a couple days ago. I haven't had time to look at it yet. Well, we managed to get through pages 1 to I think 56 or so today. Under Face, Society, and Culture, but I'm afraid the photo is so bad I can't even. Yes, okay, I have the page right here, so we'll go through that. So we're gonna be going through the Pixie section because Josuke has been, I know, waiting for that. The Pixies. Though they boast a command of magic unrivaled in Norvrandt, Pixies generally limit their sphere of activity to Ilmeg, dancing amongst the winds of colorful wings. Do not be fooled, however. They are often as cruel as they are carefree. The symbol of the Pixies is styled after their own wings, and incorporates a spiral pattern representing the looking glass, required to see through their invisibility enchantments. Physical characteristics. While possessed of long tapered ears and slender limbs similar to those of the elves, Pixies are tiny in stature, being barely shoulder height to a dwarf. They also sprout 2 pairs of wings reminiscent of a dragonfly, which they flutter rapidly to fly or hover in the air. Some scholars will insist that Pixies' hair and clothing are plant-like growths, but due to the subject's aversion to scientific scrutiny, the theory remains unproven. Leadership. Pixies live as they please, unbound by rules or law, the only exception being the obeisance they pay to their king, Titania. Should the fairy monarch issue a royal decree, it is followed without question or hesitation. It's also important to note that Pixies do not have gender, so just because it's a king does not imply gender one way or another. The Dream Spinners. Tierbeck and their band of Pixies are the architects of the Limeg, an ephemeral place woven from the fabrics of people's dreams. Night after night, they would invite Norvrandt's children into the wondrous garden, harvesting dream bubbles born of the mortal's excitement, and make their creations even more fun and fantastical. The Dream Spinner's work is intended only to bring them enjoyment, yet regardless, more than a few lasting bonds have been forged in the Garden of Dreams. If you don't know, that's if you do the Pixie questline, that's where that comes from. Society and culture. Many inhabitants of the First have a healthy fear of Pixies, and the Fae in general. The wariness stems from the history of incidents wherein the mischievous beings lured visitors to their domain. there to keep them for years or decades. Beguiling their hapless guests with enchantments or setting monsters on them in the name of play is typical of their often life-threatening amusement. Examining the reasons behind this behavior may also provide some insight into the origins of the species. Some scholars posit that pixies arose from the departed souls of the unborn or very young, and so despite having no memories of this former life, they feel driven to pursue the joy of existence denied them. This could explain why they appear locked in a state of eternal childhood, not unlike spirits bound to the mortal plane and unable to move on. Basically, pixies a form of Ascian. As beings of almost pure aether, pixies are closer in nature to arcane entities than creatures of flesh and blood. Thus, as long as they can replenish their essence in some fashion, they have no need to eat in the traditional sense. That said, pixies do have a sense of taste. They exhibit an almost obsessive fondness for sweet things, which manifests in their practice of collecting nectar or enjoying the honey-like flavor of Ekvortales. Nomenclature. Fairies' names consist of 2 runes, special words which hold specific meanings, and also serve to form a basis of fey magic. A list of major runes and their significance can be found on page 53. Leafmen. Within the boundaries of Ilmeg, one might espy what appears to be an exquisitely trimmed topiary. Folklore has it that the pixies create these leafmen by transforming people or other living creatures into plants, but any attempts to question them on the subject elicit little more than fits of giggles. Titania. King and ruler of the fairies, Titania once defeated a light warden that threatened Ilmeg, only to be corrupted by the aether that was subsequently released. For long years thence, the fallen monarch was kept imprisoned within Lai Gay. In folklore. So this is in cursive and really tiny, so give me a second, this might be hard to read. Long, long ago, there was a beautiful garden wherein lived only fairy kind. Here in this far paradise, the sun shone warmly all year round, and they knew the touch of neither cold nor snow. Flowers bloomed brightly upon the greenery that never wilted, and silvery fish teemed in rivers that never ran dry. Yet slowly but surely, a shadow began to fall over the garden. Day after day, the pixie picked the flowers for their nectar. Day after day, the Fwath hunted the shimmering fish until one day, the flower and fish were no more. Then did the Fae understand. To live as children forevermore, they needed the loving guidance of a parent eternal. And so, on the night of a new moon, one of their number fell into a deep slumber. When they awoke on the next full moon, they stood tall as a fairy full grown. Thus began the reign of the child who was no child, the Fairy King, Titania. There you go. 7 hours of pure lore. Now that, that's the life, yeah. 248 is much Machinist stuff. I feel like it implies that Stefanovan has invented it all. Yeah, we can pull that up. Yeah, we can finish up on that. Titania is king here instead of a queen, so we had no need of... Yeah. Yeah, totally, Josuke. And you know what? I mean, if people are interested, I may do further readings of this as streams, so... Because this, I think, was widely successful. The problem is always... Gotta love how YouTube works, where if you stream and you get a certain amount of views, it affects the recommendation of other videos. Bum bum. But that's fine. You know what? Honestly, at this point, I'd rather have fun. Hey, Fortunal Minion. That is the minion you get for buying Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3. Machinist. Machinist kit. Okay. As is the case with their signature firearms, the Machinist efficacy in combat is achieved through the sophisticated union of several moving parts, drawing upon innovation made through cooperation with the Garland Ironworks, as well as more traditional principles of Eorzean aetherology. The Sky Steel manufactory, Stefanovan de Halnard, has created a mechanical accoutrements for his disciples, quite unlike anything seen even in Garlemald. Indeed, not since Allegan aetherochemistry have magic and mechanics been so readily combined. First as the Ethereal Transformer, and the latter the Auto Turret. With all this and most more at their disposal, Machinists have become more akin to an army than a soldier on the battlefield. So there may be more to this, but I will point out that Stefanovan is responsible for the Ethereal Transformer. So all the guns are not all of him, but he is definitely responsible for all of the some of the major advancements. The Ethereal Transformer. The auxiliary device is equipped with at the waist and stores converted aether as lightning aspected energy in its inbuilt crystal, allowing the machinist to power all manner of weaponry at will. It also holds a convenient supply of spare cartridges and maintenance tools. Goss barrel. Affixing the... Oh, okay, let me show you guys the imageries. So like the queen is his. Well, let's read. Automaton Queen. As a far cry from the auto turret, the anthropoid automaton was created using the technology of the Holy Sea's automated knights and designed to excel at both strategic decision-making and hand-to-hand combat. The war machine is also equipped with such abilities as Pile, Bunker, and Crowned Killider. Enhancements responsible for furthering the technology of Pile Driver and Theomatic Augurs, respectively. Oh, hey, the Theomatic Augur, they got a bit on that. Making it alarmingly more powerful to boot. Well, I mean, since it's pretty much an advancement of some tech that already existed, like the Automaton Knights in this Holy See, but also some of the technologies created by Stefanovan. I mean, it's not his alone, but I mean, it is an advancement of some technologies that are in part his. The Bishop Auto Turret. This portable autonomous cannon discharges copious amounts of electrical energy, thereby securing a given area with efficiency and ease. Its capacity to recognize foes and the proximity thereof derives from the technology employed in Uldal Mammoths. So it seems like one of the things that Stefanovan's really good at is he adapts technologies that are already pre-existing. Rook Auto Turret. Identifiable on the field in its distinctive length, the automatus cannon uses electromagnetic energy to discharge the metal rounds within. A machinist may also intentionally overload a system, thereby transforming a simple auto turret into a devastating explosion. Knight Satellite. This massive autonomous companion is equipped with 2 powerful propellers and provides offensive assistance from the air. The flawless crystal incorporated as its core serves as a catalyst to convert ambient aether on the battlefield into a debilitating ray of destruction. Yeah. And then for guns, multi-shot. Arguably the most varied and versatile of the machinist instruments, the weapon exhibits very different capabilities depending on the utilization. The rapid-fire auto crossbow, poisonous gases of the bioblaster, and excavating drill are generally shot from the hip, whereas balancing the weapon's rail on one shoulder enables firing of the chain-like air anchor. Scattergun. While the electromagnetic mechanism of this weapon are essentially identical to those of the Rook Auto Turret, the ammunition provides a crucial difference between those portable arms. In nod to the grape shot used in the dragon-slaying cannons, scattergun's casings are packed with many tiny bullets, exponentially widening the range of devastation inflicted by a single discharge. Scattergun's a shotgun. Sniper rifle. It's a sniper rifle. The sniper rifle was developed in tandem with the scattergun, but designed with a special emphasis on accuracy across long distances. Indeed, so accurate is this firearm that its creators were rumored to have sold their souls to a demonic huntsman in exchange. Such heresy is no more than that, of course. As one only has to look as far as the scope and the technology of the Astrologicum telescope incorporated within to discover the true source of the gun's power. So, like, what's coming out very clear here is that while Stefanovan is brilliant, one of his brilliances is not just to invent, but to innovate. Like, he takes technologies that are already in existence and incorporates them in. A Theomatic Augur. So that's the giant laser cannon that if you've ever done a Diadem, you use. By accumulating surrounding aether and focusing it through a lens of corrupted crystal, this experimental weapon has the potential to deal extensive damage to its target. However, not nearly enough aether exists in normal environments to lend it the necessary power, so it was repurposed as an excavation tool for the Diadem. Amongst the abundant aether of the island, this tool earned its keep by obliterating menacing Seedkin and Soulkin, and thereby gaining the Ashgardian Restoration Project an abundance of raw material. So there you go. But let me actually, you know what? Let me get my normal clothes on. Okay. So like the Queen says, yeah, to an extent. Yeah, you know why machines like gossip? They like hot goss. Today I learned Machinist Limit Break Satellite is called Night Satellite. There you go. Doesn't need much, yeah. Why did they mention Sniper Rifle? It appears only in PvP. Well, because I think the lore is interesting, and so it's like, where did that come from? Why is the technology existence, right? So, and that's nice to have that. Okay, we're gonna start winding down here. If anyone has any final questions, thoughts, or things, time to bring them up. Again, I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today, especially going into the New Year's. Happy New Year's to you all. Friendly reminder, if you could press the like button and all that. If you want to check out our other videos, you feel free to offer a subscribe. Honestly, if any of you want to watch old videos you haven't watched before and comment on them, I actually do like when it gives me ideas, or it's nice to re-engage with some of the old stuff I haven't checked out. So just a thought. If you want to support us, you can support us on Patreon at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives, or if you want to join our community and for hanging out and doing all sorts of stuff together, you can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. I wish Ray or V were around so I had links. I'm gonna post some links. I got this. I believe in me. That's the Patreon. This isn't gonna be a link, but discord.gg/. So that should be it. It also should be in the link in the video. Yeah. Thank you to the stream. Happy New Year. Yeah, to you as well, Crystal. I joined the Discord with someone I somehow did not realize you had. There you go. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is you can promote all day long and somehow people still, pass each other by. Glad YouTube recommended this. This was a fun few hours. I'm glad you had fun, girl. Hopefully you'll join us in the future. Even I missed 90% of it. Yeah, no worries, Raven. On the right side, the VOD will always be there. Also, if you want to catch our other streams, we do all sorts of streams over on T Live, which if I probably pop up T. Yeah, I'll link that just in case people care to join in for the streams, which are more informal. Usually we focus on like the main channel's very focused on actual lore. And so the other channel, we still do, it's all 14 stuff for the most part, or at least Final Fantasy stuff. But yeah. What was the tool again? Yeah, let me link T-Tool. T-Tools. Give me a second and I'll pull up T-Tools. And again, many of you don't know T, but I would definitely, or don't know V, but if you see her around, definitely make sure to thank her for her hard work, because she's the one who made T-Tools a reality. Pasting that. There's T-Tools. Why can't machinists have RPGs? There's not really any reason they can't. Because they don't currently. I don't know. I don't have a good reason why. Isn't 14 an RPG game? I mean, it's an MMORPG, sure. Oh, an RPG. Okay, yeah, I see the joke now. Main channel lore and stuff. Second channel is funny stuff. Discord 3 a.m. streams, the really fun stuff. Yeah. Happy New Year to all you guys. Yeah. Any lore on people who are Garleans but not natively, like I'm forgetting his name. Giant Rogai. Gosetsu? So you mean Deepstone? So there's a ton of lore on the people who are conscripts. Yeah, there's tons of stuff on that. You can find that all throughout EE1. It exists in a lot of MSQ and side quests. But yeah, if you want the easiest probably consolidation of a lot of that information, you can check out Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1. But also, I mean, even Stormblood talks a ton about that. Yeah. Oh, Grimoire. Yeah, Grimoire. Grimoire has an entry in Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 2. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Sweet. Yeah, basically, I mean, in general, if you're looking for Stormblood characters, you want to look in, or 3.5 onwards Stormblood, you want to look in Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 2, 2.0, well, 1.0, but 2.0 mainly to 3.4 is Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1, and then Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3 is effectively, really, it's not really 5.4 or 4.4, but it is effectively, it's kind of 4.4. Yeah, because it has Gimli Dark and stuff. So I would say 4.4 to 6.0 is in the Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3. And that's the difference between them. And then hopefully when we get Volume 4, that will be 6.x to 7.0, which I'm looking forward to a lot of the Turalian lore in there. But I'm sure we'll learn tons when 7.0 actually comes out. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna head out. I promised my partner I'd be done by 8. I hope you all have a wonderful new year. I'll see you all in 2024. And don't feel free to not be a stranger. Totally Deepstone. I feel you there. Have a wonderful night, all. Cheers, everybody. Oh, don't forget to breathe.